Welcome back, everybody. It is another day of the Asian qualifiers here for Iesf. I am joined by Black again. You know, it's the two of us back together. I feel like we could do a little, and if I get this right, fusion together.
I know my angles, yeah.
Yeah, I had to look at what's on my right, but I had to look behind me. We do a little fusion, we get it together, and we're into another day. Being a great duo together and enjoying some more Dota. We're starting with Southeast Asia today, so it should be a fun one. And, you know, the region, or at least the qualifiers, has been certainly interesting. So let's take a look at today's schedule, because we've got 4 BO1s ahead of you, 2 in Southeast Asia, 2 in Central Asia. And this is quite a bit of Dota. You got all these matches happening simultaneously. You've got Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, I don't know if I pronounced that right. And then you've got Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, Thailand, and Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. So it should be a fun day of games.
Yeah. And
it definitely has been close in Southeast Asia, right? Like, we have not been getting all of the results we've been expecting.
Well, Myanmar has been crushing everybody until they decided we'll give you a little bit of a chance multiple times. So we'll see today if they can, beat Malaysia as easily as they beat Thailand. I'm still gonna say it was a shellacking, even though they threw quite a bit after that. That's generally not what they do. That's generally not what happens. And the Thailand game was still very one-sided, right? So we'll see if Malaysia can stop them, because these two teams are now undefeated. Whoever wins this is mathematically already, I think, guaranteed to be in top 2 at least. So it's a big match.
Yes. Yeah, it's a big match. It's let's take a look at what our current match is, and it is Malaysia, Myanmar. Myanmar, they did well last year. They played really, really good Dota last year, and this year it looks like they're going to be pretty close to, if not the same, as being on par. And the thing is, like you said, if you win this one, they've got the Philippines remaining for Myanmar, and the Philippines are still trying to find themselves into a slot of, getting into the Asian finals. It's only 2 seeds from this one. Yep. And, Malaysia holds the advantage because they beat the Philippines.
What happens if it's same score? Is it head-to-head, or is it just a tiebreaker?
The tiebreaker rules are head-to-head results between the tied teams, and then BO1 tiebreakers and a coin toss.
Oh, so first is the head-to-head result?
Yes.
So even if they have the same score with Philippines, and Malaysia still goes through?
Yes, but if the only way for the Philippines to do that would be to beat Myanmar. So if
Myanmar now called Bach.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I don't know. I don't really understand the change. It doesn't really make sense to me. I feel like Faith Beyond is obviously very
you just know it, right? Like, you hear Faith Beyond, you're like, oh yeah, that's epic.
Now the thing is, people still call him Faith Beyond, though.
Of course, because he's been playing under that nick for I don't know how many years. I did realize over the years, because the South Koreans are the worst at naming, especially in StarCraft. There's simply just like 4 or 5 pro players that name themselves New. Like, what kind of name is that? And then the Chinese, they have some really good ones, but also some really weird ones. Like, for example, I still don't know why he names them Bach. I'm sure there's some story behind it, but I wouldn't know.
Well, maybe we'll have a chance to ask him eventually. But let's take a look at the Myanmar roster. It's definitely a lot of players that we know, that we've seen previously from this squad. And the only difference is Show TI is not here anymore, but KSH, Young PH, Pa, Skille, and Zarain are on this squad. And, Myanmar, they look really strong, and I kind of think that they're my favorites in terms of what they've shown.
Yeah, if they can get it together.
So far, yeah. If they can get it together, that's definitely true.
Whatever happened after getting that 25k lead was a little ridiculous.
Yeah, and that really can happen.
Yeah. The better the opposition gets, the harder they're going to punish these mistakes. Thailand, I mean, they looked okay, but realistically, compared to Malaysia, Myanmar, or Philippines, they should be the top 4 team. Don't really think they have any chance. They're already 0-2, right?
Which team?
Thailand, or are they 0-1? Do they have a chance?
Thailand right now is technically 0-2, so.
Oh, so they're out for sure.
They could go 2-2, and technically, I think they're mathematically eliminated unless Malaysia loses. Now? So the Philippines is playing Myanmar, but they're not playing right now. The only way for Thailand to make it would be they have to beat Cambodia and they have to beat Malaysia, and Myanmar has to win out. They have to beat the Philippines and they have to beat Malaysia. So they'd have to go 4-0 instead of 3-1.
But then Malaysia would also have to lose to Cambodia.
No. Because their Malaysia's 2 matchups are Myanmar and Thailand. So Thailand would have to beat Malaysia. Right. Myanmar would have to beat Malaysia, which would put them at 2-2. And then Thailand would have to beat Cambodia, which would put Thailand at 2-2 if they beat them in Malaysia. And Myanmar had to have to beat the Philippines, which would put them at 2-2 as well, forcing a 3-way tie for second place.
No, Myanmar is already 2-2.
Myanmar is already 2-0.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're already 2-0.
Yeah, so they'd have to win out and be 4-0.
What if Malaysia
the only way that then Thailand would have lost.
Because
so they'd be
0-3.
No, Thailand would be 0-3. They still have to play Malaysia.
Oh, right. I got you.
Yeah.
Now that's all
so the only, cool. Yeah, the only way it could happen is if Myanmar goes 4-0.
And then they somehow beat Malaysia.
Yeah, exactly. There is a shot. There is a chance, but and Thailand has good enough players that it's possible that they could beat Malaysia, but their hopes at the moment all ride on this matchup of Myanmar against Malaysia, because they probably and they have to be rooting for Myanmar to win this.
I mean, in both matches, because the Philippines are also waiting and they're hungry. They need that win as well.
Yeah. So. Well, if the Philippines, their life basically only matters on their matchup, because this one doesn't impact anything, because they could still end 3-1.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the Philippines need that next win. So they're gonna try hard.
Yeah, of course.
And if Myanmar wins this one and they're already in, going 4-0 is really not that important if you're already in. So.
Yeah.
So that's generally when teams loosen up a little bit, have some more fun, maybe pick some more interesting heroes. We've seen a lot of Putch yesterday for some reason, like out of nowhere.
We saw a lot of 1-hour games yesterday.
That is also true. But whenever there was a team that was just way better on paper, they just picked Putch first phase, like literally first pick. It was super fun.
Yeah.
And then he just goes like 20-0 every game.
And the Pudge did feel pretty good yesterday. Not a lot of hooks in the second game we saw him, I believe.
No.
But yeah, our day yesterday was very interesting, because we had the Australia-New Zealand series that went 3 games. Games 2 and 3, 65 minutes and 75 minutes. Then we had Philippines versus Thailand. Then we had Malaysia-Philippines, which went 53 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we had the Myanmar-Thailand matchup, which went 56 minutes. So it's been some long Dota. It's either been 50-something, 60-something, like it's either an hour game or it's a 28-minute game. There's been no in-between so far.
It's just very hard to, I think, find like super balanced matchups in these regional sort of qualifiers, right? Because there's just some teams that are way better than the rest, and it's just how it's always going to be. And then these matchups are pretty one-sided, pretty simple. But then when you have Malaysia, Philippines, who looked pretty even, surprisingly, I still thought Malaysia was the underdog in that one.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you ended off the night covering some Central Asia, and those games were all 30 minutes or less.
Yeah, well, that's because we covered the 2 favorites 3 times in a row. So that was like really one-sided, as you said.
Yeah, you guys covered Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, and Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. So
Uzbekistan
it was,
and Kyrgyzstan are too strong, man. Their match is going to be super hype.
yeah, Uzbekistan is 2-0. Kyrgyzstan's also 2-0, but Kazakhstan's 2-1, and they lost to Kyrgyzstan. So as it stands, Kyrgyzstan, even with them having subs for Kami and Zayats, they look like they're going to be the team to beat. And then Uzbekistan is being led by Seneko, so you do have a big time captain on that squad.
Yeah, no, the funny thing is that, as you said, Kyrgyzstan, like their two best players on paper are missing, and they're still crushing.
Yeah. Didn't they do well last Asian Championship when we were there as well?
They got third.
Yeah,
they got third behind Myanmar and Mongolia. Yeah, Mongolia won the whole thing.
Right. Yeah, and Kyrgyzstan was decent. It was they were definitely a solid team.
Yeah, and that was without Kami. Like Kami is kind of the guy that came in to really strengthen the team, make it just that much more solid.
Definitely. So, as we get ready for this matchup, starting, I would say hopefully a little bit soon, but it is interesting to look at past results because we do have a lot of qualifiers coming up. Like, obviously, these 4 days are for Asia, and then we've got 5 days in July for Europe, and then we've got 3 days at the end of July, early August for America. And, that rounds out the entirety of Iesf in terms of qualifiers. But then you've also got the Asian finals, which are mid-September. And then you've got the main event, which is in November.
And you also have the African finals, I believe, in Morocco still as well.
I don't know if those are happening in Morocco anymore. I believe the African finals are what you covered the other day, like that, the other week. So
I guess you have to
not
double check because on the website it still says that it's an offline event in Morocco. Let me just double check.
Yeah, because North Africa and South Africa have already been decided. They're going to Iesf, so that's Egypt and South Africa. They're already decided. So they those online qualifiers that you did were already the deciding.
And so we'll have to double confirm because on the website it says 17th to 21st August regional qualifiers Africa offline.
Yeah.
Well,
but for Asia, it's in Chengdu, which should be fun as well. And that's September 13th to the 17th. And that's, you've already got Australia in that one. That's obviously what we're deciding. And now I'm interested to see what the Chinese host team is going to be. Because there's so many players in China that, truthfully, they have the time.
And the skills.
Yeah. Wouldn't be bad to see the Chinese team bring out just big guns and go after it. You do have
Azure.
Yeah, I was gonna say you do have Azure who's ready. I mean, in terms of players you have available, you've got Lo, Ori, Faith Beyond, FY, Tianming, Shiro, Echo, Niu, PYW, Innocence, Fly, Setsu, Old 11, Kaka, like. You got and Chalice, Somnus, Yang, Planet, and Pichu as well. So like all those guys didn't make TI, so they could definitely participate as the Chinese team for the Chengdu event.
Yeah, lots of potential, but we don't know who wants to do it, what they want to do, how they even decide who plays. To be honest,
right?
It's also a very interesting process. If you have like 40 players that are just super good. Who actually gets to play? Like, imagine all 40 wanted to play. Who gets to play?
Yeah, I do wonder if they do like have a captain choose who they want to play.
But then who's the captain? So 8, the coach or something.
Yeah, it depends on who's the coach, right? Because I believe for the Asian games, Was Zhao the coach? I don't think so.
It was Lanham and Xiao.
It was Lanham, yeah.
No, it was both of them.
Was it both of them? Okay, because Lanham was listed.
Yeah. I know Lanham for sure. Well, those two are like the most respected coaches, I guess you could say, right? In China.
Mm-hmm.
Lanham and Xiao Ba.
And I don't think they participated in the last IESF, so there was no Chinese team that participated in that.
Was there just no qualifier for that, or they just lost?
I don't think China had a team last year.
Huh.
So that's what it was. But they've had some interesting teams. Like when they did the Road to the Asian Games, the Chinese team was just Team Zero. So it was CTY, 70, Beyond, Ice, and ZZQ. So even those guys, some of those guys, because obviously Team Zero made it to TI this year, they are they're ready. They're available to play, which should be very interesting.
I think it's going to be very hard to beat China if they really want to try hard.
Yes. Like they would be the pure favorites, I would say.
Yeah.
Going into it if they were they were to put their best squad out there.
Not even close, I think. Because they would bring like a super try-hard coach too, or maybe even two coaches.
Yeah. I could see that happening for sure.
It's kind of like the Asian Games, right? They brought two coaches. The finals, yeah, they were not super one-sided, but quite one-sided. China just kind of dominated the whole thing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of close because, like I said, the Mongolian team, they brought in having, a Meepo to go for it. So it's definitely interesting to see who wants to play what. But, for right now, we're just sticking to the regional qualifiers for the region because it's qualifiers for a qualifier. And we're into our first matchup of the day for Southeast Asia, which, we've been talking about Malaysia versus Myanmar. And I believe we do have a draft that should be showing up in just a second, but I'm excited for this one because I think this one's a big decider. So like you said, whoever wins this is probably in, but it should be a pretty close matchup. And I think, at least in my eyes, Myanmar coming out of yesterday's match, there's a lot to have fixed coming out of the matchup where they almost threw a 25,000 net worth lead. Yeah,
but I mean, these kind of mistakes, they were very, very easily fixable, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think they were really overconfident, running into Roche Pit alone, and yeah, probably just not really giving any respect. Which, again, is not really something they would usually do. So hopefully today is going to be a bit more clean, if they even get into that position.
And I do wonder what they want to pick, right? Like, I think as we get into a little bit of an upgraded draft screen below us. Hell yeah.
Uh-huh.
This is nice. I like this. I'm wondering what they're going to be picking because it seemed like a lot of the picks were pretty similar throughout the day. But are we going to see that Pudge? Are we going to see, Skill A? He liked that Crystal Maiden yesterday.
Yeah. Malaysia likes the Marcy.
Yeah, the Marcy's an interesting one in my opinion.
I don't know. Unleash Marcy is actually just... I don't know how it can be in a game like this. It is so strong. And it never stops.
Marcy just needs BKB in my opinion. And Malaysia, this, I believe, is a bit of a pick ban. Or not, like a block pick because Myanmar yesterday liked this Beastmaster.
Yeah, picking it first is quite risky.
It's a very odd first pick hero because we don't see Beastmaster as a first pick that often.
Yeah, and it's a very strong hero with the Helm of the Overlord being buffed again, but
yeah,
he's very abusable in lane. Well, it depends what his 4 partner is, but generally you wouldn't pick it that early.
I wonder if they want to do like a Venge or Rubik in the 4. TA early. Yeah, which isn't much of a surprise because they banned Phoenix, and then there was also a Witch Doctor ban, so left TA open.
It's also a hard counter to Beastmaster. So they probably just want to match up the lanes.
Does TA being because it could be the safe laner, right? And it's more so the safe laner these days. Does that force you as Beastmaster to not take Call the Wild as early?
That's the thing. Like whatever you take, TA does not care. You know, Access, Refraction just blocks it fully. The Boar is probably the better one because you can kind of micro it. But you just still want your Access because it's kind of your farm spell as well. It's just overall a pretty tough matchup. And until Beastmaster gets Dominator or Overlord, you don't really feel comfortable against TA. And even after Overlord, TA still has easy options to kill that big creep.
Right.
So it's a fantastic counter pick. Again, though, TA first pick is also pretty risky. There's lots of heroes against it that are really good.
Well, the change to Refraction made this hero very strong. I mean, it was strong already, but I feel like the change to Refraction made it so strong.
Well, stronger in some aspects and weaker in others, right?
Right.
Because like it doesn't like fully block a Laguna blade anymore, for example.
Yeah, that's You're not wrong.
But most small damage instances that hard countered your Refraction, you don't care. And
go back to that Crystal Maiden.
Going back to it again. It makes a lot of sense because now Beastmaster has nothing to do. Whether he goes Boars or Axis, he's gonna feel terrible in that lane.
That lane is so aggressive, truthfully. Like, that is not gonna be fun because you're gonna get frostbitten, you're gonna get hit with Meld Strike and then chase down Blood Grenades, Crystal Nova. Like, you need a tanky 4 position. And I'm wondering, I mean, it can't be Tiny. He's already banned. I'm wondering what the 4 position is going to be that can save you.
It could also just go for like a more trading support if they wanted to, like a Rubik 15. Rubik Beast has a lot of spammability.
Right. Truthfully, you could move the Beastmaster down too, right?
You could, but it would be pretty awkward. Or Hoodwink instead, okay? So Rubik Hoodwink has lots of force to kind of try to accomplish the same thing. But you have to be careful with Hoodwink too. If you get frostbitten and TA melts you, a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's about having good positioning too as a Hoodwink, right? Because you can really use those trees quite effectively. They've liked the Ursa in the past for Myanmar. They've liked Dark Willow as well. Which is surprising that we're still seeing Dark Willow, but the Brambles are still very strong even with the change to Bedlam.
I mean, it's really just Bedlam that got changed though, right? In terms of nerf.
And the timing on the Brambles as well.
Yeah, but it's still so much damage, and anything that makes you move not in a straight line, like that manipulates your movement, is very strong and annoying.
Right.
Terrorize is still a super strong teamfight spell. She can still solo kill other supports, maybe even some cores if they're out of position. So I like the hero a lot. Treant Protector, another hero I really like a lot, especially after all the buffs he's received. So much aggressive potential on that hero.
Radiant team pick.
Tusk. Okay. Tusk and immediately into Darkseer, so that's your off lane. Tusk into right now Treant Protector. I mean, Tusk and Darkseer, that's Ion Shell shards, and then you're just, Drunken Brawler and getting quite a bit out of it, especially because the build on Darkseer is like 3 bracers.
I mean, Tusk beats the crap out of Treant anyway because his attack team now passively slows attack speed, which Treant absolutely hates. Like, his backswing is already so slow. And most of the Treant damage comes from right click. So I really like his Tusk pick. Very strong.
Right.
Malaysia could just pick something like a Medusa though if they wanted to. Medusa goes very well into TA. Synergizes greatly with Treant and Beastmaster. I don't know. I don't see more Medusa. I think that hero is super strong and fits very well into the meta.
Dire team ban.
And there's the Ember.
Ember, okay. It's good against TA. Of course, TA is not going to be against him. I'm pretty sure we already have both our side lanes for Myanmar. TACM, Tough Daxia, and they're just gonna last pick the mid to hard counter Ember. We have seen OD. OD this game would be great as well. You have double save
10
against
seconds
Beastmaster.
remaining.
You beat Ember in lane. I don't really know
5 seconds
if Young
remaining.
PH likes OD though. He's more like a flashy kind of guy. Well, I say that, but then he picked Dragon Knight. maybe not that flashy.
DK first banned. They liked the Shadow Fiend though the other day.
Yeah, SF also
Radiant
destroys
team ban.
Ember. We should see that got banned. Yeah.
Yeah, now it's
already.
banned.
Hmm.
They just got banned.
Yeah. Monkey King also works, but that's a little
Monkey
bit
King
more
mid?
risky. Yeah, it destroys Ember really easily.
Hmm.
Really
10
really
seconds remaining.
easily. Or even go for something like Meepo if you wanted
5
to.
seconds remaining.
If they are Meepo
Radiant
players, yeah,
team ban.
definitely. Would Lina even work here?
Lina works, but I don't like Lina that much together with the TA. They kind of do the same thing.
Right.
Like I would like either another saving mid
seconds
or a mid that can somewhat frontline with like a BKB later on.
5 seconds remaining.
So what comes to mind is a Monkey King can work.
What about Puck for Myanmar?
Yeah, it also works. It's just I've never seen a Puck in ages. Like nobody likes Puck anymore. Necrophos, truth be told, mid lane would be insane too. Also, absolutely dumpsters Ember. But also, nobody plays that hero. Since it got changed.
Dire team ban.
So they banned the Lightstealer and the Gyro.
Dude. Forget what I've been talking about. Huskar, let's go. It's like the perfect
Yeah, I
Huskar
mean
game.
you've asked for that yesterday too.
Yeah, that's such a strong hero. Ember Spirit cries against Huskar. And
Seconds remaining.
you're a frontliner, exactly what we need. You have Tusk to save you.
5
You have
seconds
Darkseid who builds
remaining.
auras for you. You have TA who
Right.
takes care of all the physical damage components.
Dire team pick.
And the Morphling.
Interesting.
I'm not 100% sold on Morphling still these days, but what can you do?
Depends on who plays it.
10 seconds remaining.
Now they
5
need a
seconds
carry
remaining.
last. I still think, as I said, Medusa is great. I mean, against Darkseid, it's always a little bit annoying, the illusion, but you can clear it very, very easily. Some good old Faceless Void.
They don't
Nobody picks that
exactly.
anymore, yeah.
Well, they don't have nothing to go into Void. But Malaysia,
Ursa.
I was gonna say, they might want this Ursa, but
I really don't like Ursa though. Like Ember and Ursa, like something like an Odie would be so good right now, just to kite. TA doesn't really care about Ursa either. The traps are super good against Ursa. I think they kind of felt forced to pick this maybe, but I don't think it's great against Darkseid Tusk either.
5 seconds
I don't think it's too terrible because you do have the lockdown, right, to enable Ursa.
You have
as
to lock
try
down,
to
but the
fight.
lane is pretty rough.
Yeah, that's true.
Like Ursa is not really here to sustain itself too much. You need to be aggressive early on. If Tusk Darkseid gets level 3 really fast, I think you're in trouble in that lane. And as I said, you're not great against TA or CM. They have so much kite for the Ursa.
Mm-hmm. So
But
let's do this
ultimately, like
final
always
pick
in Dota,
from.
comes down to play, right?
Yeah,
If you outplay your opponent, it doesn't matter what they do. You know what? I wouldn't mind a slaughter middle also, just to completely destroy the Ember.
What do they take here?
Wind
right.
Ranger.
Choose your hero.
We saw Masaros play this from the off lane for Thailand, but
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's good against Ursa, but it's a carry Wind Ranger and mid TA, or are they switching just lanes?
I wonder if they're switching the lanes, because you said Ember does well into TA, so are you purposely putting yourself in a bad situation?
I mean, Ember doesn't do like. I think it's a pretty even matchup nowadays. TA actually used to hard counter Ember. Actually, now the new refraction, the Flame God doesn't really take it off anymore as easily. You might actually completely just destroy Ember with this one. I have not seen the matchup since then, but if the new refraction works the way I think it does, the Ember should not be able to do anything.
Right.
But then you pick Wind Ranger into a Beastmaster, which is not that great. I don't like this Wind Ranger pick, I gotta be honest. If they wanted something like this, again, Medusa would have made much more sense. Some sort of kite lockdown team fight.
Right.
We'll see though. Carry Wind Ranger is pretty new. It's not super new. It's been played before, obviously. It's just not as stable and reliable as I would have liked to see it, especially in a BO1.
Right. So I guess we'll have to see. I mean, I like Myanmar's lineup. I think they're going to do well. I would give them about a 65-35.
It's a pretty good lineup.
Yeah.
And Wind Ranger also makes sense with Tusk, right? Tag team, Tusk ult. It's a lot of damage. And we'll see what ends up happening. Big smoke out from Malaysia. I don't actually know if they want to fight. The level 1 isn't that strong.
I would say Myanmar's level 1's really good.
Yeah. And if Malaysia walks into them, they might just be dead, to be honest.
Ooh. I don't really think you want to walk into this.
Oh, there's just so many people top eating all the trees.
Yeah, I mean, they want to make Treant's life terrible, right?
Yeah. I like that, actually.
30 seconds to battle.
And now they smoke to go bottom away from this Malaysia lineup. Although they might walk into them if they go all the way down.
I like what they're doing, that they try to 5-head it, but I think they're just 5-heading themselves a little bit. Although Ursa might be the one on the receiving end here.
The battle begins.
He's too far away, I think. We'll grab 2 for both teams, so the 5-head chest doesn't really change anything.
Yeah, they try to be 5-head, but sometimes if you do 5-head and the enemy is just, a 3-head, it doesn't work.
So I think this lane does go pretty well top for Myanmar. We'll see how this Ursa does. I could see him giving up first blood at level 2.
Yeah. But the Treant also. Like, Treant does not match up super well into this.
And they're just going to push the lane in. Bottom lane. They've got the early power shot. Wow.
Dude.
Rodion taking a lot of damage early on. And I mean, that is just not fun with a fully charged up power shot to start. It already puts Hoodwink out of lane. Like, Holy Fool can't just sit there anymore.
The problem is really that you have 2 600 range heroes, and they'll harass the crap out of you. So the lane itself was super strong. And it's pretty scary to go up against that.
Especially with Frostbite into Power Shot. Like, that is a big chunk of damage.
Yeah, the fact that Power Shot just slows for 4 seconds is kind of ridiculous in itself.
They've got this Obs that's just sitting up here as well on the cliff. We'll see how long that's allowed to kind of stick around, right?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious at some point. We'll see when Zorain really notices it.
He's got a sentry. It's just about being able to get there and get the kill onto the ward without it getting denied, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, actually, place the sentry over by the camp. So now this Obs is going to sit there. Okay.
So I guess he didn't figure it out straight away.
So Axe is just being thrown over and Frostbite used on that boar. But right now, I thought there'd be more aggression. You see that instant power coming out from Zarain and KSH, but you could hit that level 3, you get that second shot for that second level on the power shot, and we're right there, miss it. Which means the communication level is just a split second delayed for each other.
Yeah, but next up we'll have the little fight over Lotuses. Both of them should, in theory, go to Myanmar, top and bot, which is a really big
With
deal.
the way the lanes are set, yes. Yeah.
Really big deal, especially early on. CM now has Frost Nova available as well. The Hoodwink might just be dead.
Blood Grenade, power shot, and there's the Crystal Nova trying to catch up to Holy Fool. Blood Grenade, first blood there for KSH. The chase is on to Zarain, takes out the boar, but loses his life to Zhao Yu. And Zhao Yu, he gets solo experience. He's not too upset about that.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of what we spoke about. Yeah, the lane isn't weak, but Beastmaster has pretty free reign in this kind of lane as well. And he almost has his mana boots now, which is going to be a big problem if Wind Raider gets spammed out of the lane. But don't really have a lot of sustain on the hero.
You got to be careful with those wild axes.
I feel like even if you try to dodge them, it's so hard to do. Like
yeah, the path is pretty rough. You just have to back away from the press point, but it's hard to know. And TA, dead solo to Wonderboy. Young PH is the TA, just getting killed off, even with level 2 in the refraction.
Yeah.
That is a huge kill for Ember.
100%. Especially because they chose this matchup, basically. 3 in top lane, though. That's what we spoke about.
Shards are nice. The Blood Grenade is there. Oh, with the Ion Shell, they've got the kill. Hall's got that one.
Easy peasy.
He's going to get this creep wave, too. It's pretty easy with what they've been doing. They've been pressuring the lane pretty heavily and pushing it in. And they're going to get the courier. He just... Both players not really looking at where their couriers are going.
Classic. Couriers' lives are not worth anything.
Sentry's out of range here. Could still get this obs bottom, but not doing it.
And not a
And the Windrunner. Yeah, it's the third courier in about 10 seconds. You could see that Zhao Yu not really respecting the Windrunner as much, and they do end up getting that obs. So, good amount of gold for the Crystal Maiden, who's looking to get some boots as well. Puts a ward there just in case there's anybody coming through the Twin Gates.
Now, Ember beating TA is going to be potentially a big problem. As you really expect Ember to lose that lane. But now that he's snowballing a little bit, we'll see how that skews the matchups come mid-game. Skill A should beat bottom. They know about it, and they're just going to back off.
You think they know about it, but there's the power shot. Snowball and the shards are in. Like, Zhao Yu's dead.
I thought they know about it, yeah, the way they move. But good
Bounty's
kill.
also there. And TA, level 6, moves back into the jungle. Didn't lose too much to this Ember, but now Rodion getting chased, and I don't think that Acorn shot's going to stop him from running under tower, but needs a power shot and not going to land it.
Yeah, guess the wrong way, unfortunately. Oh, Beastmaster again, so you got to be careful. Skill A is still here. He's level 5, by the way, on the task. Where did you get those?
He's gotten a lot out of this early top. With the kills and the Ion Shell and everything.
He's higher level than Darkseid too.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, Wonderboy is looking bot lane. Zorain,
Yeah.
that's the death move right
This is, I mean, this is to protect the Wisdom Rune, right?
there. Yeah, I like the rotation. And they got the top one as well.
That's big. It's always big. It's always big to get these plays to happen.
Yeah, and Skille has kind of just been hanging out in the bot lane. But not really too effective there. They got one beast kill, but now what?
I will say the Wisdom Rune being taken from them is not terrible when Tusk is still almost level 6.
But it could already be level 6.
Yes, and they'd have that Walrus Punch. Good shards blocking in Holy Fool, and now he's going to be even closer to that level 6. KSH on a killing spree. As mid, Treant shows up, but not really doing anything.
We'll get the rune. Treant does.
Yeah, not a bad rune to get.
My Beastmasters would farm in the big ancient stack.
Radiant are
So cheesy. Cheesy.
What, stacking?
Yeah, being able to farm this so easily.
I mean, that's why he stacked for him, because he can.
Yeah, I know. But it's like, it fits a little bit too easy, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Found the acorn shot. Good dodge on the bushwhack coming through. Nature's Grasp, but they don't really have any way to stop him without that bushwhack. No overgrowth. Searing chains, not working out.
Tusk is moving towards top, but he's under ward vision, so shouldn't really lead to any kill. As
He
end range
shouldn't,
available as
but
well.
KSH is going up top. So Snowball's going to start this, and they should be able to have the control. They push the shards out. Wonder Boy's here. They get the kill on a CDR. They use that Walrus Punch. They've got the Shackle Shot. The axes fly in. KSH needs to be careful, starting to run, and they don't get any return kill.
Very well done. So, I don't know what the communication was like if he wanted to bait there, but there was definitely under ward vision. Maybe he didn't expect the Wind Ranger to come as well.
Yeah, because I would say without the Wind Ranger, you survive.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Probably,
So
yes.
maybe expecting it to just be safe, but now Zhao Yu, he's under ward vision. Like, they could rotate for this. And
would be
now
good kill,
they
too.
see him under the tower. He's at level 8. He's pushing in. Like, stopping this push would be huge, because that's what you want as a Beastmaster, right? The early push pressure.
Yeah, it's TP potential. Both supports are already there.
Zarain's still level 4, actually. It's kind of
Yeah.
crazy.
I think they're happy to just defend. Wind Ranger melts from finish, so that's her farming item done. Got Manta Style up next. Interesting item build.
I'm definitely accustomed to seeing, like, Ags early on these Windrunners.
The axe is really good, especially on a core Wind Ranger. Ursa's still looking
by
for his
so much
Qualifier,
gold.
of course. Ooh. They find him.
He's not really being given that much safety to farm, and now they just need to find the Shackle Shot, but they don't stick with him, and I kind of respect not wanting to go in too far. TP's into a tier 2 tower, you really don't have the best escape. Bushwhack is Zarain's just kind of standing still, and they will get that kill, but they lose their tier 1 mid. And knows the vision's
out.
there, but they were just standing still. KSH comes in. They've got the snowball, and that'll be a kill for Skille.
That's what we call a classic kill secured.
Yeah,
They know they have a ward up there, so easy D ward.
easy gold. You know you're getting the best bang for your buck on that sentry, and then off that they smoke too.
So CDR is roughly 1k gold away from his Battle Fury, which is going to be a massive farm steroid for him, of course. Ember Spirit is surprisingly poor, despite actually solo killing the TA. Huh.
Well, gave up those stacks to the Beastmaster, wasn't really involved in that, didn't get a kill up top.
He's not going mage there, though, so that's a big plus.
Yeah.
Not kind of funny,
Definitely
because
so.
all of a sudden they're up 2k. The game was very even at like minute 11. It's always very funny how that works in Dota. You know, like the gold suddenly just appears out of nowhere. It's because you're super efficient with a stack or so. And suddenly you have a small little tiny lead. But Beastmaster Axe is going to be huge as well, especially against the TA.
Yeah, you never really, or at least I don't really understand the quick amount of damage coming out from Drums of Slum. Like, it's just so overwhelming, right?
It is. But you also sacrifice all your auras. Like Crimson Guard in this game, for example, would be insanely good. Crimson Guard Pipe, and you're good to go.
So, on the mark again, here we go.
Yeah, so he's choosing to go for more of a carry offlane build. We'll see if that works out or not.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid lane. Snowball.
Level 5
Zarya's here, and level 5 and Freezing Field unneeded to get this kill.
Why is he level 5 on the trees? So they got both.
They're going for KSH, though. Ooh. This kill would be pretty big. Primal Roar even used. Axes the secure it, and that's a good amount of gold going the way of Zhao Yu as well. And that's going to be the tower, too, so he's got his eggs.
Yeah, it's a very early axe. He's going to feel super strong right now. Because obviously his axe also heals him every time. So I wonder... Well, he actually has a Dagon queued up as well.
Multiple levels.
We'll see what he goes for. Dagon obviously good spell lifesteal now as well. Could be a viable option. But the next row, I want to see a smoke rotation towards the TA with that Aghanim Scepter.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you got to find a way to kill this TA, top of the net worth, and not really getting stopped. They are near. I mean, they're trying to rotate. But they're not really catching the TA, who's going Dragonlance Blink, which there have been many variations of the TA build that revolve around Dragonlance Blink and Desolator.
The Beastmaster right now is scary strong. 1900 health. They can't really burst him down too quickly, and every second he survives, it's just so much damage.
Would like to see Darkseer get involved.
Same. I would love to see Beastmaster get involved too. But I smoked him up just now, okay? Now it's go time.
There's no vision on the Darkseer, so them going for the TA could have led to a pretty big vacuum wall, but the side of Myanmar not looking to counterplay that aggression that was coming in, and they kind of saw it, so they backed off on the Dire too. Battle Fury finished for the Ursa. He's starting to move up the farm list. Kind of feel as it's, again, Myanmar missing a little bit of a timing.
It's definitely interesting that they sit back as much as they are, considering the item choices of the Dire. Like Battle Fury, he's not going to be joining any fight. So you really want to put on that pressure, probably onto the Beastmaster, who's a little bit too rich for this point of the game. But again, if you run into the Beastmaster, you don't kill him, he keeps healing, you know, turns the fight around. It's very scary. They don't have the greatest amount of burst damage.
You do have this Gleipnir now, too, so that's extra control. If you have the Blink Dagger available on the TA, I think this is your time to either smoke or make something happen.
And I think that's what they're trying as well. Guardian Griefs are up. We got 5 heroes top, CDR all by himself. Ooh, the Shackle connects.
Shackle connects. Shards are there, but they're not willing to commit.
It's a little tough on Ursa with Enrage. 80% damage reduction is always going to be massive.
I thought they would at least force that out, though.
Well, that all gave Beastmaster time to finish up his Blink deck already. He's so rich. Same as TA, basically.
Yeah. Again, I will say, I think Myanmar's kind of missing their timings and allowing Malaysia to hit a faster timing than maybe they should have had.
Definitely possible. I really think it depends on how much a Beastmaster can get done now with that blink. He's had a lot of time to farm, but now he needs to really get involved. But they already know that he has blink because he's walking over the trap. Saving grace for them is he doesn't have much armor, so the physical damage from the TA could still shred him.
And that's if they do control him. Again, they are just, not seeing it. Honestly, what I thought would be early aggression from Darkseer.
I thought so too, especially with the item build. Not really a farming one. Might be looking for the TA.
They might be able to get this Wind Ranger again, but maybe there's some sort of turnaround. You had Darkseer moving forward. He had Surge, drops down a wall. They have the Gleipnir for this Beastmaster, and they'll get that kill. A Remnant forward. Zarain's still alive. They go and hit the Frostbite. He's able to surge and find some distance, looking for a Remnant away, but he'll get a courier on his way to die because they've got the control now as he gets himself near a tree and gets shackled up.
It was a very good bait. You saw Darkseer already waiting in the back the entire time. And they also knew, as soon as Darkseer was there and they saw him, they're like, oh crap, we gotta disengage. But it's very difficult to do against Gleipnir and Tusk and Surge. So many good ways to chase up.
TA's got the Deso now too.
Yeah, she wasn't involved in any of that. Neither was Ursa though. Ursa was also getting filthy rich.
He was low on the net worth. They had slowed down his farm, pushing him into the jungle, and now he's got that Battle Fury, and he's just been able to keep it rolling. So, again, this is a 3,000 net worth lead, but you are giving heroes chances to farm their way back into timings.
Let's see what Ursa is going for next. Straight Nullifier to counter the Wind Ranger. Wow. That is a super aggro build, and it can backfire or it can win you the game. It really depends on how the skirmishes go. Of course, Windrun being purged basically makes the hero not Windrunner anymore. Because you literally just die to Ursa in a second. And the entire purpose of the hero is to counter Ursa.
They smoke up. They've got wall back off cooldown, and they are making their move over. They've got this Blink Dagger on the Beastmaster, but there is a 5-man smoke from the Radiant getting into the trees. TA showing. And Slight, Searing Chains. They've got the Guardian Greaves. Do they have the damage kill off TA? They do. Right clicks in from Wonderboy as well as the Ursa is more than enough. The Freezing Field, though, not getting the damage out, but there's the power shot. CDR finally dies. They've got themselves one. Myanmar looking to clean up, but Darkseer with another Acorn shot, another Bushwhack. Zarain falls to Zhao Yu. It's 3 heroes dead, possibly a 4th as Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, triple kill for Wonderboy.
It was basically the worst case scenario for Myanmar. TA just finished the Desu, who has no defensive items, got caught first. She's supposed to be a backline dealing all the damage. Yeah. Well done by Malaysia. Now they should be getting a free Roche on top of that. And as you said, the timings are pretty scary. I think Malaysia's late game once again is a little bit better. Roche is so easy with Beastmaster and Axe. Wow, so much damage.
Yeah. And with that Ursa, you have the ability to do Roche at all times, right?
That Nullifier build-up is really crazy. I feel like he doesn't really need it, because his teammates should be more than enough to help control the Wind Ranger. Yeah, I'm not sure why he chose to go for that. Like a beekeeper would be really nice for him.
He still seems pretty strong in the moment.
He is, but if I get silenced from the TA trap or something, he will die in a second. They know there's no Ursa, so before we fight, do they want to fight it though? Doesn't look like it.
I feel as if the timidness of this Myanmar side is kind of causing them to be in a little bit of trouble, but Primal Roar, skill A dies. It was a good vacuum wall with a shot off the side blades. So far, though, they've got themselves a little bit of a return. They had the Hoodwink out of the fight. They get the kill on a Wonder Boy. They'll lose young PH, though. Can they at least get this Beastmaster? The Freezing Field, the Tick of the Aegis that was on him. And Zarain laying down the Freezing Field, but off the respawn has the blink to get out.
Do you see the damage she was laying into TA? Just crushed him. Her. And they gave Ursa so much time to farm. He almost has no play now. TP coming in, Zarain, easy blink out. 800 gold away from the Nullifier, and then Wind Ranger is free food. Unless he can Manta dodge it, which is possible. Not easy.
Projectile is not as fast as it used to be, though, on the Nullifier, right?
Yeah, which can make it deceivingly slow. You know? And something too slow, you can't react to it. Like Elden Ring, you know, when they do delay attacks.
The shoulder bumps.
Yeah, the shoulder bumps. You're like, yeah, dodge it. And then 1 second later, oop.
So
That Nullifier is gonna make or break the game, I think. There's also a possibility, of course, nothing happens and he just continues farming.
right.
In which case, he wouldn't be too unhappy with it because it gives a lot of damage.
By the way, Thailand did beat Cambodia.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yes. I expected as much, unfortunately. Yeah, as we said, Cambodia is just a little bit outmatched against the other 4 here, who have very strong lineups.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I got that victory.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Cambodia gonna finish 0-4.
Under attack. Radiant
It keeps Thailand's hopes alive, but they need Myanmar to win this game.
Which is not looking likely right now. I'm very scared of this Beastmaster.
Dire's top tower
I have to say though, his item build,
Radiant's
I don't agree
bottom
with at all.
tower is under attack. Radiant's
Like, you need that
bottom
Crimson
tower
Guard. If you have
is
Crimson Guard in this game, you're basically immortal. BKB Crimson? Who's gonna touch you?
But instead, he's going for the Dagon. Level 3.
I don't know why he's going for that. That's my only issue.
under attack.
I like his build up so far, but the Dagon might just be, you know, kind of ruins the build. Like, you need some armor against TA.
So I've heard this philosophy, by the way, that Dagon 3 is enough.
Why 3 another 1?
Radiant are scanning.
Just you've got everything that you think Dagon needs at level 3. You don't have to spend it to go to level 5.
Radiant's middle tower
Okay.
is under attack.
It's basically a Lion ult at that point.
But you know, we'll see if he only goes to level 3. Right now, he does have a queued to level 3. Skill A.
Hello.
He is going to get caught here. The shards, though, are enough to survive. Wow.
He actually managed to blink out of a flame guard. That's impressive.
It's very shocking.
Very impressive. TA, BKB, done. Wind Ranger, going for Lincoln Sphere. So she can't get nullified. Makes sense. Ursa Nullifier, done.
Never refuse gold given.
Oh,
See, they've got the shackle connecting. Wonder Boy in trouble. Overgrowth is there, stopping the freezing field. Sleight of fist. And it is good amount of damage with Primal Roar into the Dark Seer, and they've got this damage from Holy Fool to kill off Zarain, and Hall dies to Zhao Yu.
that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier, though. Like, the lineup is just very fickle. You know what I mean? With TA and Wind Ranger, nobody can really stand in front. Nobody can really deal the damage they need to deal. Malaysia right now, even though they're just 3k ahead, I feel the chances of winning this game is probably 80%. Their draft right now is so strong.
Radiant structures are fortified.
In fact, I believe they would not be able to lose if they went for the safer item choices. If they went like BKB Basher instead of Nullifier, and instead of Dagon, the Crimson Guard, I don't think they can actually ever die. They have no damage on the Radiant.
Right.
Crimson Guard destroys TA.
We'll see now with Roche potentially coming up in the next 2 minutes.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
How they're going to set up. So,
Well, it depends on if it's a slow or long spawn. If it's a slow spawn, I think Dia just gets it for free. Sorry, if it's a fast spawn. If it's a slow spawn, they might have to contest. They definitely have to contest on Radiant. I think if they get Aegis Cheese, it's gonna be near impossible. They just have no damage anymore.
looks like they're about to lose Wonder Boy, though.
Ember has no BKB, and he's still trapped silenced. And he's gonna get frostbitten too, probably. He's toast.
He's definitely dead on his screen already.
Or they've Gleipnir too. Yeah, he's done.
If somehow he doesn't die here, I'd be really surprised. Just waiting for
Good kill to pick
CDR
up,
to come back.
but he's the lowest net worth core in the Dia, so it's not the most impressive kill. But a kill is a kill.
Yeah, I mean, he's still outputting a good amount of damage with this Maelstrom pickup. Potentially gives them a availability to smoke and go for more. So we'll have to see. Because the opportunities are there if you get this kill to snowball into a couple more and get that chance at Roche, right?
Yeah. It's not time yet for the spawn to happen, of course. So a kill now shouldn't be too impactful regarding that.
But if you get more and more, maybe.
Yeah.
If you could
Because
snowball
teams,
it.
especially in this qualifier, they tend to not respect the respawn timers. So keep going in. Especially Myanmar was very guilty of that yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I
as we
would
said,
say at least get an objective out of this. No Ember should mean a tower. You could take it. You do have some decent tower pushing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
the fact that Beastmaster was first picked and is so rich is criminal.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Can they rip through buildings? Yeah, that's true.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is
Ember's
under
up. Are they looking for a fight? Seemingly
Dire's
no.
structures are fortified.
But they respect the respawn timer anyways. Yeah. Truth be told, I'm not entirely sure how they approach the fights on Radiant. It's very hard for them to burst anyone with 3 and around, 3 and armor, 3 and ult.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They have to catch these pickoffs again.
They do.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Very difficult though.
A tool to
They are forcing them to come over, though, by going for this tier 3 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They do have
Hey.
that ward on the high ground, but they're smoked, so you need to be ready in a good position to go and fight this if need be.
This fight could be everything as well. Because Roche just about to spawn, maybe.
Good TPs.
I'd say 90 seconds.
Dire's bottom
2.5
course.
minutes is very long.
Of course, the longest spawn, because that's what we've been getting.
Well, in that case, it's going to be on the Radiant side, which is pretty good for Myanmar, of course. They'll be able to set up there nicely. Oh, they're looking to fight top. Everyone's coming.
It's pretty risky, truthfully.
Beastmaster is mega tanky, though. Oh, they have no sentry.
They're going for this Tusk. They got skill A. Doesn't get them Roche, though. That's the thing. We know that. They don't, obviously. They're still searching. I don't know if you're the Radiant, if you should fight this. You do have a tier 2 to TP to. You took out the Treant, you used the buyback, and now, well, you've got the vacuum into a wall, but you've lost young PH. He didn't do anything in that fight. BKB popped by this Ember, and they're going to go for more. Zarain in trouble. The Bushwhack hits. That's going to be another kill for CDR. And with this ending by the tier 2 tower, you can just take this tier 2.
That was also task buyback. Next time we kill him, he's going to be gone for a long time.
They could have taken this tier 2, but they are expecting Roche to be back. Usually
fair,
it's the other way around, right? Like, you go for the objective when you know you can get it and then go for Roche.
Yeah, especially if it's not towards the extreme end of the respawn timer. We're just about halfway. But this gives them plenty of time now as well to set up on the Radiant side. Put up with Vision. This should be a free Roche for them. Doesn't give him the cheese, however, which would, I think, be better in this situation. We'll give him the banner.
Which is just as strong.
Yeah, just in a different way, because they don't really want to push right now. With the cheese, I don't think they would actually be able to lose the fight.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Now Lincoln is down with Windranger, but it just feels so lacking. You know what I mean? The damage, the stability, the sustainability.
Right.
TA was in, but she died almost immediately.
Yeah, didn't really do anything to survive.
Roche is up in 10. Should be free for Dire.
I think if Dire take a clean fight and get Roche, they could finish this game.
Yeah. Sad part is they don't even need a good fight. You get Roche for free with their lineup. So simple.
They are smoked on the Radiant side, and Roche is going to scream out, signifying that they're doing this. So do they have a way to stop this? And I think they're just going to be a little bit too late. Now I don't know if you can fight. You might need to run.
Yeah, I do think it's time to get out of here.
I'm a little surprised that Dire didn't play that aggressively and go for the fight. They knew that they were there with that power shot. They're staying.
Maybe they're looking to burst someone, but it's very risky. Ursa doesn't have a BKB. But again, this living armor alone just makes somebody so tanky. Like Treant against TA is an absolute menace to deal with for the TA. So annoying.
See how they use this second Aegis. And if Myanmar can hold off this potential pressure from Malaysia, Ursa clearly showing over mid, but they don't have nearly enough to go for this. Haw is bottom.
So what's the game plan for Myanmar here? It has to be split push. I don't think they can team fight anymore.
I don't think they can really split push.
It's risky, but I think it's the only play they have. Windranger at least
Yeah.
with the Lincolns. They don't have any great weight. Well, I say that, but there's a Dagon on Beast actually.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They brought back the Ember.
Is under attack.
Like, the farm is happening, but is it going to be enough? I don't know. For Myanmar, it doesn't feel like it.
Shiva's an Ember as well. There's a stacking of armor. That Dire Ward is so good. They know every single intention.
Dire's bottom
And they're going to go for this. At least they tried for a second, and are also thinking about going for the Tormentor, but they're really not going to be successful with either. And it's just they're grouped up here on Myanmar. Meanwhile, the Dire of Malaysia are just spread out farming and continuing to up their lead.
Rodion.
Snowball in, and CDR got the kill on his Zarain. Now they've got the Primal Roar. They'll get a second with Skill A dying, and this is aggression that is just not going to go their way. They've got another Primal Roar that's used onto the Wind Ranger. Paw is here, but can he help enough? Acorn shot, wall is down, it'll slow them up. The vacuum, and there's a good amount of damage there on the Rodion, but they don't get any kills, and CDR is in. They'll push the creep wave again. Now you've got wall on cooldown.
And you're gonna toss is dead for 50. They know this. The high ground damage isn't bad thanks to Beastmaster, so they might be able to crack the tower here. They have no glyph either.
Middle tower is under attack.
Nah, playing it more conservatively, pushing the T2 instead. Respectable. Again, I don't think they have any rush. Their lineup scales way better until the late game.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah,
that's
this
true.
Wind
but-
Ranger hero, man.
Visibility.
It just doesn't strike me as a great carry.
Doesn't strike me as the gotcha last pick that they thought it was going to be.
No. Really not. This also means, well, if the game goes as projected right now, goodbye Thailand as well. And then if
If it
Myanmar
goes
loses
this
to the
way-
Philippines, then Philippines is in and Myanmar is out.
Yes.
How's head to head? Ooh-ha.
Jump in. And they've got the snowball saved for a second, but they're working with an Aegis. Guardian Greaves their pop. Power shots in. Sharpshooter lands out of the Darkseer. Remnant forward. That's going to be all dead, and they're going to try and finish the game right now. They bought out on a Daedalus here on the TA, so there's no buyback available. Overgrowth comes through. They get the kill on Azar Rain. That's 4 heroes. Then with the buyback being used by the Darkseer as well as the Crystal Maiden. They just have nothing really remaining. There's only 3 heroes alive. If you're the side of Malaysia, you can jump in and go for the throat again.
Wow. And Refresher is also cooling down. Only 50 seconds left on that. The BM Roar, it's just so strong. We might be seeing more Beastmaster again. Early picks.
Yeah.
Hero so powerful.
Not getting punished for being first pick is kind of wild.
Yeah. Look at his net worth, man. More than his Ursa, too.
Aegis
you
expires.
definitely
They
dodge.
jump in. They've got the shackle shot that connects. They're trying to get the kill here on a CDR, but they've got the heals coming through the Gleipnir. That'll lock them down, but Zarain is dead for 65. Bought back in the previous fight, and this is going to be at least a set of racks. There's still 20 seconds without this TA. Big shards.
And 60 without the CM. Like, CM is a big kite target. Or rather, here it really kites the Ursa. Without her, you're a whole lot weaker as well.
Big glyph, and again, I don't think Malaysia need to back all the way off.
They have double roar.
Pushing this creep wave, and yeah, like you said, they've got double roar.
There's
Blink
one.
in, Primal Roar, that's getting used. They're going to use that Remnant to move forward. There is the Refresher. The Sharpshooter is going to be off the mark. The Primal Roar used again for Skill A. He does have buyback. Maybe not the target that they would have wanted, but they're going for the Tier 3 tower. They've got that, and the mid-set of racks is now open. So Gleipnir comes through, Acorn shot, Bushwhack, pulling him back. Shackle shot connects. They go for the damage onto the Ursa. For Staff, and now he's also got himself that jump with the Earth Shock to get onto the low ground. He gets away from the side of the Radiant. They bought back on Skill A.
And they didn't even use anything. They still have Overgrowth. Raw's up in 20. If they wanted to, they could really stick around still and fight again. I don't think the Radiant has at all what it takes to fight them.
No, I agree.
Like, these fights, they don't even look like fights. They just look like one-sided beatings. That's pretty much what I alluded to 10 minutes ago. Yeah, the gold lead was only like 3k, but it's just impossible for Radiant to fight. Absolutely impossible. Too tanky on every hero on the Dire. Even the damn Hoodwink has
agreed.
2k health and the Ghost Scepter. Like, TA Wind Raider combo is just not... It's just not a thing.
Radiant are scanning.
So in a pretty interesting twist of fate, the next match is actually going to be all deciding. Myanmar versus Philippines.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Zorain.
Yep. Nowhere for Zarain to go. Stuck inside his own Skill A shards. They've got a vacuum on a 3 with the Overgrowth being used. CDR is low. He might die, but can they clean up with the rest? They're going to look to do so. They get the kill in the hall. That's going to be 3 heroes dead without buyback. They end up losing themselves the Tree Protector, but the BKB's been used by Wonder Boy. They'll go after Young PH. They've got themselves a 4th. He does have buyback. However, it is a tough hold. This is really going to be tough for them to hold out on, but they got the TA buyback, and Roche is a short one. 7 seconds, and it's up.
Very conservative gameplay by Diane. I feel like they could still go. But Roche just around the corner. The Ursa is dead. It's okay to be a little bit conservative. Wait for the next Roche. It's going to be the triple.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
24,000 net worth lead. If Myanmar can lose a 24,000 net worth lead previously, can they bring one back from that deficit? It's going to be so tough. "40 minutes in, though. Ursa back up in 15.
I admire that they want to stay into the game. Maybe have some sort of miracle defense, but I really cannot see literally a single way how they win a fight, especially around the Roche pit. And then once they have Roshan, I don't see a way to actually fight against Aegis.
Right.
Refresher shot as well.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
We're looking at potentially... Honestly, I would probably give that to Ember Spirit. Max Remnants, double BKB. Yeah. Yeah. Very scary. Good luck, have fun.
They hear Roche being done, but there's nothing they can do about it. Not one thing they can do about it.
Yeah, it's a very tough situation to be in. I'm sure they've also known for a long time how far behind they actually are. His Beastmaster is so insanely farmed, man.
Level 25.
How does he have 30k net worth?
Been top of the net worth for a while. Drums of Slum may, be doing that.
Drums of Slum are pretty ridiculous, yeah. And I don't know how many agents he farmed this game. Probably more than Ursa.
So pushing mid. Smoking up and Sentry looking to go through the top end of the rest of the team. They've got the scan, and that's on the Windrunner, but now they're out of the scan. Zhao Yu was looking, had the right idea, but don't find anybody. This wave is nowhere nearby.
Well, it's really all the Raiden can do at this point.
But
cut waves, hope to delay to a point where maybe you get 2 more items on both TA and Wind Ranger, so you can actually burst heroes down. Because it's really all you can do at this point. You have no damage. TA, what can you even build for my damage though? No clue. Swift Blink maybe, but she's pretty much maxed out. Wind Ranger got 1 slot left. I don't know how they're gonna even defend this push.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
That was a little unnecessary, but
BKB, and they're gonna go. Windrunner at the, in the meantime is trying to cut the creep wave, but not really doing anything. They've got the vacuum into the wall, but is it gonna do anything for them? Sharpshooter and the blink in with the air shock to get the kill in the hall, who's got buyback. But he used his kit. They're trying to really finish off the Windrunner, and they've got the Primal Roar. I don't think that he gets away, and he doesn't. So KSH is dead. He's got buyback there, too. Going to be forced to use it. Skill A is not going to be so fortunate to have his own. This tier 3 tower is starting to get low. Another Earth Shock from CDR. He's holding on this Aegis. Remnant right onto these heroes. CDR alive with 250 health. Treant on the back line looking to just stop these blinks and watch this initiation.
Mega creeps it is. One last glyph. What are they going to try to do?
Radiant's bottom
What can they do?
Not too sure.
Oh yeah, Raw also only has 30 seconds cooldown now with the talent, by the way. It's very cool.
Yep.
Why not? The Trump is going ham. Boom, 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 boom.
Vacuum wall once again. Damage though on the Haw. He bought back. Remnant over. Has the Lotus Door. Bottom of the BKB, but the Sharpshooter gets the kill. They go to the Overgrowth. They've got the control. The Treant might die, but they'll get the rest. They'll take out Skille and Zarain. BKB is going to run out eventually on Young PH. They take out Zhao Yu. He's got buyback, and they did buyback here on Zarain. Right click's coming out for the TA. Wonderboy slight and dead. Surprisingly so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure why they needed to go to the fountain there, you know? If they really wanted to play it safe. Oh, Ursa, he has Aegis still. BKB out. Punch? No, that's dead. But now you defend against Mega Creeps. You don't have great heroes against Mega Creeps, only TA really.
Yeah, Windrunner 2, right? You've got the Maelstrom.
Yeah. It's not like you have a good cleave or anything. They really only managed to kill them, by the way, because they decided to go to the fountain.
Yeah.
Which... a little bit cocky again. But on paper, there shouldn't really be anything they can do.
has fallen.
Especially now, living armor giving 18 armor. Double plate mail,
Dire's
basically.
middle tower is under
Such a big deal. They're going in.
Strike connects.
Okay.
Windrunner, snowball, save, sharpshooter, hits, dead.
That damage, dude. Jesus.
Divine Rapier for the TA, by the way.
Doesn't matter much if your Wind Ranger's dead.
We'll have
Rapier's
to try
up.
and hold.
But one raw on her and she's dead. And you wanna know something, B-Cup? They have two of them. But now they have one of them.
And down goes Zarain.
Don't worry, they have two again in 20 seconds.
Yeesh. TA
Radiant's middle tower.
Invis
happening.
looking to pop somebody.
There's no
Right
damage,
clicks
man.
in on a Zhao Yu. Not the damage you were expecting when you've got yourself a Divine Rapier. The blink away with the BKB being popped here by the TA. They'll focus their attention onto this tier 4. They throw that E-Blade on to Young PH. Sharpshooter in. GG is called. Divine Rapier on the deck, and that's going to be the game for Malaysia, which will in turn eliminate Thailand.
And guarantee their qualification. They're 3-0
Yes.
now, and nobody can really reach them anymore because they beat both Myanmar and the Philippines head-to-head.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, the next match that we're going to have, Myanmar versus the Philippines, is going to decide the second spot.
Yeah.
So,
We
Cambodia
might have
out,
to
Thailand
play
out,
again.
Malaysia. Who are they playing last? Thailand, right?
Malaysia's playing Thailand, yes,
Yeah,
who
so
are
there isn't really
technically
a whole lot
out
at
now.
stake there. See how hard Malaysia wants to try, or maybe they want to give their Thai buddies.
Well,
a little bit of an
would be
easy
for
one.
seeding. So it
True.
would be for
Yeah,
seeding, can be a
first
little bit
spot is-
important,
Yeah, you're right.
but who knows? We've got highlights ready for you, so we can take a look at that. As it was a relatively one-sided game,
Yeah,
despite the length of the
unfortunately.
game.
Wind Ranger gets there first.
But the entire time, it felt like it was Malaysia's victory to lose.
That's kind of what we expected post-draft, unfortunately. Like, I don't know what this Wind Ranger carry was about, what they thought it would accomplish, but they didn't win the lane as they wanted to, I'm sure. Mid lane lost to Ember as well. Yeah, it really just didn't go the way they envisioned at all, I'm assuming. But again,
Beastmaster
I
first
told
pick
you
gets
yesterday,
got to
right?
do whatever he wanted.
Just simple Dota. That's not simple Dota at all.
Right. I mean, it's simple, in fact, from, at least in my eyes, from the side of Malaysia.
It's so simple from Malaysia. So simple from Malaysia. Beastmaster jumps in with living armor. He tanks everything. You have Ursa to tank as well. Backline damage. You have everything you need. And it's not like you have massive amounts of skill shots. But I like the draft. I like the execution. And surprisingly, they are probably guaranteed as well already, right? That they're the #1 seed, no matter who qualifies.
Because they've beaten both, yes.
Yeah, so they're already guaranteed the #1 seed, actually. Which I thought they were my third strongest team here in the qualifier. But apparently not. Apparently they are the strongest team. Can you also make changes down the road if you wanted to?
For the rosters, I mean, I think so, considering we've seen it before.
Because that could mean that Malaysia actually wants to field their powerhouse team.
During TI, I mean, you do have guys like Ghost who could go.
So
you have
X-Nova qualified, right?
yes. And so did JT.
And nothing to say as well.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah, because that's basically IG,
Correct.
is the Malaysia squad. So, it really is just a lot of good play here from Malaysia.
Yeah.
I think that this highlight in particular is probably their, quote, worst play. Worst
Diving fountain,
play.
yeah. No need to do that, but, allow yourself some fun. Why not? Rightful champion of this qualifier. We'll see them back in Chengdu.
Right.
We'll see what they can do there. We'll see if the roster stays the same, or we'll see if they try to make some upgrades here and there.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they make any upgrades, and it's going to be interesting to see who now joins them going to the Asian finals, because they're technically not at the main event just yet. It just gets them to the Asian Championship that's later down the line, and it's, who are they going to see is the real question.
Now, who do you think now, after seeing Philippines and Myanmar? Myanmar twice?
I would say probably the Philippines, truthfully.
Yeah. Myanmar? Oh, it's a tough call. I just think their draft this game was not great. Probably if they get a better draft. It's a tough call, honestly. The Philippines are really strong too. It's basically a full squad versus a full squad.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. It's two full squads that have played together. So
it must be disappointing to lose to Malaysia, no? Who's basically just a jumbled stack.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably not the best in terms of who you've lost to overall.
Yeah.
But what can you do?
Life goes on.
Yeah. And now all you can do is just win. And that's it. Right?
That's always the easiest. Just win, don't lose. Well, Malaysia doesn't have to win anymore because we already said they are top 1 no matter what happens.
Yeah.
Time to first pick some punches. Have some fun.
I mean, they looked good. They looked solid. Their game goes easy, 39-20. Beastmaster, I think you're right. We're going to see this hero banned probably more. Although that being said, I think a lot of teams are going to want to play it.
Yeah, it looked really good. I don't know if it just looked good because they failed to control it and counter it, or if it actually really just that good. Because the reason why Beastmaster was so good to begin with is his axes make it almost impossible to have a bad lane. And then even if you do have a somewhat bad lane, you just stack those ancients and farm them. No problem.
Yeah. And he didn't even need the stacks. His lane was pretty open, surprisingly, and played aggressive with, the partner that they had. They got a couple of good kills, but just with the amount of space that he was given with how quickly he farmed on this, Like Zhao Yu did a lot, and I was impressed. And I guess out of everybody here, you know, Zhao Yu did play with Vici. Like, he had that time with eHome. He's had some pretty top tier experiences with TNC as well. It's not too surprising that we see the success, right?
Yeah, he has always been a very strong player. I think his biggest issue is, personally, that he has very high highs and very low lows. He's not a very consistent player.
Yeah.
And I think if you want to be at the top in anything, really, you need that consistency. Because usually tournaments, they span over multiple days. You're not allowed to have a massive off day.
Yeah, for sure. And we do have ourselves an interview now with Lloyd ready to go, so we could be talking to him. And hey, Lloyd, how are you? Congratulations on the win. And I believe, if I've done my math correctly, you guys are also going to the Asian Championship Finals. So congrats on that as well. How are you feeling?
Yeah. Feeling great. Finally qualified. I guess we can just relax for the last game, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. You guys gonna pull out anything different in terms of a draft for the last game if you guys can just relax?
Not sure. But we will just maybe just still play, you know. We still want to win, you know. We want to get the perfect score if we can.
Yeah. So coming into this game, it did feel like this was a bit of a decider game for you guys and getting to that finals. What was the mindset with seeing how Myanmar had played previously? What was the big talk coming into this one?
Because I kind of like watched how they play yesterday, and I kind of know them pretty well because in my actual team we actually play them a lot, and I kind of know like their draft as well. So I think we kind of like prepare very well against them as well. So yeah, good for us, I think.
Yeah. Were you surprised with them allowing the Beastmaster first pick and then really not punishing it at all? It felt like that was the most free Beastmaster game I've ever seen.
Do I expect it? I don't think so, because we actually don't play it that much. But we expect them to like first ban the Marcy. You know, we actually like wanted to play the Marcy bomb, but they didn't actually ban the Marcy. But we still decide to go to Beast because we kind of know they are actually a Beastmaster team as well.
Right.
So we kind of like steal it, you know.
Right. You have any questions, Black?
Well, I just wanted to know why you decided to first pick the Beastmaster. Is it really just because they like it as well? Or were you really comfortable with it? Because Xiao Yu, man, his net worth, his entire game, he was top 1 net worth pretty much. He had a super good game.
I mean, to be honest, this hero is just busted right now. I can't say anything else. Yeah, okay, it's just so stupid. You lose the lane so hard. You still like, you just farm everything. You know, you just farm the stack, and your network is fly to the top again.
Right. No, it makes sense. We saw it. So you played really, really well in that, and his itemization was also interesting. But yeah, congratulations from my side as well. We'll see you back in Chengdu.
Yep. Thank you.
Have a good one. We'll see you.
Yep.
We'll see you later.
You guys as well. Yep. See you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, taking a look at this end screen here, and we've got ourselves, pretty much, like you said, Beastmaster, 11-3 and 18. Easy time for Malaysia.
Almost the highest
game
damage
for them.
Highest net worth, highest XPM. I mean, was he really the offlane in this game is the real question.
Right. He felt like the carry.
I like it though. I like his honesty, because I also believe that Beastmaster is actually very busted. We saw it yesterday too with the Overlord build, and even that looked insanely strong. So
right.
Yeah. We'll see if we see it. If we see to hear more first phase, if we see it banned more, it's picked more.
And winner Malaysia on our screen. Yeah, I mean,
right.
he sounded very happy with the performance.
Yeah, and truth be told, I wish we had like a a little bit more time in the interview because I had a couple of questions in regards to how they felt going up against full squads, how they assembled their team, you know, are they all good friends and stuff like that. But maybe we'll get to ask them in person.
Yeah, definitely a possibility as we might be able to ask them in person. So, you know, in the next match will be Myanmar and the Philippines, and this is going to be a decider match.
Do or die for both of them.
Yeah. I mean, this is it. This is the decider. This is what you've got coming up. And I mean, this, to me, if I had to think about it, feels like it favors the Philippines a little bit. I just think that Myanmar have played a little bit too mistake heavy. And I would say they're not hitting their timings that well.
That's true. But again, when you pick a lineup that's so flimsy and unorthodox, maybe they didn't even know their proper timings, you know?
Right.
Because what was the timing? Maelstrom Windranger, Gleipnir Windranger. Even now, as an observer, when I'm casting the game, I'm not entirely sure what timings they were hoping for. Because they picked up the Deso, then they tried to smoke up, and immediately got crushed. Like a 4-1 team fight. They get free Roche, and the game from there on out is pretty much over. Like, what timings do you have from there? You know, like, it doesn't matter. They don't exist. BKB TA didn't matter. Gets raw. It's just too easy. It was too easy for Malaysia.
Yeah, so they're going to have to clean it up, and we'll see if they can going into the next match after a short break. So we'll see you guys in just a moment. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We are back with some more Asia qualifiers here for Iesf. We have just seen Myanmar lose to Malaysia, and now this is the new decider matchup, as we've got ourselves Myanmar again against the Philippines. And Myanmar, they're coming off a pretty difficult loss, and now they have to be able to regroup, and they have to be able to find themselves capable enough to win the next game, because this one is the most important one, as big as it gets. And you're going up against the Philippines, aka Execration.
AKA Execration, AKA I still think in the entire qualifier, probably the best team. Yeah, Malaysia beat them one game, but in a BO3, I think Philippines would have won. Personally, so I think it's going to be tough for Myanmar. They have a very high ceiling as well, of course, but it will highly depend on their draft. And their drafting overall feels a little bit worse than the Philippines did. So it's a tough hill to climb, but as you said, just do or die. They lose, they're out. Winner goes to China.
Yep. So let's take a look at the Myanmar roster one more time for us, as this will be the last time we see these teams, as this is the last matchup of the qualifiers. But it's KSH, Young, PH, Ha, Skille, and Zaw Rain, and it's a solid group from what we've seen.
Solid group, 100%. They all have the individual skill they need to win this game. But again, it will come down to the draft, it will come down to the mindset. Are they in any way negatively affected from the loss just now? Because it's a pretty tough loss to swallow, honestly. I feel like they were pretty helpless starting from around minute 20 plus already. So slow losses like this feel really terrible. When you just see it coming a mile away and you just can't do anything to stop it.
Yeah, and it's tough because you don't want to just call the GG and put the pressure on this game, right? You want to try and win that game. You want to try and just secure yourself into it. And unfortunately, they can't do that. And they're going up against the Philippines. Let's take a look at their roster as well, as they've got themselves not by the names that they are on Execration, but it is Abat, Lewis, Tino, Shanks, and CML for this Filipino roster.
Yeah, very interesting names they chose here for the official qualifiers. Probably has to do with the real.
Well, it's all their last names. It's just their last names. Yeah.
Delos, Santos. It's pretty epic, actually.
Yeah. It is their last names, though, and it's a solid squad. I mean, I like Execration. I think that they had quite a good run recently. They qualify for Elite League. They look great. They're hot right now. Granted, the last time I hyped them up like this, they lost
to Malaysia.
Yeah.
Who isn't even a full squad. It's still so surreal that teams that practice together for so long lose to a stack that was put together just for the qualifier.
Right.
Obviously, not to bash anyone in Malaysia. I think they're all fantastic players, obviously, otherwise they wouldn't have won. But it must sting for both these teams to lose to Malaysia like that. They know they should have the edge. They know they should have better team symmetry, synergy, and just strategizing as a whole. Well, now it's Team Yangon Galacticos versus Execration. Might as well be any other qualifier, But now putting it on the national pride line is probably even a little bit more pressure.
Yeah.
In a fun way.
For sure. I mean, it should really be. You've got a lot here in terms of chemistry. This should be the best game we've seen.
Yeah. On paper, definitely should be. Again, I don't know what happened, but my top two teams in the qualifier, still those two. BO1s are BO1s. You can't put too much stock into them, personally. I believe that. So this game should be epic. Hopefully we have a good one. Hopefully we have a very even draft as well. I don't want this game to be lost or won in the draft. It would be a shame.
Yeah, I agree.
But we'll see how it goes. Myanmar definitely the underdog in terms of drafting, in my opinion. When it comes to pure play style, they're going to be the more aggressive team, whereas the Philippines is usually more reactive, more late game oriented. Like Abad really likes to farm into the late game, where KSH likes this more early, mid game active carries. So we'll see how they match up against each other. Should be a fun match.
Definitely should be a fun matchup. So we'll have to see how that ends up going, and we'll find out as it's close to game time. We should be launching the lobby soon. There was, I will say, a little bit of just a little bit of lag problems with Myanmar. I know they had a couple of pauses.
No, there was Malaysia actually.
Yeah. Well, I think both teams had a little bit of lag, one of which disconnected. We'll see if it misstained. Yeah.
But if it's both teams, it's usually a server then, right?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Dota servers sometimes, of course, have a reputation of being a little unstable. Sometimes you also get really unlucky and the server just breaks halfway through the game. Do we have a save function in Dota actually? I never really...
We have... I'm pretty sure we had one, but I'm pretty sure there are ways to get games back these days. It's just very
complicated.
Tough. Yes.
Dota 1 was so easy. Like every 5 minutes, save. The ad would just be like save now.
Yeah.
And if you're unlucky, they save in the middle of a team fight, and you're like, well, yeah.
What can you do? Well, we'll see. And if you had to give percentages between these two teams, what would you pick?
60-40 Philippines.
60-40. All right. I was thinking about the same numbers. 60-40, 65-35, just about. Wouldn't be shocked with it being close either. We're
probably also a bit biased though, because we just saw Myanmar get bashed pretty badly, whereas the Philippines' loss is a little bit more distant in the memory, and they put up a much better fight as well.
Right. I don't know if it would be as much bias or as much as I've just seen the recent results from Execration, and they've been good, where they've qualified for Elite League. They won the RES regional series for SEA. Truthfully, they should come in hot. But again, last time I said that, it didn't end up happening.
No, not at all. I wonder whether, like, how seriously they actually took that loss too. Because obviously they want to qualify, and one more loss means you're not going. Does it mean they're just setting a new gear now, putting on a new gear, or what happened? Did they have a coach as well? See how much they prepared for this game in particular. See how much you can prepare for Myanmar, because their draft last game at least was all over the place.
Right.
See that first pick Beastmaster or first ban Beastmaster maybe.
So we'll have to see when they enter the draft what we get from this. If we see that Beastmaster again, it felt like Malaysia kind of knew what Myanmar wanted in terms of a draft and in terms of what they were trying to get out of it. And they said they stole that Beastmaster away. And I wonder if, seeing that, if you're the Philippines, are you ready to do the same?
Or do you just ban it? I'm sure they're more than capable of playing Beastmaster as well. But currently in the meta, I don't think it's picked nearly as much as how broken he made it sound.
Right.
The hero is broken. No matter what you do, you can't stop him. If that's really the case, we should be seeing it a lot more soon. Also, Collapse said Broodmother is SSS tier offlane.
Right.
And then the next tier was A tier, I think.
It tends to happen.
I really want to see Broodmother. Like, everyone is hyping it up so much. Every time I see it, yeah, it's not terrible, but it's not, an auto win.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Definitely not an auto win, but can feel like it.
Also interesting that both teams take bonus time in the banning stage.
Yeah, taking a lot of time.
Because generally the first, well, at least the bans are very set in stone for most teams.
Right.
And then whatever's open, then of course makes a little bit of a difference in the first picks.
Right.
Radiant team ban.
But Dragon Knight, Storm Tier, and Tiny. It makes sense. Myanmar likes all these heroes. They're very aggressive.
10 seconds.
They banned the Monkey King so early. Wow.
5 seconds remaining.
Does this seem like either team's gonna want Beastmaster to start? Like, have Myanmar lost to this Beastmaster and they're gonna want to pick it up in the first phase?
I mean, they have the first pick. They could potentially do that. Let's see how much stock they put into the hero now after they played against us last game. And it did so much against them. That's the thing also. When you lose and you play another match straight away, like your entire perception of how strong and weak heroes are changes completely.
Yeah.
You know, like they probably lost complete faith in a Wind Ranger carry now, which is good. Don't pick that. It's awful. It looked awful, at least.
Yeah, it got first blood, but other than that, wasn't great.
Dude, that's a lot of time to
Radiant
put in the first ban like that.
Dire team pick.
Phoenix, all right.
I mean, Beastmaster with the new facet is amazing against Phoenix. If they want the Beast, I think there's a pretty good chance to just snag it.
I think
Wait, let me just reread the facet real quick so I don't.
10 seconds remaining.
I think if
understand.
you
If you activate
5
in a
seconds
Beast, you
remaining.
get bonus attack speed 50. Is that on top of the aura? Or. Yeah. Fury of Beastmaster and the unity control.
Radiant
Oh, but it's just.
Yep.
Oh, so it's just his own attack speed goes up by 50. Which isn't terrible. Oh, they picked actually the Beastmaster straight away.
it's no surprise, truthfully.
No, it makes sense against Phoenix especially. Well, now, you know, that is way more interesting that we actually really see the Beast being picked
10
first
seconds remaining.
consecutively.
Right.
Radiant team ban.
Makes you also wonder, did the Philippines watch that match and be like, well, that hero is pretty strong. We should pick it.
Right. Yeah, it definitely could be a little bit of that, and they banned the Snapfire. They're trying to get rid of things that are going to take out this
10
egg.
seconds remaining.
Phoenix
5
first pick, though.
seconds
That's,
remaining.
I know it's a strong hero, but is it that strong?
Dire team ban.
Clockwork. Okay. The thing is, you can't really ban all supports that go well with Beastmaster because there's so many of them.
Right.
Wing, Rubik, Skywrath, who we unfortunately never see. I love Skywrath.
10 seconds remaining.
Dark Willow,
5
of course.
seconds remaining.
Dark Willow Beast is scary together.
Yeah, it is a really good combo. Certainly. And we'll see.
I'm still surprised we
I
don't
mean-
see any Medusas. I want to see more
Yeah.
Medusas. Give me that hero. It's not weak at all. Mystic Snakes returning to Medusa. Empower her next 3 attacks.
Dire team
Plus
pick.
1 additional damage for each 6 mana restored. That's a lot of damage. Sometimes you gain like 1200 mana. That would be like 200 damage.
I'm surprised they banned the
10
Ursa.
seconds remaining.
I feel like the Ursa would be a good egg hitter.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but Ursa is also very, very powerful against Beastmaster.
Radiant team pick.
But you get that axe and then you have to free the spell. Witch Doctor. Okay, look at it go. Now we will see how much the nerf actually means.
It still feels strong, but
10 seconds remaining.
I guess
5 seconds remaining.
it's still viable, and I've been seeing a little bit of different facet being taken, the cask one instead.
Really?
Yeah.
Radiant team.
Truth be told, I've never seen that one. I don't even know what it does. Let's check. Witch Doctor. Oh, there's another one with the wards. Present cast is more damage with each bounce. 30 damage bonus per bounce.
Yeah.
Okay.
10
Mars,
seconds
finally. We've been asking for it for a long time. Mars Phoenix combo is back.
5 seconds remaining.
It's pretty good against Witch Doctor too, because it blocks the ward attacks.
Mm-hmm.
This is good Dota. This is a good draft. I like that for Myanmar already. Keep it simple. No need to go crazy at all. They usually do 5 Phoenix, I think. So a nice 4 for them would be something like a Ruby could be really nice against Beastmaster. Lots of nice spells to steal from Witch Doctor as well.
Dire team pick.
Okay.
Crystal Maiden.
So it's a 4 Phoenix as of now.
Yeah.
Although I don't know about that actually. They might throw the Crystal Maiden with the Mars.
They probably wanted us to counter the Beastmaster though, so the board doesn't annoy them so much.
10 seconds
True.
remaining.
I'm just gonna say it again. Medusa looks
5 seconds.
super amazing for Myanmar. With Phoenix and Mars, your team fight is gonna be incredibly strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that as well.
No, Medusa isn't even nearly as slow as she used to. I don't know why teams are so adverse against picking her.
Dire team pick.
Ember Spirit.
And
When they go
Blue-
Ember,
Yeah.
it feels like Myanmar might lose to the same draft or a similar draft.
Well, Ursa's banned, so that can't happen, luckily.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
There aren't actually that many great carries left.
5 seconds remaining.
Or like carries that do pick like all the time. So they go for the Rubik, take it for themselves. Good. Lane with Beastmaster, of course. They're gonna leave the carry for last.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what they end up doing there.
Radiant
Lifestealer, the favorite. Oh, throw Warlock. Okay. So the Beastmaster should be suffering quite a bit.
Yeah.
Maiden Troll is very strong.
The Rubik here, though, feels very strong in terms of like getting Spear and having any Crystal Maiden spells.
10
Yeah,
seconds
CM spells
remaining.
especially. Honestly, though, if you ever give away any spell on Mars other than Bulwark, like it's just not allowed. At this
Right.
current age of Dota, 2024, you gotta just press Bulwark after every spell you can. Like it has to be in your muscle memory.
Right.
It's like the same when I see, well, not anymore. The same when I saw back with the old Medusa when they gave away Snake or Stone Gaze. Well, I guess you can still do a split shot actually, so it's the
10
same thing.
seconds remaining.
Can't give those away for free.
Radiant team.
Yeah.
Makes Rubik absolutely useless. Phoenix Sunray on Rubik, by the way, is also so ridiculously strong.
Wonder what these last picks are going to draw up to be.
10 seconds.
Going through these bands, I would say a little bit quicker than what we've seen previously.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Alright, now there's really a ton of carries banned. And Myanmar needs their mid. It's a
Jug
tough mid pick now.
is Jug still a viable option?
Not into troll, I think.
10 seconds remaining.
I personally, as I said, like Medusa a lot,
5 seconds
or
remaining.
MK
Right.
for the Philippines. They say MK.
Dire team
I didn't mean MK. I was looking at it here. Terrorblade, yeah.
Okay, and we got Meepo.
Oh, last Meepo mid. Okay. Now, that's spicy. And it's pretty much a do or die all in sort of hero pick. I like it a lot. Now, the last pick carry. Most carries aren't that good against Meepo. You could pick like a Sven maybe.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm wondering if they have the strength to get through a Meepo.
Well, if they pick a Sven now, I think it could be very good for them. But the hero has been nerfed a lot too. I mean, truth be told, Medusa sounds still good.
Right. Is the Medusa too slow, though, for what they want?
She's not really that slow anymore, is the thing. Because she's an amazing laner. Should always have a good lane, pretty much. And she's not really afraid of anything. She's good against Phoenix. A little bit annoying against Mars, perhaps.
Right.
It's a tough pick. They have a lot of bases to cover. Marcy?
Now select your hero.
I don't hate it.
Neither do I. It's a very interesting pickup.
I'm never a real hater of the Marcy, truthfully.
They had very little time left, though. So I hope it's really what they wanted. Or something they were just like, okay, well, we're running out of time anyway. Let's do it.
And the Marcy can get active pretty early, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's see. And it is a Bat Marcy. It feels strong to me. I think it's a good pick.
As do I.
But I don't know if it's gonna rip through, say, the Meepo. Especially if the Meepo gets a lot of farm to start off.
Yeah, there's a bunch of issues. You also have a troll to deal with. Marcy, if you get the mischance on her, that's a problem, of course, until you get your BKB.
Right.
I mean, CM is good at kiting her. It's going to be a lot about outplaying. It's going to be a lot about the laning phase. Because I don't think... Actually, Witch Doctor Marcy sounds like an incredibly strong lane. It should be pretty free for her.
It sounds like a running U lane, because if you've got the Voodoo Festeration, which you do, it's just Blood Grenade, Rebound, Dispose, and you're dead with Voodoo Festeration.
Yeah. I think both off lanes in this game are going to suffer a lot.
Yeah.
CM Troll is also a ridiculously stupid lane. Double slow, Frostbite, maybe even a root if you're lucky.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be tough. I think if you're the side of Myanmar, your lanes have to go well, and they didn't go well last time.
Yeah, Meepo, though, is pretty simple against Ember Spirit. It's not a hard lane at all, so he should be free farming. There's also kill threat on the Ember, because once you get a double net, maybe with a rotation, could potentially be something they're looking for. But yeah, in theory, it should go each team wins one lane, mid lane goes even, and then from there, we just have to see how the game develops.
Right.
But if for some reason one of the off lanes does really well, it could really skew the momentum and the balance of the game into the wrong direction.
Marcy only needs like 1 or 2 items to kind of get going, because it's what is Marcy still armlet BKB in the one position, or you go back? I know some go Battle Furies as well.
I think it really depends on the player. As you said, the more greedy players will go for the Battle Fury. People that want to fight more, armlet BKB is definitely the choice. You could even go like BKB straight and then into a Basher. I've seen that. Just because Unleash adds so much damage.
Right. Yeah, the Unleash is pretty ridiculous. It's also an egg hitter.
Also, the fact that you just get 30% bonus damage for free and 30% lifesteal for free is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely ridiculous.
Like 30% is no joke. Especially on a university hero. Looking for a kill, but not gonna find any.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they're trying for here. Or what they're going to be able to get at all, right?
You know what I realized, Myanmar, whenever they're Radiant, they do the same sort of level 1 movement.
The battle begins.
Young PH died here yesterday, too. Even though they ended up winning that game, he died exactly there.
Right.
Greece, what do you think about the Witch Doctor in it?
The Grigri?
Yeah.
I think it's good. I like it.
It feels very underwhelming, though.
You think so?
Yeah, like
I don't.
I saw this game in a 40-minute game. It was like 1,300 gold or something. It was so low.
I think it's all right. I don't truthfully think it's that bad.
I don't know. I feel like it's missing a little bit of something to make it super good.
What do you think it's missing?
You want that.
Well, the problem is it only puts unreliable gold in there, right?
Right.
So you're basically not allowed to spend your money before you die, which is very counterintuitive.
I guess so. I mean, it's. I think it's fine. I like it. You can get a good amount of gold on it, and it's always a good investment to just hold on to. At least in my opinion. Oy. Yeah, like I said, Voodoo Festoration's kind of rough, especially when they get Rebound and Dispose ready to go.
Which is now online.
Yeah. Could see them get an early kill. He's got an extra mango. He just needs the health. You can't run at people too efficiently when you don't exactly have the health to do so. And that's the thing that's going to be tough, right?
Oh!
As they lose the Witch Doctor. Like I said, you have to get strong enough. Can't really be running in like that.
First pack goes the other way. Not what I expected to happen up there.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I mean, Phoenix is pretty good against his right clickers too, right? Obviously, got so much attack speed slow. So you have to respect that.
You have to respect it. I think you also just have to position yourself in a better way. If you're going to make a move like that. I don't think you can just be running at heroes without the extra bit of control and survivability.
You're very right with that. But next
It'll
time
be
they'll have
interesting to
the
see what
melt
young
as well.
It'll be interesting to see what young PH is able to accomplish. Like, how's this matchup between Ember and Meepo?
It's really just a 5-5, both just farm. It's
Right.
always like that with Meepo though. Like, the higher his levels go, the more comfortable he gets. And it also depends on whether the Meepo player wants to focus more on dominating lane with levels or farming jungle with levels. Or there's a Meepo going top right now, actually. So already looking for a rotation, potentially. They saw it with the ward, though.
Yeah, they shouldn't be able
Lewis.
to get
He's
caught.
getting beaten up.
Ooh. Man. Getting rough. And now Maledict, it's on a Haw, but it's a rebound out and some damage being done with the Voodoo Festoration on the Haw. But he will survive that last tick on the Maledict, not doing nearly enough damage to stop him. So
Marcy doing a lot worse than the counterpart on the troll.
Yeah. Marcy not really getting everything they thought they'd get out of this lane, I would say. At all. Like, it's a bit surprising at the lack of achievements coming from them, right?
Mm-hmm. On the last pick, this Marcy, they definitely thought they would be crushing this lane, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be picking it like that.
Agreed. Agreed. So things very quiet early on, but a 1,000 net worth lead overall for the side of Myanmar at this point. Gotta figure out what you can get done, right?
Yeah,
But-
it's definitely not what you have been looking for.
Not at all.
Meep rotation towards the bottom. That might be that Rubik.
It might be. But the Meepo already here. Telekinesis and the axe is thrown. Not enough damage to get helped out. And they will lose Shanks. So, Shanks dying here. And again, just not a lot in terms of an escape. Which feels pretty bad.
I also wonder how much I expected this Meepo, if at all.
Right.
They have good heroes to deal with it. Or, well, not good, but decent heroes to deal with it. But we have seen Meepo take over games many, many times.
Yeah, you go off to a good start, you're going to be taking over the game very quickly. And not
Mega Meepo eventually.
Yeah, and not be stopped.
Mega Meepo is always scary against lineups that have a lot of single target costs. Once you turn Mega Meepo, you're mega tanky too.
Yeah.
Looking for a Witch Doctor? Nah, I don't want to dive that deep.
So really just trying to figure out anything they can get on the board here for the side of Execration, aka the Philippines, because they've got nothing so far. Which is a bit rough.
It's looking like the Mars is going for a Gleipnir. Well, that's what's in the quick buy right now, at least.
Right.
Can't say I've seen that a lot. Oh, a huge rotation top.
Yeah, they want this Marcy, and they've got the control. They'll get the kill. Starting to feel like Philippines might have just gotten Marcy or Meepo'd. Sorry. Feels like a huge possibility that they've been Meepo'd.
Well, it's not over yet. Lots of Dota still to be played, but definitely Marcy is one of those heroes where if you lose lane early, you don't have the best way back into the game.
That's
You're
definitely
supposed to
true.
win lane.
And again, they're going to try and use this Voodoo Festoration. They do more damage this time on Aha. Level 2 on the Voodoo Festoration and level 2 on the Maledict. They do get the kill. They'll lose Shank's bottom. Now Skill A. Well, that rebound wasn't good enough, and they end up losing Shanks and CML in this. Just another situation where they find themselves giving up a little bit more than they probably wanted to, right?
Yeah. Meepo is stealing an ancient stack. Pretty sneaky. Nice region rune.
What's the way back here for them? Because they're not down by much, but it is frustrating, I would say, for the Philippines with where they're at the moment.
Well, that kill on the Meepo would be good.
Definitely true is
Oh, it's a huge
they're
egg.
gonna lose the Meepo. Good Supernova. Shanks ends up dead. CML falls. And I mean, that Supernova is pretty solid when you're getting 2 kills on the supports, but they lose the Meepo, and that's the biggest point. As now Troll rebounded, stunned, but the Frostbite onto the Marcy, the Unleashed is not going to matter. They get themselves the Wild Axes for the kill into KSH, but if you get the kill there and you don't lose a bat, that feels way better. Yeah, you're killing Zarain. The net worth starts falling back even, but overall, I mean, it could have been so much better. Now they kill Skill A. I think overall now you're happy as the Philippines, right?
Yeah, your levels are definitely very high now. Because supports with quite a bit of kills. But as you said, the Marcy's death was a little bit unnecessary even. It doesn't feel like he's 100% comfortable, you know? He just kind of ran into a troll.
Dire's top
Who
tower
they should have known that he still has ultimate because he hasn't used it.
Right.
I mean, the troll is very rich.
Were
That's a
they
big
trying to
problem.
just hope that the unleashed damage was overwhelming enough? Because
But how do you overwhelm something that can't die?
tower is under
Like,
attack.
literally, you can't kill him. We're looking for Mars again. This time they have a ward. Oh, it's a lot of damage. There's a lot of damage.
oh, good dispose back in, and eventually the Maledict should take care of this, right?
Yeah, he's out.
Yeah. So one more
Lotus,
Maledict
maybe?
tick and he should die.
Ooh.
Oh, it was close.
Dire are scanning.
Lotus OP.
They didn't get him. Yep. Very close, and that was only a level 2 Maledict though.
He's still there.
And Voodoo Festoration, no cask, but another Maledict. And it doesn't look as though Mars is going to die this time either.
How's our Meepo looking? All right, so Blink Dagger is done. Early Blink means he wants to be very active. Can be very risky too. Because if you die early with Meepo, ooh, as I say that, he's in trouble. No.
If they get a back-to-back kill on the Meepo, if they can slow down the Meepo from his progression, I think they'll be in a good spot.
Yeah, he has Axe Crit up next. That's really his big power spike.
Yeah.
But again, Beastmaster, man,
Radiant's bottom
he had a rough lane,
is under attack.
net worth wise.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's still close to net worth. Ooh, Supernova, and goes off.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
1 hit away. The spear saves him.
Remember, Spirit in trouble now as well.
The spear
Burning
saves
up.
the Phoenix, but you lose this Mars, and that's a big problem. You thought you were going to be okay there, and now Meepo's dead again, and I think this is all of a sudden what was a Meepo timing has become not a Meepo timing. You still get that Axe timing, but another ult here from CML is enough damage. Philippines are starting to bring it back where I think if Meepo had just stayed alive and waited till his Ags, I think he's in a good spot. But the slower this Ags, the better it is for the side of the Dire.
That's the problem, really, when you go for this early Blink Dagger. You're inclined and your mindset is much more aggressive rather than going for the Axe first. Like, I personally almost always prefer the Axe first just because Meepo early on, you're not that powerful and you don't really have a massive timer on you. So it's not like you're in a rush or anything. But these two deaths, they're really, really hurtful for him.
Dire's
Definitely.
bottom tower is under attack.
Like, people oftentimes don't understand how much an item choice actually means towards your mindset. He would
Right.
not have died there if he didn't go for Blink. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, the Blink first is certainly an odd choice, right?
It's just a player preference thing. Like, some people love Blink first and just to be in your face. And we know that's a playstyle. Just in this particular game, especially with Troll going for like Battle Fury, the timings don't quite match up.
Dire
I mean, you say it's their playstyle, but we saw in the last game that they weren't exactly playing that aggressive either.
Which is pretty interesting because that's always what got them the most
Dire's
success.
bottom tower is under attack.
Rush forth.
Like, I understand the build, but you have to be on the same page with everybody.
Yeah, the good news is that the Troll is still massive. And Marcy and the Ember Spirit aren't dead farmed. And we see another, what's it called, a
Dire's
Mage
middle
Slayer,
tower is under
rather than
attack.
Maelstrom.
Yeah, I don't really get these Mage Slayers, but Zarain is going to die, and I'll get that kill on the Crystal Maiden.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy one. Troll's still farming away, but so is Beastmaster. Beastmaster's level 13 almost. Jesus Christ. Look at that.
Radiant's bottom tower
Absolutely
is under
ridiculous.
attack.
Halfway through his BKB already. And that's
I
a
don't know
Meepo
if
killer too.
Yeah. I don't know if I really like this Mage Slayer before the Maelstrom. I don't mind Mage Slayer if it comes after the Maelstrom. 'Cause I would say you want to go for the farming tool first, right?
Yeah. But you also have to see, is it even good in this game? Mage Slayer against what, CM?
I guess so, yeah.
Like, it doesn't really do a whole lot, does it?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So smoke up here from the Dire.
Meepo timing, 1k gold away. Oh, they might be catching the Meepo here.
They might be, and CML
Bottom tower is under attack.
not gonna walk up, and they do have technically 5 heroes top.
Yeah. They didn't have Death Ward available.
Radiant's bottom tower
I think if they had Death Ward, they would have probably gone for it. Should have been a dead Meepo there.
attack.
Oh, they still see him. They still see him. It's very greedy to farm there.
Bottom tower.
Right. Voodoo Restoration, and that's gonna stop the blink. Now you're going with the Maledict to try and just get this ult to do the damage, but nobody's here with him.
You can see the damage potential, though, that even Witch Doctor himself has.
Yeah.
This Meepo's not going to have a free game. Especially with this Beastmaster that hasn't been involved yet. Just around the corner.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A little surprising that, you know, the Ember wasn't there with him to try and get that kill, because I think a Searing Chains adds to it enough where you end up dead.
Yeah, he was on his way just a little bit further behind. The unfortunate timing. But Beastmaster has his Aghalim's BKB timing now. I really think they should start smoking up with him. Probably even look towards that first Roshan. Shouldn't be too hard to get at all for them. Together with the Marcy as well. I'm very interested to see how this Gleipnir Marcy is going to do. Or maybe she's just dead.
Yeah, that's a problem. They've got the arena, they have the spear trying to unleash, trying to do anything. The cask is bouncing around, but they're going to lose the Witch Doctor now too. Oh, actually, Witch Doctor died into a neutral creep.
Huh. Two of the small ones too.
Yeah, that is
Scanning.
Nah, they can't-
fortunate for that Witch Doctor.
They're looking for Roche. The Beastmaster with his axe, BKB timing here can completely destroy them. Or they gotta be faster, they gotta be faster, I think they're too late.
Yeah.
Still, this Beastmaster is mega strong. He could be killing them all here anyways.
They definitely could be, is they're going to try and go in. They at least get skill A. Didn't use that Primal Roar, and they have Slight, but they don't have Searing Chains. They see KSH. They're going to go in for more. They've got Slight, Searing Chains again in just a second. And a Bat, he doesn't have Unleashed, but they go to the Primal Roar. They've got the damage, and they'll kill him off. The Aegis is on the Meepo.
Still decent, I suppose. But really, if Beastmaster was there just like 5 seconds earlier, I think they're gonna kill them all, and they're gonna get that Aegis as well. So pretty lucky for the side of Myanmar here. That Meepo Aegis could be game winning for them. They have like 4 minutes now where Meepo is pretty much untouchable. I say pretty much untouchable, but actually Marcy is gonna destroy him together with the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe Beastmaster and the Marcy just blow him up, right?
CML, good night.
Yep. Takes a long time to die and will steal the God's Rebuke. Not what you're really looking for. You'd love to have the spear.
You see what I mean though, right? Like his agree 630 gold only. It feels a little value. For 20 minutes.
I mean, it's free gold. I don't think it's undervalued. 600 gold is pretty solid to get yourself a last item.
Yo Meepo.
Rooted. And then Mega Meepo, which this Mega Meepo, I think, is it needs to be tuned. Let's just say that.
It's gotten nerfed quite a bit many times. I don't know if they want to nerf it more than it has already, but it's a ridiculous ability for sure. Which is now that he gave it to him, you can't really take it away from him, right?
I guess so.
Meeple players would never forget that.
Going. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Unleash. Flame is going to stop the Crystal Maiden from leaving, but they've got the Spear. It actually hits onto the Ember, which is not who you want. The Gleipnir did lock down this Crystal Maiden for a second, but they weren't able to continue the hold to get that kill for the follow-up.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
But they get the tier 1 tower mid, and even with this Aegis on the Meepo, the ones gaining net worth are the Philippines. So you need to
Have you ever seen this Gleipnir item build?
No, not really.
I'm really curious in how it scales. Because obviously it helps you farm a little bit.
I think it might be for this troll, truthfully.
I mean, it also makes you pretty tanky, I suppose. It is definitely pretty interesting. It's good against Meepo too. It's good against pretty much anybody, obviously, because you just catch up to them with Gleipnir active. And once you have BKB, they really shouldn't be able to run away from you. But yeah, I've not seen a build-up. It's usually either a Basher,
Radiant's
or
bottom
BKB,
tower
or an
is under
Armlet,
attack.
Acceptor maybe. Something along those lines.
Right. So Beastmaster still just getting Giga farmed while CML dies again.
Is under attack.
They gotta
Did
make
for
use
the
of the
sixth time.
Beastmaster though.
Top tower is under attack.
He's also going Dagon, but he's got Dagon 5 queued up.
Dire are scanning.
Maybe that's the new go-to item build for Beastmasters, huh?
Tower is falling. Dire's
When are they thinking of involving him though?
Yeah.
He's so strong.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2 is going to go down, though. They need to defend it. Well, I guess they don't need to defend it, but they should want to defend it. They won't.
Goodbye.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
So, free tower. I mean, this is how you get gold if you're a Beastmaster, right? Nobody comes to check on you.
He's been left down there forever. I think
will
all these
say the fact
Beastmasters are
that-
playing that they're the carry.
Yeah, but also the fact that they go unchecked and, like, out-farming a Meepo is insane.
Well, to be fair, he has 0 deaths and Meepo has how many? 2? So if it's pure farm speed, Meepo is probably still quite a bit faster. But yeah, that farm speed is crazy. He has BKB. If he pops BKB before they stun him... Nice dodge.
Arena and Voodoo switcheroo, and now the turnaround is here. Skill A and all are dead, and they get the kill to KSH. They'll take out Zarain. 4 heroes die without buyback.
They
I mean, that
didn't even
did
lose
not feel
Unleash.
like it was gonna. Yeah, they didn't even allow the troll to get his ult off.
Nothing happened. They're all full health for the Dire.
Yeah,
It all started with a fantastic dodge of the spear,
Radiant's middle
the Witch Doctor.
under attack.
yeah. Voodoo switcheroo is a big one.
But still, like, what did they think would happen? Because that wasn't even close, like, at all.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think the curtain is falling, my friend.
Yeah, I think this Meepo game is starting to fall apart if the Meepo can't get anything done with the rest of their team.
Oh, they caught the Meepo. There's no Raw, though. Roar in 3 seconds.
Uh-oh, yeah.
Oh, he got
And they
rooted.
got the root.
What? How
They
much
had the
damage
root
is
from
that?
They had the root from the hawk.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
how much damage is that? He just destroyed him. Beastmaster looks pretty legit.
My death summary is weird
Why?
because it says Meepo did 5,700 damage to himself.
Is under attack.
Yeah, good question. I have the same thing too. Man, losing to this hero in the same fashion twice in a row, that
Is demoralizing.
Dire's
Yeah.
bottom tower is
Like-
under attack.
oh man, and they had the chance to first pick him too, you know.
Yeah, they had that opportunity and they went with Phoenix instead.
Who's actually countered by the Beastmaster? That's a little bit wild. I'm feeling for them, man.
Radiant are scanning.
They haven't lost yet, though.
Yeah. Not yet, but one more fight might be all it takes. There's a BKB now on her as well. Oh,
BKB Unleash going for the Mars, and they've got more than enough damage to do so.
just nothing is going their way. They were so ready for that. It's very hard to BKB a spear when you're not expecting it. So they were 100% expecting the play there. I mean, his entire team was behind him.
Just estimating to
Roche is
pick
up
up
in
some
20.
Lotuses, but if this Aegis goes to the Philippines, you could definitely see them go for it, I would say. And especially if they kill Meepo.
Radiant are scanning.
So
Meepo. Yeah, we haven't seen much from him at all yet. Finished the Spurzer, which is a lot of Agi, of course, but there's so many problems to deal with now. Even the Rubik is getting super rich. Witch Doctor is really, really rich as well.
Five-man smoke. This is a risky play.
Might be the last
'Cause
fight.
You,
Roshan
you
is
get
up there.
wiped. You get wiped and lose Roche. That's just the game, in my opinion.
But at the same time, they probably have to risk it. Oh, Zorain, they have a ward there. Or Troll can't
They're
die
gonna
like
go.
that.
They've got the Unleash. They have the Primal Roar. They just need the damage, and KSH is dead. The arena is down, but they got the telekinesis out immediately, stealing the arena as well.
Oh no,
And-
that's a massive steal.
Yeah. That is just not what you want to be giving up, man. It is aggressive from Myanmar, but, losing effort.
Marcy's damage is so ridiculous. She just killed the full HP troll during a 3-second stun. Sorry, less than 3-second stun because there's Sanjiasha.
Ooh.
Man. Marcy seems powerful during that Unleash window.
Yes, and I like the Ags if once it gets finished.
Yeah, the cooldown goes down to 50 seconds for an ult like that.
It's not even that. I really like the silence too.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the silence is massive. 800
Especially
AoE.
if you're sticking on troll, you get that window to try and hit your ult, but you're silenced,
Is under attack.
What is this ridiculous bonus attack speed? 1,325. What is that number?
Something crazy.
How does an ult give you 1,300 attack speed?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, Ember, also BKB done. They have all the core items up. Sanjiasha finished on Beastmaster. He's filthy rich. Delay. Still dead.
I'm just shocked they used Roar on that.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. Why not?
Radiant's middle tower.
Fraggy Code also on the Beast now. He's mega tanky. It might just be time for high ground.
Dire's bottom tower
It's unfortunately not what we expected from the series.
No, not at all. Really, just not finding anything going on the Radiant side after they had a slight lead.
Are scanning.
Yeah, but it just feels like they're outmatched. Every movement they make is read perfectly by the Philippines. It's responded to perfectly by the Philippines. They're always ready in position. It just seems like a steady, easy game for the Philippines since the early game.
Do you still have this Aegis?
DD room for Marcy as well.
Yeah, you could just go with that.
A little bit off 18 though. You probably want to have 18 on Marcy. Yeah, gonna get that right now. And you're good to go. Got that axe on that as well. High ground gets destroyed in seconds.
Let's go for it. And they're gonna clear up these creeps and try to get in there as they've got Meepo going for the Tormentor at the same time.
Alright, Unleash used. 50 seconds cooldown only though, so not the biggest loss. Glyph also expanded. Ui.
Arena used.
Oh, and BKB also. Okay. This is a disengage moment.
That was Arena from Shanks.
Yeah, from exactly from Rubik. No, they really rushed because it was about to run out, so they were like, go. That BKB
But the thing
though.
is, I wonder if Tino thought that was a Mars Arena
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
and he BKB'd just instinctively.
But in that case, it's comes all down to communication, right?
Yeah.
Alright, here we go again. Wow, that damage, man. Boom, 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 boom. If you don't even care about the Phoenix Spirit on you, you still max attack speed. No problem.
Yep.
Radiant's
Pretty much.
has fallen.
Nobody here to stop it. They are pushing in the top tier 3, though.
Is under attack. Radiant
It's kind of a similar situation where in the last game from Myanmar, all they can do is trade and split push. But you don't really have an opening. They're
gonna go.
First they use, run out. Can't reach on the Rubik.
Shanks. He doesn't have a blink to catch up, so just TPing out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It does save them, though.
Where are we looking at for the troll here? Finishes BKB. He's been farming quite well. It's just we can't really ever see his impact in those fights, right? Like he never has a chance to fight. He gets roared and dies. If he ever survives the roar and gets ult off, maybe he can win a fight off that. I'm not even entirely sure though.
Not exactly. What the side of the Dire wanted in terms of closing out the game, I would say, and using this Aegis.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, and the lead
But-
isn't really growing either. The Meepo has been
It's
doing
staying
very
pretty
good.
stagnant.
Yeah. Meepo is about to finish his Hex as well, if he wants it.
Dire's
But it's the next Rex being pressured.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But again, Meepo pushing bottom, just trying to even out.
Taking the enemy Tormentor away from him too. Very nice.
Dire's
And the
bottom
Wisdom
tower
Rune.
is under attack.
A little worrying. They are kind of giving up a good amount. Like Look, it's surprising how much they're allowing this Meepo to do, right? One good fight, all of a sudden you push, they've got the arena down. Supernova, Sunray, Tino, Primal Roar, and they get the kill into CML, so he's out of the fight already. Good damage on a bat, but Young PH is dead, and without that Meepo, I think a lot of your damage kind of falls away. They've got the Dispose, the right clicks from KSH, the 4-step, the cast gets bouncing around. They go to the Death Lord. They get the kill on a Hawk. Beastmaster is somehow still alive. He has literally eaten the entire wrath of the Troll's ulti, but doesn't care.
That Dagon spell lifesteal amp together with the drums of Slum. 4,000 health as well.
So insane.
Yeah.
How does he survive?
Well, he also had the help of a Wind Waker 4-step. Very nice support play by them as well. And of course, Abad just putting in the damage with the Unleash. He just destroyed the Trolls so fast. That's going to be Mega Creeps. And that's probably also Myanmar's hopes down the drain, unfortunately. It's a tough loss twice in a row. It's very, foretold already. Even.
Right.
Like they picked this Beastmaster in the same way, and yeah, as we already said, losing to this twice, it sucks. Absolutely sucks. Really feeling for them. But yeah, game is not over yet. But early congratulations already to the Philippines.
It's going to be tough for them to come back, but I think a long Roche timer is what's between them and losing this game right now.
Yeah, the problem is now you have this Beastmaster double roar again. Dagon 5 as well, as we said already. And look at his net worth, man. Dude, 7k ahead of the Meepo? What?
Yeah, having 30,000 at this point is absurd. Oh, Arena again. This time on the Rubik, but they killed Troll. Never had a chance to live. Neither did Young PH. They're going to kill this Mars. They don't even lose the Rubik. If Supernova pops, it's a good one, but it's just not in time. It's not good enough. A full team wipe. GG's called. And the Philippines will be going to the Asian final.
Together with Malaysia. Well done. I mean, nice draft, nice execution. Honestly, they were just one step ahead every time. There isn't even much to talk about in this game. I think they just outclassed Myanmar from start to finish, pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah, early game, maybe a little bit of a misplay top lane. They were a little bit over aggressive. Yeah, give away 2 deaths that you didn't have to. But Beastmaster played a pretty flawless game. So did Lewis on the Ember Spirit. Supports too. And the one team fight was pretty much won by dodging the spear with the switcheroo.
Yeah, I mean the voodoo,
we know it's a
that's where the game turned around, right?
Yeah. Yep. Qualified to
switcheroo was crazy.
Qualify to this tournament now too in Chengdu. They have lots of games coming up. Good for them to get us some nice experience. That's really what a lot of these players need. It's a stepping stone to the next level. And well deserved as well.
Yeah, I think when you're able to keep the chemistry going and you have yourself feeling pretty good there, it's a good spot to be in. Obviously, it's a lot of time between now and the Asian finals, but if they can keep the chemistry and what they're building right now alive and keeping it the same, they'll have a good chance to qualify for the main event of IESF. So,
yeah, I think... Was the Philippines there last time? In Yash? I don't even remember.
Yash, I couldn't tell you about.
Well, I'm not entirely sure, but this time the squad is looking pretty good, and I think it's 4 teams, right, at Chengdu that go through.
So the teams that qualified for Yash, which I think maybe there were teams that dropped out because the Philippines were there. Yeah, they were there because they took first in the Asian Championship that we covered. It was Philippines, Myanmar, Mongolia, Jordan, Kyrgyzstan for the Asian finals.
All right.
And then the Philippines ended up losing in Group D. They were 2-1.
Oh, they actually lost in the
And-
group stage. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, Ukraine and Myanmar came out from that group. So we do have highlights we could show you, and
Yep.
we're going to swap over to those.
So the top 4 of Chengdu go through. Philippines must be a top contender for that, probably, together with China.
Mhm.
Probably Malaysia, too, honestly, in the way they played. It was very impressive.
And if it's the Asian Championship this year where 4 teams go, whereas the last Asian
was 5.
Championship, it was 5 teams, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty confident the Philippines, Malaysia, and China are probably. Kyrgyzstan is obviously also really strong. But I think Philippines and China are a safe bet. I just look at the gameplay here. This was exactly what we spoke about, but turned the entire game around. No chance whatsoever. Everybody was full health from here on out. Did they even get a kill? I don't think they got a single kill from that point onward.
They are
Oh, they
at
did.
12, so this is the last kill they get, was on CML.
Yeah, and he buys back. Beastmaster lives through all of it. Look at that damage from the Marcy coming onto the troll. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, say outplayed. Seriously, just outplayed.
Yeah. And also, just speaking of what we were talking about before with the last year's Asian finals, it was 8 teams, so it was 5 of the 8 teams made it, but this year it's 4 of 10.
Yeah, so it's way less.
Yeah.
It is way less. But still, you probably gotta give the advantage to teams like the Philippines, who's actually like a full squad representing the country, just because there's so much synergy. They're gonna be preparing for other tournaments as well, so it's a kind of like a double preparation kind of thing. And we'll see if we have more patches till then. Maybe it will, spice things up a little bit. But I don't think we're gonna see any major, huge patch before TI.
Oh, we might. I'm not really sure because there is still that. Supposedly, there's supposed to be a release in the next 3 days, and of some sort of content update. We'll see if it has anything to do with maybe adding a hero or a patch if we see it before TI. But we've got the match summary ready to look at.
Yep. I mean, first of all, take a look at the Beastmaster again. Highest XPM, highest GPM, highest damage dealt, 8013. Malaysia said the hero is broken. We can probably all agree after this game now as well that he might be onto something.
Yeah. I think the Beastmaster is very strong and might need to start being first phase bans.
We'll see how other tier 1 teams actually think of this hero, whether they will actually rate him more highly. I'm also very interested to see if these tier 1 teams, tier 1 analysts, coaches, they look at these tournaments and they're like, wow, this looks really good. Maybe we should just implement it in our game. Cause it looked really damn strong. Even into a lane that we thought was going to be really tough, CM Troll.
Right.
Can't really get many more strong lanes than that.
Definitely.
Or a lane is much stronger than that.
I mean, it felt like everything was honestly starting to go Myanmar's way, but they lose back-to-back games against this Beastmaster. And the Philippines, of course, your winners, they have qualified for the Iesf Asia Finals. And definitely happy to do
3-1
so.
Scoreline.
Yeah. And it ends up being Malaysia at 4-0. They beat Thailand in their game in 29 minutes. And the Philippines win and they're 3-1. So it ends up every possible outcome where it's no ties, 4-0, 3-1, 2-2, 1-3, and 0-4. And it's how nature intended. Everybody gets one of the
One of something.
one of the results, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see how the rest of this goes, and the land should be fun. I mean, it should be interesting.
Yeah, they're still couple more teams also up for grabs, of course. There could be
Yeah,
Seneca's team there, Kyrgyzstan. A lot of potentially really strong teams. And they all bring their own flair. It's the nice thing. Like the drafts are vastly different. They all like their own sort of playstyles and heroes.
Mhm.
So as you said, it should definitely be a fun one. Especially, we don't know what China is going to field yet. But there's going to be one of those, academy teams that they're going to bring. Or really one of those really try-hard tier 1 teams like Azure. That would be pretty sick.
I think they run away with it if they do that, but there is potential for them to do so. They have not announced their team yet, but we're still looking for the final 6 slots. We've got Central Asia, which is coming up as we continue the day. That's the Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan qualifier. And we still have South Asia, which is yet to start. And we've also got Western Asia. So South Asia is going to be Bangladesh, India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. And if Road to the Asian Games is anything to think back on to see if we'll get who we'll get from this, Nepal was the team that won in Road to the Asian Games when it was the South Asia.
Yeah.
The South Asia qualifiers, because that was just Nepal and India, but they 2-0'd India. And that was with Krish as well on that team.
I think Krish obviously is a household name. So we'll have that starting tomorrow. And then after that, Jordan versus Lebanon. There's so many good teams there as well.
And the West Asian teams are Iran, Jordan with Ela, Lebanon, Syria, and Qatar. So that's that's going to be BO1s like this one was with 5 teams, but the South Asia is going to be BO3s because there's only 4 teams. Which the shorter ones, the 4 teams, sometimes makes it where you get through like day 1 and you already know who's going.
Yeah, 100%. Sometimes it's qualifiers, especially with a limited amount of teams, like 4 or 5 team qualifiers, sometimes even less. They can be over in a flash. I'm just looking through the teams real quick, and most of the teams, they definitely have at least one player that I played with before in pub games. So they all should be pretty decent. In the qualifier, Malaysia made it through rather than Myanmar. But in that qualifier, the 2 of them are the heavy favorites. Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan. Both 2-0, as you said. And it should be pretty smooth sailing for them. Like the match between the 2 of them will be the final of the region to determine seeding. But both of them should be going through no problem.
Yeah, so we're going to see what ends up being the results in Central Asia. We are going to go to a short little break, and we'll see you guys soon. Welcome back. It's Iesf Asia qualifiers again. We're changing regions. We're going to the central region of Asia, and it should be a fun one as it's halfway through, but we got another day. It's the second day. It's a fun one. I am now joined by Not Black, which is way better for me. I'm just going to say that right now because that guy is one of my good friends, but I can only do so much. So we're switching it up and bringing in Vlad. I'm calling you by your real name because I don't want to botch your in-game name at the moment. I know you told me how to say it. Don't want to botch. I'll be honest.
No, that is perfectly fine. Fine. I'm very excited to be here with you, B-Cop, especially for, like you said, the two most crucial matches of the second part of this Central Asia qualifier. And I'm really excited to see particularly the second one of these two matchups, which will be, for me personally, the main event, the equivalent of the grand finals, and that will be later today of Kyrgyzstan versus Uzbekistan. But with the first match of the day, it's going to be Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan. So Uzbekistan, arguably the second favorite in this group, facing the third favorite. But if there's an upset there, B-Cop, well, we might be looking at some tiebreakers potentially later on today.
Yeah, if this was, I would say, the main rosters that we've seen from Kazakhstan, I would have them probably higher up.
Yeah.
But I think that Seneko from Uzbekistan just brings too much experience. Like, it really is just that much higher level when it comes to, I would say, a lot in this event. So it'll be interesting to see as we've got the rosters ready to go. So, let's take a look at the Kazakhstan roster. If there's anybody that you do see that maybe you've seen before, shout them out. Let me know. It's a lot of red links when it comes to Wikipedia, so it's hard to do some proper research.
Yesterday, me and Black were talking about Ethereal ringing a bell to us, but obviously Ethereal is also quite a common nickname in itself, right? So we don't know if that is the Ethereal we are aware of or just someone else that has Ethereal as a nickname. And the match we had on stream yesterday, I gotta say, Hush really stood out for me as the more impressive players for the Kazakhstan squad, as this is a team that, like I said, looked better than half of the opposition. The problem is, if you're better than half out of 5, that puts you kind of in the third place, and third place doesn't qualify you to Chengdu. And hopefully today Ethereal and Hush will be able to, spin their wheels around and get this very important victory over Uzbekistan. But what about you, B-Cop? Are you familiar with any of these names?
Not off the top of my head, or really seeing them, because the Kazakhstan squad used to just be the V Gaming squad, which was a hell of a squad with TA2000 at the helm. But it is a region and it is an area that brings a lot of talent. So I'm ready to see new names that I don't really know. It's one of the greater things about events like this, or what we used to see in WESG. So I'm a big fan of global national representation events, and we do have the other roster of Uzbekistan. You're going to have one very common name at you, and then you're going to have 4 maybe not so common names at you, because you've got Seneko. Everybody knows Seneko. I mean, it's impossible not to know the guy. He has been a part of the Eastern European region in plenty of ways since 2015. So he has really been around the block.
Absolutely, and I love seeing him joined by a squad of his, fellow countrymen wanting to make a name for themselves. And I'm gonna say this, B-Cop, it might come to your surprise. Yesterday in their showcase, actually, on stream rather, the most impressive player was one whose nickname I don't even see right now listed. So I don't know if there was a swap of players since yesterday to today, but the player that stood out the most, he was the position 4. I believe Seneko played 5 yesterday, and that was none other than Speedy with an outstanding Rubik performance. Curious to see if Speedy will make his appearance today. Otherwise, I'm looking at the other players here, and I'm a bit surprised to see such an early change-up of lineups. But Aristocrat and Escape were also very solid in their respective roles. And like you mentioned already, with Seneko at the helm, the experience that he brings to this matchup between Uzbekistan and their opponents might be overwhelming for the Kazakhs.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I will say, though, the Uzbekistan team, as much as they are 2-0 at the moment, they've played the two weaker teams, in my opinion. They've played, they played Tajikistan, they've played Turkmenistan, and to me, those do feel like the two bottom teams at the moment. You've got the 0-3 Turkmenistan squad that is already eliminated. Tajikistan, they're on the doorstep of being eliminated, as it's going to be those two teams playing against each other, and Tajikistan also has to play Kyrgyzstan, which is probably the best team here. So it's going to be interesting, because I don't know if it's just Uzbekistan have Seneko and they look good, or if they've just played the two lower teams and that's given them a little bit of a start here, because it to me is it could be a very close game, because both these teams, there isn't a lot to know about them. But if you're going based off results, where Kazakhstan, they lost to the only really good team here, both these teams have just beaten the two bottom teams so far.
Realistically speaking, right, it's going to be this deciding match for who gets second place. That's what we're looking, right? It's who's going to qualify to Chengdu might as well come through from this upcoming best of one matchup. If Uzbekistan wins, they are guaranteed top two. If Kazakhstan wins, they are 90% guaranteed top two, which is what they're playing for, right? It doesn't matter if they're going to lose in the end to Kyrgyzstan. Just making it to Chengdu and qualifying to play versus what I expect will be a very star-studded roster of teams, including the likes of Team China, is going to be what you want to do. That's how you grow. That's why you take this, countrymen, the likes of Soneko, and take them to the international land, because when you play against the very best, that's how you get to improve, right? So the two upcoming best of ones pick up are both very important. Like I said, I think this one is for the second seed, and then in the end, the equivalent for me of the grand final, to see if Soneko and the boys can upset Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they bring to the table, and hopefully we see maybe something that goes on here for either team that shows what they're ready to do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically, this is your showcase, because the other two matches obviously weren't, in my opinion, the best showing from your opponents. So now what can you do? And I'm interested to see what they bring out, because we just saw, me and Black saw two games with we saw two games with Beastmaster feel very strong. So I'm interested to see if Beastmaster is the go-to, and how much we're gonna see in terms of that being a pick or a ban coming out from either side.
I gotta say, yesterday was a ban.
Should be a first phase.
Yesterday, Central Asia banned Beastmaster, I believe, 3 out of the 4 matches we had on stream, and 2 of those were in the first phase. But one of the heroes that not that I would have expected to see it, but that was banned out of first every single game, was the Broodmother, that nobody wanted to even, risk their opponents let go through, which is quite interesting for me, because I know Broodmother's win rate has definitely increased since 736C. I think it's about 54.5% in Immortal Plus pubs. But at the same time, this hero doesn't really feel, to me at this moment in time, really good for a competitive tier 1, tier 2 Dota. But the teams are definitely afraid in this region.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the Brood is being ignored elsewhere. I've heard. I mean, Black said it in the last cast. He said he's talked to some people and they think that Brood is this triple S tier god of the off lane. But even in games it gets through, we don't see it, which is a bit of a surprise. Like, it's focused in the bans, but it's not focus to get picked enough. It's in this weird spot where I thought maybe, we'd see it a little bit more, especially if it's not getting banned. Like, we didn't see it in the SEA that we just cast. So we'll see. There's definitely opportunities to see it. If not, I don't know. I want to see it just to see if it proves the triple S tier.
Also, talking a little bit more about these, hero player matchups. Uzbekistan yesterday ran a very, very in-your-face comp. They went for a first pick Pudge, followed by an Elder Titan, which is a hero that has seen a bit of love, I think, yesterday. I think 3 or 4 picks out of the 8 matches that have already been played, which is 50% pick rate for ET is impressive. And then in the end, they followed that up with a Templar Assassin who ended up completely taking over the game. In the end, they won that in 23 minutes with an overall last pick OD. And I like this OD coming out from Uzbekistan because it was into a Shadow Fiend, which in 736B, right, SF was probably an S tier mid laner. And now he's gotten a few nerfs, but people are still playing it. And I like the OD is like just a really classic counter to the SF mid.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what they're going to want to pick. I mean, the OD has always been a favorite of mine. There were players in China like Freeze who really liked it. It feels, at least from what I'm seeing in this Tajikistan lineup that they played against for Uzbekistan, it's a very greedy lineup. Absolutely. Underlord, Lifestealer, Undying, even a Weaver 4, and a Shadow Fiend mid. If it gets pressured, which this lineup from Uzbekistan is definitely there to do, I don't really see it getting off the ground. And we're going to take another look at the Uzbekistan lineup as we have seen these guys before. But again, like I said, Uzbekistan, they've played Tajikistan and Turkmenistan. We're waiting to see what they've really got to get towards the finals. Because I think if I had to guess, the winner of this goes into the Asian finals.
Yes, that is 100%. Well, it depends if Uzbekistan is winning, Vikov. If Uzbekistan is winning, they are guaranteed a slot at the Asian final. If Kazakhstan wins and Uzbekistan then defeats Kyrgyzstan later today, it would be a 3-way tie. There's a lot of ifs there, right? And we don't really expect Kyrgyzstan to lose to anybody. But, that's our job. We got to try to hype it up for the viewers. And, this could happen. But realistically speaking, chances of this occurring are very, very low. Another aspect, speaking about the lineups that they ran yesterday, Kazakhstan went for something that was, for me personally, rather questionable. And that was the Tiny position 4. Since 736B, Tiny has been pretty much exclusively ran as a mid laner because of the toss facet. You get 4 points in that. You join up with your team, you toss an opponent on top of a couple others, and there's so much AoE damage. Whereas a support Tiny, traditionally quite viable, doesn't really have the same acceleration when it comes to the XP department. So Kazakhstan was really punished in that department. But what are your thoughts on Tiny currently? Because yesterday it was picked first in 3 of our games.
Yeah, my thoughts right now are Tiny in pro games here, Tiny in my pubs here, because the Tinies in my pubs suck. They all think that they can get away with this phylactery build that, everybody thinks is this amazing thing. But I swear to God, if I see another goddamn phylactery Tiny in my pubs, I'm going to lose it. So if they would kindly build like the pros and go for the Echo Saber and start right-clicking and continue to just do, what works, sure, show me some more Tiny. But if you want to build Phylactery Tiny, do it in unranked. I'm not here to lose some MMR. I'm here to win it and stop building Phylactery Tiny. I swear, y'all are pissing me off. The pros aren't doing it. Stop it. See, you know what? Look at me. Look at me in the camera, guys. Stop. Just stop. Yeah, exactly. And I obviously have a lot of power with my such high MMR. No, I have low MMR, but I'm still here with the peons pleading as a man of the people to stop doing it.
So that means you're a Tiny mid lane believer, not a Tiny support currently. That's kind of where I'm going, sensing from what you're saying, yeah?
I'm a Tiny believer outside of my pubs. Whenever I see Tiny in my pubs, I tell the other team to double down.
Okay. Big Up, let me know when you queue, what server you queue on, and I'm gonna,
No. I already have somebody doing that to me. There's this person who has been following me, and he's always against me. He played one game of mid techies with me, and I was really annoyed. And then he played real mids against me every single time. I'm like, if you could play this well with mids every time, why did you do that? Like, why did you have to play techies mid?
This is sensational. I like we're getting to see a bit inside of Bcop's life,
of what I explain to my therapist on the weekends. Yes, this is exactly what it is. This game, man. You think the pros deal with this?
I think they do. I think they
techies mid.
I more as in the person that follows them and wants to get in their pubs. That's what I think they deal with a lot. True. Especially the ones that stream, right? They just stalk whenever you queue. They jump in with you at the same time, hoping to get to play with infamous or famous. What would you like to go for as Bcop? Infamous or famous?
I'd rather be neither. I don't want anybody to care about me. Just let me. Okay.
They want to queue with the neutral Bcop.
Yes, please. Just let me quietly queue into a game. Even if you play with me, I am nothing. I am, just let me. Oh, he picked Ancient Apparition. Cool. Just let him be. Just let me be. That's it. I don't need any more eyes on me. Even though this is literally what we do for a living is put eyes on us.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you have our beautiful faces right here on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking right now on the iesf.gg website, and one of the aspects that my viewers might say, Bcop, is, of course, both the teams that we have today, Kazakhstan, one of them already faced Kyrgyzstan, and the other, everybody lost to Kyrgyzstan, right? Uzbekistan is yet to play them, but Kazakhstan has played Kyrgyzstan, and they looked the best out of everybody yesterday. They had a 28-minute loss versus them, but there were points when they had the chance of holding on to that game. They didn't lose the laning phase, and they played relatively well. The question I did have to ask you, Bcop, from your experience casting this type of pro games, how much can we read into that game where Kazakhstan, despite losing, played well versus a Kyrgyzstan that had two stand-ins?
I mean, the game against Kyrgyzstan, first of all, they had two stand-ins that are arguably their best players in Kami and Zayats.
Yeah.
So take that with a grain of salt if you want. But it makes it almost seem a little bit worse because you look at the graph in that game and it was all Kyrgyzstan the entire time. Like, they didn't get demolished in lanes. 10 minutes in, they're only 3K down.
Yeah.
But the game went from bad to worse pretty quickly. If you just go from 10 to 20 minutes, they're down 12,000. So I worry about pacing. I worry about if they can handle fast lineups. And I say fast lineups, but this Kyrgyzstan lineup, it's a Terrorblade that was allowed to get a 24-minute Scotty. Like, that is... I mean, Terrorblade's not exactly the fastest hero of all time, but you're letting a hero like that kind of walk over you. What I'd like to see is, and I know this Ember went 10-0 and 20, but I'm kind of over Mage Slayer. I think there are better builds for Embers, but he went 10-0 and 20. I'm not that good of a player. Who am I to say whatever, But it looks as well, it's one of the most classic lanes that did really well is that Centaur Rubik lane. So I'm not surprised. That lane has always been strong. There was a lot of time where in patches that was the go-to off laner. I mean, there are a lot of duos, right, that have made their way into the off lane. It used to be Death Prophet Tusk was a big combo, and then there was Mars Rubik, there's Centaur Rubik, there's Dark Seer and whatever's going to use its Ion Shell to kill the other person, which is like Dark Seer and Spirit Breaker was a combo. Like,
still is, I would say Dark Seer Spirit Breaker is actually quite relevant these days, isn't it?
Yeah, but Centaur and Rubik has always been a classic, and I think whenever Centaur's in the mix, you are constantly going to see this duo. So it seems very strong. You need to force players out of their comfort zone. If you're going to allow something like that, you're asking for a bad time.
Well, I'm asking for the best of time because I know sometimes you want games to kind of go quick so we can just get it done and over with. We know who's going, but I really want to see Kazakhstan, even if they are going to end up losing, put up a good fight, because this is, like you mentioned, playing for your national pride, right? And if you have the opportunity to shine and first of all represent your country, it's something extraordinary. Like, I would love to play for my home country in any sort of tournament, not necessarily Dota. I don't know, football. I'm not good at football, but anything in the realms of being up there on the big stage for the viewers to watch me and everybody to rile up behind me. And since that first loss, Kazakhstan, despite playing the quote-unquote weaker opponents, they've started to generate some momentum with 2 back-to-back victories.
Yeah, and then that's all you can really hope for, right? Is to get some momentum under your belt, because they started with the loss, and that's the best thing you could do. You start with the loss. There's nowhere to go up but up, and they get there. In terms of being able to represent your country, you want to do that at the top of your game, and this is definitely giving them a chance to do so. I will say the only time I ever got to represent my country was in a summer camp, USA versus the world soccer game. Yeah, we call it that here, but football for you guys out there. And we won, so I was happy with that. We played a bunch of Brits and a bunch of other people from some Australians were in there, a couple other countries involved, and we still won. So, did I do anything? No. But I just played midfield. It felt like I did nothing.
So you were not a substitute. You were not a bench warmer. That is massive.
No,
that is massive.
There wasn't a lot of USA talent, so you had to you take what you could get. And when at 5'8" or whatever, it's definitely taking what you can get. That's for sure.
Wait, let's see.
And that's what you got to do in these games as well.
5'8" in.
Oh, I have no idea. Exactly.
That's not bad.
No idea.
That's not that short. Come on, Beacop. You're too harsh on yourself.
It was when I was in high school. Well, I was way shorter in high school, but there was a lot of people telling me, you got to commit to just being a short king. And that's, you just play it up. That's what you do.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, well, let's commit to this draft as we are underway already. Some bans coming through. We have the Phoenix and Io Weaver trio taken out by Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, removing the SF and the Templar Assassin. Okay, I thought we might have the SF go through and try to counter it again, but they don't want any of that, which I think it's a fair assessment. It is a best of one, and we said that if Uzbekistan ends up slipping in this match versus Kazakhstan, they could actually suffer later on to not qualify, actually missing out on Chengdu. So they don't want to take a risk in running into a Shadow Fiend specialist.
That's true. And I will say, Kazakhstan, they went past the worst team, or the best team here. So they went past their worst point. Now, Uzbekistan haven't done that yet. And it would be better for them to know that they can be 3-1 instead of potentially 2-2. But we'll see. Tiny first pick it's flex. It makes sense. I already had my rant about Tiny.
Exactly.
We'll see.
Big up. It's the 4th game in the Central region when Tiny is instantly first pick. This is my 4th game casting, and the 4th game he sees the first pick. Very interesting to see how much these teams prioritize it. And like I said, it hasn't been the most successful, I believe, out of this is the 4th game. So I think he lost 2 of the games and won a single one. Not a big sample pool to look at statistically, but curious to see what Uzbekistan will do with it, as it's quite a flex pick. Despite me kind of disliking it as a support, it could always be reverted to that and choose something else for your mid lane. But they're rushing through this draft. Not even a single second of reserve time has been consumed, and this is what you predicted. The Beastmaster continues to be a favorite of the teams.
Yeah, Kazakhstan won. You can wrap it up now. This Beastmaster feels that strong right now. And now, I understand that Enchantress is a counter to Beastmaster. Okay. You have a boar, now I have a boar. Thanks, I appreciate that. However, you can switch the build. You don't need to be going for Call of the Wild. You can just go Wild Axes and the passive. Like it really is a flexible enough hero, and it's more so if you're okay with having your board taken, you still go Call of the Wild, because you can back off into the jungle and farm like a madman. That's what we saw 2 Beastmasters do in the previous 2 games. They just farmed. They went back into the jungle. They had stacks made for them. And all of a sudden, you look at yourself and you go, oh, wait, we're 24 minutes in and this Beastmaster has a 30,000 net worth? The hell is happening? Like, what are we doing? Like, this hero finds farms, so you can counter it like that with the Enchantress, but I still think you need to... The safe laner has to be something that beats this Beastmaster in lane. Otherwise, it's going to get farmed. The quicker the Ags comes out from this Beastmaster, the quicker you're off to the races. And that is very problematic if you're Uzbekistan.
And the other reason I also like the Beast here is kind of a steal pick from Uzbekistan. We sometimes do see these slow right-clickers like the Tiny paired up with him for the inner Beast aura that gives him extra attack speed. So Tiny's not going to have the luxury of that. Ogre Magi is not a hero in the current meta, and that's why they will reveal the Ench Hoodwink, and Tiny will be a core 100%. But Ember Spirit, and now a classic pairing for both the Clock, the Beast, and the Ember. The Skyrat Mage Mystic Flare into the setup of either of the 3 heroes that Kazakhstan opened up with is great, and also a very nice way of dealing with Squishy, Hoodwink, and Enchantress.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Radabatos builder. Whether or not you want to go for the Radabatos is up to you, because you've already got Searing Chains, you have Cogs. I do wonder if this means that Clockwork's not going to take the bigger Cogs, because I mean that's the point of that combo, is to have the point of having the tighter Cogs, though, is to keep him into the Mystic Flare. So I do wonder. I mean, there's more to hold down anyway. You don't have to give up the bigger Cogs AoE. If you've got Primal Roar and Searing Chains, I think you're fine. You just buy a Radabatos on the Sky and you're golden. But you have to ban that anti-mage, and I think you kind of have to ban Phantom Lancer. He buys a Diffusal and Medusa's just in trouble.
Centaur and Underlord from Kazakhstan first, but Uzbekistan have plenty of time right now to go for their final ban plus pick. They have still 2.10 minutes of reserve time, and they have a rather greedy lineup. I think that's safe to say. Enchantress and Hoodwink are not the most selfless support duo you can have, but at the same time, they have a lot of rotation potential from both of them. So they're not as afraid of the PL as they are of the Morphling. Curious, but I think I've seen Morphlings just completely turn into Tinies, and obviously steals the facet and turn team fights around. So maybe that's what the thought process was from them. But there's still things like the Weaver, right? The Weaver, oh no, it was banned out. Okay, so no Weaver, no Gyro, but the CK PL are still available. Terrorblade was played yesterday and won, but it was not because of him. The rest of the team just took over the game, and the TB just hit creeps in the Central Asian region. So I'm not a big Terrorblade fan either, especially as I think right now he doesn't deal as well with Medusa because she doesn't have strength. So Sunder is kind of pointless in those very ultra late game moments.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the TB. I think it's also a pretty weak hero at the moment, but you know, what can you do? I think there are much better safe laners out there than just this Terrorblade. I think even Ursa could be okay for you. I think you'd be fine with that. But Ursa to the Medusa is never the best. Like, I think you'd be okay, but it's not exactly the best in terms of what you can get out of this. I still like PL if they're going to go for that. Brewmaster, Brewmaster feels pretty strong here. I actually really like this Uzbekistan lineup now, even with the Beastmaster. I know I said close the books, but Lifestealer, yeah, he's got Rage. I mean, you could go up against this Medusa. You don't, I mean, you have Clockwork. If you hit the right hook shot for the Infest Bomb, maybe it's not really the way that you're going to be playing this lineup. I kind of like Uzbekistan with this Brewmaster final pick.
I think I'm taking them as well. I don't like the Lifestealer here at all. I think the heroes actually gotten really nerfed now. I was a pretty big fan of Lifestealer in the previous patch, and I think cutting in half the HP that he takes from every last hit is way too much. And the +5 he gets for kills is basically insignificant, a non-factor. So I think he would really struggle to find Be Yourself. It is but there's Ethereal Ember Spirit that could take over the game. He's going to be facing this tiny mid. No, I would say 70% in favor of Uzbekistan. I thought Kazakhstan might go back to what they ran yesterday, which was a Monkey King, right? Monkey King does like building Diffusal every now and then, so he could have been a good way of dealing with the Dusa. But in the end, it wasn't quite meant to be. And they're going to start off on the back foot. But one of the aspects that I always like bring up, especially when we're casting Tier 3 Dota, is the comfort picks, right? Maybe Be Yourself feels more comfortable on the Lifestealer, and that's why he went for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the Lifestealer is definitely comfort, especially when you're not playing with a team that you always play with. Like, these teams are not your main squads. You want to fall back to a little bit of comfort, and I think that's okay. But I do kind of worry. I feel like there's going to be some early potential with a quick enough, say, maybe Blink Dagger from this Tiny. If you go in, Avalanche Toss, level 6 for the Brew is going to be big. And truthfully, this Hoodwink, we could see end up being, in my opinion, a fourth core. So definitely very strong.
Probably that's very well, especially if he gets involved really early on at killing this Skyrat mage. Because we kept on praising the Mystic Flare plus the setup they have, but Skyrath, once he runs out of mana on laning phase, he is not the most sustainable hero. And the Hoodwink goes to the trees with the Scurry, connects with a Bushwhack, one right click from the Brewmaster plus the overtime damage from the Cinder Brew, and you just die. Skyrath is one of these supports, has 0 armor, and that's why we don't see it played that much in competitive Tier 1 Dota.
Well, let's see what we get here. If there's going to be a First Blood to drop, they might fight. I'm a little surprised, I will say. I was shocked at the lack of pre-horn fighting in this region, but I'm kind of getting my wish here. Is they've got some damage on the Ember. They still need a little bit more lockdown. They took the tree grab level 1, which is fine, but that means no avalanche and not really a lot of lockdown here for the side of the Dire to get these kills. They'll do some damage, but they're not going to get more than that out of it. So damage traded, no kills.
And to answer your question from the draft, B-Cop, the Clockwork went for the hookup, so it will not be the Giant Cogs. I believe this is the first time I see this since Facets got introduced, as this Brewmaster is going to have a really tough time bottom for the first, I assume, 3-4 levels.
Yeah, not taking those Cogs early on. I mean, you're still probably just going to go heavy into your Battery Assault and your Cogs anyway. But Rocket Flare, actually, the 1 level in the Rocket Flare is fine because you're not doing it for damage. You've got the 100% movement slow, even if it's for 0.4 seconds. Like, that's more than enough for, say, Lifestealer if this Brew is high up in the lane to just start running him down on the Lifestealer with the open wounds. So we'll see how that lane goes. We'll see how it progresses. Mid, I don't think Ember should be dying in this lane, but he finds himself out of a slight and gets Avalanche Toss with not a lot of health. That's when you'll see him die.
Yeah, and we talked about the fact that both Enchantress and Hoodwink have great rotation potential if they want to come close and connect with, just a few right clicks or maybe a Centaur, a creep from the jungle with a hoof, with a stomp. It should be a pretty cut and dry mid lane otherwise. As this top lane, I think Beastmaster is going to really struggle. Running into 2 ranged heroes when you're a melee paired up with a Sky, it's very hard to get close to creeps.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, but like, let's see what Seneco's going for. He's gone 1 to the enchant. If he doesn't go the Impetus route, I think Beastmaster's fine. And he's willing to take that boar. Yeah, so it's 0-1-1. I think that's fine for the Beastmaster, truthfully. These wild axes can be a problem if you're not too careful on this Medusa.
I'm seeing Speedy and Revolver here really doing good trades, and I'm glad to see Speedy again. Like I said, he had a stand-up play yesterday.
First blood for the Medusa is not what you want. That is really the exact opposite of what anybody wants.
I was saying I'm glad to see Speedy on the Hoodwink, so I don't know what name we had on screen early on, but yes, he was the standout support player for Uzbekistan yesterday. Good to see him back on the Hoodwink. As I'm looking at this mid lane, a matchup between Ember and Tiny, and it's quite interesting that both heroes right now are punishing each other for a little bit, getting the opponent low in HP, but then get back fully up to with the water rune bottles. And it's one of the aspects of Dota that I feel like I dislike a bit more than how it used to be, BCOP. The fact that no matter how good you play your lane, you don't really, dominate your opponent because they can always go jungle, they can always get the water runes and come back there. It's not as skill-based as it used to be.
Yes and no. I think there's definitely rune control is more prevalent now. It's something that, like, obviously it was different back then, but it's also mid isn't just a mid game anymore. It's not a 1v1, and I understand that is what you're saying. It's not as much skill, but it also does force your supports to kind of be aware. It forces your supports to potentially rotate, make stacks, find the right options, and now you got the rocket flare that hits, but it's still not enough damage as they were looking to get that kill. But I like this move from this Skywrath. Yeah,
very surprising. I was saying that Hoodwink or Ench might be the first to come in and pressure Ethereal out the lane, but it ended up being Razorblade trying to, not trying successfully, sending the Tiny on the walk to base because he's run out of resources. But top.
Oh, gosh. Killing this Beastmaster is really unfortunate.
As predicted,
Beastmaster,
he's not going to leave.
It's 11-1. He should be able to farm with wild axes, but the fact that he is not getting anything, I mean, it is a bit surprising.
I know what it is.
I don't.
They heard you say that he's dominating every game, and now Uzbekistan wants to prove us that they can beat arguably the best hero that we've seen all day. They're like, well, we're gonna let them take the best hero, and we're gonna beat them.
That's true. And I will say Black did call for this Medusa in both games that we saw the Beastmaster in. So he is definitely on to something. But it's not allowing Hush to be in the lane at all. He's getting some CS. He's going to need to back off into the jungle eventually.
Oh, okay. Ethereal were really playing behind the tier 1 tower, using the Fortify right now to force Aristocrat to tank some creeps, but now he will fortify himself. Avalanche will not connect.
That's not great at all. And that toss doesn't hit either, but they've got the Centaur. Maybe they get this stun and they get the kill, but Ethereal, the Bushwhack too. That is overplaying your hand horribly. Being behind the tower is insane in my eyes. But I don't play that aggressive, so who am I to say anything?
Oh,
God, Hush again?
Man, Razorblade can't do anything here. Yes.
I will say, too, this support doesn't exactly give you much either.
Yeah.
Like, this is a Sky that isn't exactly opening up the lane for you.
Sky, they didn't pick the Sky for the laning phase, right? I think they realized we need to get our 6s, we need to get Hook and Roar, but now this is going to be halted even more as Escape and Soneko are contesting the Wisdom Rune and will be successful to do so. But Revolver, the saving grace for his squad, manages to get a trade Wisdom Rune, which is very important for the supports, as everybody at this point should know, right? His Wisdom Runes have been in the game for approximately a year or so right now, BCOP. So I'm glad to see Revolver with the Clockwork getting something back for his team, because losing both of them would have really been, a dire next 5 minutes.
Yeah, it definitely could be a very dire situation. But that being said, Clockwork's only level 4, but now they've got the Silence. They chase down the Brew while losing their own offlaner as well. At that point, we get a pause with no No disconnect. So
Who called it?
waiting to see.
Was the Ember Spirit.
It was the Ember, yeah.
Interesting that both offlaners died at the same time, and they will be respawning at the same time. And I think that is, of course, the Beastmaster himself, Hush, trying to get closer to creeps, and he's been getting some more, right? He is now up to 21. I think he was at 9 or 10 previously. But Escapes Medusa is more than doubling that, with 17 denies on lane as well.
Right, so we get a replay here to see the chase onto this brew, and once you've got that silent, that means he's not getting away. Easy peasy. Get another easy kill.
Ooh, amplified damage rune for Aristocrat. He wants to go check for some stacks, and he will find a double stack, but going deeper. Gets spotted by the rocket flare, so Hush should not be getting caught by this Tiny.
Definitely not.
Should not. That's key. But Hush is still postering up on the lane, despite seeing Escape there. Okay, he's gonna be safe. He's playing under the tower, and this is a lot of wasted time from the Tiny. This is very good from the Beastmaster. Oh, never mind. He's going lane.
Yeah, he turned around. That's rough. I mean, Medusa playing that far forward, that's the telltale sign, but that turnaround, it's just, you know, you're feeling starved, right? You're 24-1. You want to get some CS. You want to be able to find anything off the map, but I think at this point you just have to commit to backing off and going into the jungle.
Yeah. I mean, you are almost getting out-last-hitted by the opponent position for Ench. Position 5 Ench, actually, right? That was a 5 Ench that just left Medusa on the lane because Escape was so far ahead. Razorblade?
And look at that acorn shot. That just does so much damage. They can probably get both supports here. They don't really care about the untouchable with the heroes that they have, and this avalanche comes out a little bit too late, but a remnant and a chance, and they'll get both. Ethereal at least salvaging something out of this, but
Austin,
he
1 second.
dies. Oh gosh. Oh, the primal split. Now the toss. They'll get the kill, and they can. Oh my god, they could probably get Razorblade too if he's not too careful. Oh, Void Panda pullback, and another kill there for the side of the dire Uzbekistan.
It looked good.
They're playing the better game right now.
Absolutely. And it looked like they overcommitted. That's why they paid the price of the 2 supports. But punishing this Ember Spirit in the end will be more than sufficient to shut him down, as he's right now 200 gold behind the opponent Tiny at minute 10. Not the worst. Not the worst look. And I think he would have been fine had he not died there. And it was also unfortunate timing that Aristocrat had the amplified damage rune bottled up.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Especially with a Tiny, that'll just blow you up. Level 1 into Nature's Attendance, like, Enchantress is level 7, didn't even take Untouchable. That is some wild confidence from an Enchantress. But I guess for the most part, you're really not eating right clicks, are you? You're eating Battery Assault, Wild Axes, Slights.
And even if you are, like, there's a light stealer that right clicks you, but he has rage, so it doesn't really factor into anything, as Hush is getting pushed so far behind and slowed.
Yeah, he's dead. That is... He's not having a game at all. Well, I mean, his CS has actually come back.
I wonder where the... Oh, it's because the Brewmaster also left, right? The Brewmaster left the bottom lane, so he stopped last hitting. They previously joined the mid lane skirmish, and when he popped the Primal Split, but they want to fight now, despite having no beast.
Yeah, that's potentially an issue. Oh, Seneko. Couldn't be happier. Oh, I'm going to die? All right, neutrals, thank you. Sure. Don't give the other team anything. See, we've got biased neutrals in this game. That's cool. When you're playing against both the other team and the ancient camps.
Yeah, Beastmaster is like, I'm the master of beasts. You should be helping me, not the Enchantress. Come on, guys.
Oh, wait, we are helping. We got the kill. Yeah, well, I needed the last hit. I'm struggling here.
Oh, man. This Medusa already hit 100 and last hits. 106 currently right now. She's 7,000 gold net worth at minute 12. and she doesn't show any signs of slowing down anytime soon as she has a full Manta style completed, B-Cop.
And they haven't pressured the Medusa at all.
Where are you going?
And Ethereal pushed their Remnant away. That could have been very dangerous. They are 3K ahead with, I would say, the better late game team for sure.
Absolutely. You've got a Medusa. 98% of the time you have a secure, assured late game, right? It's very small instances when they have the heroes that actually counter her, that can punish her at that point. So, you know, the fact that Kazakhstan is not ahead at minute 13 is very tragic for them. But D yourself is not doing that bad. Second in the overall net worth, granted by a considerable margin, has a 4 armlet on top of face boots and bracer and 1,000 gold in the bank towards his radiance.
We'll say the problem is, you know, he's kind of the only one having an okay game. And you're going to need a little bit more than that. And you get the kill in a revolver now. Mystic Flare is not enough. And, oh, gosh.
Nice.
That was
One
close to
kill.
losing another.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's not the first Mystic Flare the way you want to, you know, use your first Mystic Flare, but that is a very low cooldown spell, and Clockwork still has the hook shot for when he respawns, so I don't see why they wouldn't just smoke up and go for another attempt in the next 10 or 15 seconds. The duo support of Kazakhstan, as, oh my goodness, the Tiny has a Blink Dagger already, and it's not the build you want to pick up. It's not going to be Echo Saber into Phylactery, but it's going to be Blink first.
Oh, it's blinking a phylactery. Stop it.
Not twitchy.
Stop building phylactery. Stop it. I don't like. I don't need it. Stop convincing my pub players to build it, please.
Ethereal, he has to be aware. There's a hoodwink coming in from his east. Hopefully there will be no connection with a bushwhack, but they're actually trying to commit. Look at the burst.
Definitely the way to get some burst. The silence with the Mystic Flare, but here comes the Medusa. It forces them to go the other way. There was a bushwhack used. Hoodwink walks away from any more danger, but that's a kill that they'll take. At least something. Avalanche toss and Searing Chains with a Remnant to get away, but the damage is pretty big.
I believe if the Flame Guard wasn't active, Ethereal just dies there, but 2 points in Flame Guard, sufficient to tank some of that damage to keep him alive. But now, a bottle refill from Soneko's TP and Aristocrat is going to be more than happy to go back and potentially push this mid-tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's also another amplified damage rune, I believe. No. Sorry, I'm just seeing things. Ethereal, he comes back in, but the bushwhack connects.
Oh, gosh. Sharpshooter coming in, and they still can't kill him yet. He's broken. And he's got another Remnant. He's really trying to get out of here. Oh, they missed the tree toss.
They're turning
This is
around.
now, yeah, this is a good roar. This is going to be at least the Tiny dead. The Infest pops. They kill off the Hoodwink, and, you know, there's sometimes something called Symphony of Skills, but that was the opposite. He missed a lot there.
Wow.
Chasing a very elusive hero, and yeah, now your Medusa's top of the net worth, but your other heroes have kind of slowed down off that. This is going to be a quick butterfly, though.
I want to say, right, that was the play of the match so far, and Ethereal might have just gotten his team back in contention for this game. But again, when you look at this Tusa, you need to get more, and they're trying to do so just now, and they're going to get Speedy first.
Now they're starting to get some levels on the Skywrath Mage. You're starting to have that silence to line up with this Ember, and that is
Dire's middle tower
a hook shot to try and get away, but a Mystic Snake will help get that kill. It's actually the Brewmaster who gets it with the Cinder Brew Ignite or Ignition.
Dire's
But
top tower
Medusa's involved. It feels as though maybe Medusa might be the only one that's holding them.
are scanning.
The other heroes are starting to die pretty quickly.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but how? First of all, okay, Beastmaster came back with all the neutral stacks. That's fine. Has the full drums of Slum. I really like this new ability that Yaganim Scepter grants him. But how is the Ember Spirit so far behind? I swear it felt like he had a good game. Do you feel like it is because of what you said you don't want to see, which is the Mage Slayer on him?
Yeah, I would have liked the Maelstrom first. I think Maelstrom and a Mage Slayer is okay. I like the farming capabilities that you're going to get from a Maelstrom. But it is also, you know, a lot of farm going the way of this Beastmaster and the Lifestealer. Maybe you just feel the need that you need to be using Mage Slayer to fight. But I do think he should have gone for the... Oh, God, that hook shot point blank doesn't land. Got the Stone Gaze. They have the turnaround. And that hook shot would have been something, but now you're still not dealing with a lot of mana here. You need to be a little bit careful. You are going to get a kill on a Clockwork, but if they had anybody rotating on this, Medusa might have been vulnerable.
See the drawings on the map, and this is the correct choice from Kazakhstan. If they couldn't jump in to punish the Medusa, they really need to split the maps and try to get one of the tier 1 towers, either mid or top, because they have yet to find any success when it comes to objectives. Ethereal really wants to get this one, but Aristocrat is lining up to prepare stopping that attempt as Brew.
Brew is dead.
Wow.
They did the right Skywrath build, in my opinion. You go heavy on the silence. It's a 6-second silence,
Dire's top tower
which is absolutely insane.
Dire's structures are fortified.
When you're playing versus a Brew, that's great. And if I remember correctly, the Brewmaster was picked into the Skywrath, right? It was the last pick overall from Brewmaster from Uzbekistan.
Yes.
So they were aware of that, right? Skywrath and Silences in general are the go-to counters for the Brewmaster, because you don't even get the chance of popping Primal Split. You want to be up there in the front, use Primal Split as soon as you jump in. But if you're silenced and then focused, the damage will be there from the drums of Slum and the Lifestealer, who now also, wow, gotta get the Aegis on the Beast.
Yeah, well, we saw this in the last game, Beastmaster getting an Aegis. But like I said, Beastmasters can farm their way back into the game. Just go back into the jungle. It's just a shame you didn't do it earlier.
I mean, the goal deficit has been completely reduced. We're pretty much back to even. Even the win rate percentage, BCOP, is only 54% towards the Dire side. And I see why. Kazakhstan has played a really solid last 6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah, definitely have. They definitely have.
Dire's bottom
Hey, I will say the aggression that came from the Dire when they missed that kill in the Ember probably scared them into not playing as aggressive.
Which is quite hard to do, right? Because the Tiny went for the aggressive build. He went for the Blink Phylactery, no Echo Saber. So his farming mechanism, which normally is just completely all the time right-clicking creeps with the double Echo Saber, is now turned into, oh, you need to get involved into kills to keep accelerating your farm. And that's why he's actually falling behind every single core on the Radiant side.
Yeah, he's got to find some opportunities to get some kills. You don't really want to fight into the Aegis, but you may not have a choice at the moment.
Both teams are smoked up. It's sort of a Tom and Jerry race right now. Uzbekistan going from their jungle triangle, but they're going to find a group.
Silence in the Mystic Flare. It is just that easy of a kill. And, you know, like you said, it was, hey, I said, hey, I don't think Sky's that great in the lane. And then you were like, yeah, well, that's not why they picked him.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's completely right. You want him there for the silence. You want him there for the burst damage. And they have it, so.
They're playing very well. I mean, they had a game plan, and we saw the way the first 6-7 minutes were going, and I think it's safe to say both of us were like, okay, Kazakhstan is completely getting outmatched by Uzbekistan at this point. But the game plan was, we are going to turn around with our ultimates at level 6, and we're going to come back into this game, and they've done so successfully. The 4K gold deficit doesn't feel like a factor, and it's only minute 22. I feel like these lifestealer beasts are so big, and even the supports, they might be the bottom 2 on the server, but Clock, Sky have so much more impact than an Enchantress Hoodwink without items.
Yeah, Hoodwink right now has Radabatos, which is more so the support build on a Hoodwink, which I'm not too much of a fan of. Blink Primal Roar, and again, the Mystic Flare is down. Your Untouchable doesn't matter when it's damage like that. They put the silence onto the Tiny. He's got nothing to answer this. They get an easy kill, and they've got themselves the Mystic Snake. They're doing some damage here. They've got themselves the Primal Split. They'll pop out of the Infest because they killed the Beastmaster, who is the one who had the Aegis. So he's actually got a second life going in. They go to the hook shot. They've landed on this Medusa, and they'll get the kill. They lose their supports, but getting this kill is great. And the Brewmaster trying to finish off this Beastmaster. And maybe they get a fourth. This Bushwhack lands off the Sleight of Fist, but don't have the damage yet. Radabatos, and there's the Impetus shots to finally finish him off. And Lifestealer are going to rage and TP out.
Okay. I'm going to blame that on Ethereal. I think Kazakhstan played a beautiful team fight despite losing the Aegis at first. The fact that they killed Medusa, who had a perfect score up until that point, Bcop, was excellent. Ethereal just wanted to jump back in, but he had below half HP and not sufficient mana. I think he also only had one more Remnant left. And yeah, we saw Risuk or the Brewmaster camping the Remnant. In the end, he died to the supports. Other than that final kill that we saw there from the Ember Spirit, Kazakhstan feels like they should have been ahead at the end of the team fight, but losing your mid laner gonna suck a little bit.
Definitely does. Slow on the Enchantress, but nothing doing in terms of a kill, which is fine. But Heaven's Halberd, interesting from this Lifestealer, by the way. It's got the Radiance build. He wants to stop the Medusa from hitting. But we'll see how much this Heaven's Halberd has that kind of impact.
She also has a Manta, right? She can just dispel it quite easily, I assume. This Aristocrat Tiny is going for a BKB after the Phylactery. At least he has another amplified damage rune, so they're smoking up, trying to put it to good work, as Escape has also hit level 18, and they spot the Ember.
Yeah, Radabatos Avalanche Toss with the Bushwhack. He never even makes it to the ground.
They want to get more.
Both teams have this burst potential. It's just a question of how Dire want to use it, and now it does look as though they're moving as a unit.
It's also, I think, the setup is slightly easier from Kazakhstan because they've got more tools of jumping on top, right? You talked about the Roar, the Searing Chains, the Hook Shot, which are just slightly easier to use, especially when you have more of them. Whereas for Uzbekistan, it is exclusively, I would argue, the Tiny Blink Avalanche Toss. Hoodwink can, of course, connect with a Bushwhack, but up top.
They're trying to go. They've got the Infest, and the BKB pop. They'll get this kill onto the Tiny. That Drums of Slam damage, it's pretty rough.
Over 2,000 damage dealt by the Beastmaster on that kill onto the Tiny. Unbelievable. Also, the reveal of the 9-second BKB from the Beast, that was very good there. The Tiny had no chance of running away or disengaging from that. So, good from Kazakhstan to get something back in exchange.
Yeah, definitely so. They needed something. Net worths are sitting pretty even, but you're still dealing with a Medusa ticking time bomb.
Middle tower is under attack.
And that's going to be rough to deal with if it continues to go this late. There's that Gleipnir, though, from Ember. It gives them a little bit more control.
Even more,
I
right?
Still say I wish that was before. But getting that Gleipnir means you've got a Sky that's not getting his, and instead, he's going for a Solar Crest. Radabatos from the Hoodwink. Dust on that Glimmer Cape. Silence Mystic Flare, but it's not going to matter. He should die from the Cinder Brew and will. They pop the Infest. They've got the right clicks onto this Enchantress. Seneko surviving. The Stone Gaze is used. The Primal Roar is out. They'll get the kill onto Ethereal. No, he's able to remnant away.
Wow.
He survives. Revolver is dead. 2 heroes gone on the side of the Radiant. Dire end up losing their Tiny. And Hush TP's out. Wow.
Hush just blinked in. 1v3, pops the BKB, fighting the Primal Split, the Medusa and the Tiny, gets a kill and TP's out. Okay, you might be right. You might be on something here, B-Cop. Beastmaster, we gotta see this hero banned out from now on.
Drums of Slam damage is no joke, man. It is no
Incredible.
joke.
3,000 damage in total dealt only from the Beastmaster in that team fight. Only outshined by the Medusa 3.6. But, you know, that's Medusa. She has a split shot. She can hit all the targets. She's the top net worth hero. And barely outdoing the damage of the Beastmaster. Very impressive stuff coming out of the offlaner for Team Kazakhstan. At the same time, the fact that Ember survives there is also what made that fight look so good for them. Because if Ethereal falls first, Uzbekistan is still happy, right? We kill their mid laner, whatever.
Yeah, not getting Ethereal kind of stinks. It definitely could have gone better.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But is what it is, at least for now.
Dire's top tower is
They're
under
still
attack.
working with a little bit of a lead here from Uzbekistan.
Full Aghanim Scepter flying towards B yourself, who will also be hitting level 20 in just a couple more creeps. I assume we'll be going for the Infest target move speed health. That's why he went for the Aghanim's build. Of course, tier 2 will fall. And Kazakhstan haven't had the gold lead since about minute 4, but it feels like they are in charge of the pacing of this game right now.
It's a matchup of who acts first, in my opinion. Because both teams have great initiation, but they don't exactly have the best counter initiation. Although I say that, and it's the BKB Primal Roar attempt to try and get a kill here, and they still get the Brute, despite the fact that he got the Manta off. It looked as though he was going to be able to do something with that and get the Primal Split, but never had the time. Avalanche toss, Medusa thrown up into the air, pops the Manta themselves. There was that disarm that came out from the Lifestealer, and some right clicks are starting to fly. There's a kill off Revolver. They'll end up losing Seneko. It's a 2-for-2 so far with a Remnant over to the side. They've got a Tiny that's going to die from the Infest pop. They'll end up losing Ethereal, though. The damage is still there. They open wounds onto the Medusa. They're trying to get the kill onto this Hoodwink. But they use the Rod of Atos to get the kill onto the Beastmaster. And a Rage TP out. But a buyback from the Tiny, which is kind of questionable, ends up coming through.
A bit late on the buyback there, and yeah, you want to take the Roshan, but this Medusa's not going to allow you to even get close to the Aegis. 100% you want it on Escape's Medusa, right?
You do, and you... I don't... It's kind of funny because I feel like the Tiny was just like, he'll have to give me the Aegis if I buy back, right? Yeah. And have that second life, which, you know, after that fight, Medusa does feel pretty unkillable, so I could see it going on the Tiny.
This Tiny, man. It feels like a support Tiny build right now. He is 6th in net worth overall.
Look shot. Quick kill into the Hoodwink. But a toss. Oh, boy. Both these heroes are in some trouble. The Ogre Seal Totem, kick the cogs, get out of there. It stopped them from doing Roche. I mean, this is fine.
It's a 1-for-1, but it's not bad 1-for-1 as they're buying so much time.
Yeah, that's true. Revolver. Dust, Avalanche. All right, the Phylactery, they got the kill, and now they've got Lifestealer, Rage, and TPing out. They need a way to stop that.
Okay, now they do Roshan, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No contest? No contest. Okay, fine. Tiny doesn't even want to come back here. I think they had the conversation. Escape was like, nope, I'm not letting the Aegis escape out of my hands. I will get it on Medusa. And at the same time, I understand your point, right? But like I said, this Tiny feels like a non-factor. He has Splash, mini stun with the Avalanche. The toss still feels strong when he jumps on the Skywrath, but otherwise you're not killing either of the cores with the current itemization on the Tiny. He needs to finish a BKB and at least another item before I start seeing him as a threat yet again.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I was just making a case for my guy Tiny.
Of course.
You gotta try.
Full Shiva's almost done on Hush. Just 150 gold away from that one. My goodness. And if the Tiny was right-clicking slow before the Shivas now, well, I don't even think we're going to see any right-clicks from him. Also going to be dealing quite well with the Medusa, slowing some of her attack speed. The extra armor is going to be amazing for Hush himself. And let's see who's going to get the shard at minute 32 for the Radiant. It will be Razorblade on the Skywrath Mage, whose shard is double arcane bolts. That's kind of meh.
Hey, it's better than what it used to be.
Yeah, but you would have preferred the jetpack, right? I mean, Clockwork really wants to have the jetpack, I believe. And speaking of the clock, he has the second halberd completed for the Radiant.
You gotta hope that's enough. So Medusa did a lot that last fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The thing is, Clockwork isn't surviving.
He has a Ghost Scepter flying in, so he might... But again, you pop that too early, Tiny comes in and he blows you up in a moment. No Solar Guardian for him. Razorblade actually has a Pavis. I don't even know what the game plan is going to be here for Kazakhstan, because you don't want to fight into the Aegis. Yes, there are 2 dieback potentials for Uzbekistan, but are you really going to kill Rivuk's Brewmaster? Oh, sorry, or the Tiny actually is the one that bought back, right? Yeah, Aristocrat. Has a BKB now. Ugh.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower.
We'll have to see. It's definitely push
Banner.
potential here. You need to be careful. Just losing these buildings. They have an Aegis to work with. Like, they're just going to continue on. They're trying to cut the creep wave with the Clockwork, but the creeps are already in. There's no tower to kill these creeps. You're going to lose this set of racks, backdoor or not.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom
Okay.
tower is
I
under
mean,
attack.
there was nothing you can do. Not even without the Aegis. Maybe you have an attempt there, but the Aegis and the banner to protect the creeps. Not sacrificing anybody there is probably the smarter choice from them, as we see the Medusa. She will soon have a full data list completed, and the Lifestealer very close to having his own Monkey King bar on top of the Ags he got a few moments ago. So both of these cores are about to hit a very good power spike in their moment. But again, if you want to fight into Uzbekistan's lineup, you have to kite the Medusa and kill the others around her. And unless you connect with, I don't know, Gleipnir or Searing Chains onto 2 targets, the Roar or Hook Shot are only going to grant you a single Mystic Flare, dissolving an opponent. So, okay, you kill out the Brewmaster, but then the Medusa is going to hit you all that time. It's going to pop the Stone Gaze, and it's going to, turn you into rocks. It's a very hard couple of minutes from Kazakhstan, as they need to not lose much more of their base, but there's still 2 minutes where Uzbekistan will come knocking at the door as hard as they can.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We'll have to see what the game plan is here for both teams, really, because you get that MKB on the Lifestealer, yeah, you feel good, but this Aegis, it's getting them buildings, and they still have 2 minutes on it. It's a lot of time to work with.
And we are ready, a minute 35. Because this is the longest streamed Central Asia Dota game from these qualifiers. So I'm glad to see this, but I'm also glad to see a nice bushwhack onto the clock.
Yeah, killing the Clockwork. Easy kill again. I will say, when you're casting with me, and it's been the trend so far in this event, I am constantly covering long games.
Oh, are you? Okay, yesterday I had only
Snako. He's in some trouble, but he 4 staffs away, and now they've got the disarm on the Medusa. Mystic Snake gets some mana back in. Now they've got the Rod of Atos. Bushwhack as well. Hunter's Boomerang, the Avalanche to toss, and now with no Lifestealer for 85, I may have just jinxed it.
B-Cop. What was that? Caster's Curse? Is that what we call it these days? Yeah, I think it's a...
It's that easy.
It's a caster Hex B-Cop. Unbelievable. I was just saying they don't want to take any engagements for the next 2 minutes, and you're like, no, it's going to take us another 48 minutes. And they went one by one trying to kill the Aegis target. I don't even know. I think this is going to be mega creeps, at least, if not tier 4s. I'm genuinely speechless. I don't know if you can hold this 4.
Not sure you can.
Or it's 3 now.
Having the hook shot, the primal roar. Medusa wants to lose this Aegis. Get that full life and mana.
Everybody else is getting quite low. Escape doesn't care.
They need to be careful. They've got the tier 3. They've got the silences there, but still no lifesteal for 24 seconds.
Look at the Halberds doing good work. Halberd from the Clockwork. Slowing Escape's push down.
Ethereal. Mystic Flare, Silence, not going to do anything.
Roar on cooldown. Hush just posturing, jumping forward, trying to maybe bait out the BKB or something. The Medusa doesn't even have that. And, okay, it went better than I thought, only losing 1 melee Rax, but still, that is going to be 3 out of the 6 Raxes you have gone completely. And now you're actually playing at a big gold deficit. Your lanes are going to be constantly pushing in, and you've got what you need to push them out, right, onto the dire side, but you get less gold from the creeps, and it's going to be annoying. If you want to bundle up and smoke to get a pick off, the lanes are going to come in, the tier 4s are not going to be safe. You've already used your Fortify, so Uzbekistan are looking in a prime position to convert this into a victory.
Yeah, I think they just need one more Aegis. They can wait for 2 minutes. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. They're looking to convert it. You're not wrong. Tormentor. Hey, that was pretty quick.
Oh, that's a good one. That is a good Torment. I often talk about Tiny Shard. And when it's a support Tiny and you get the Shard, you're like, oh, I guess I have this now. I don't do much with it. But now that he's finally completed a few more items, having the Shard is going to be much, much better. Potentially, we're even going to see him get an AC at some point in the future, as he's right now queuing up an Octarine.
Yeah, just want those targeted spells as often as possible. Those avalanches and those tosses, and they'll do that. It makes it look so easy.
There's a single buyback available on the server, and it is on the Radiant side. It's going to be Ethereal on the Ember Spirit that can come back into this one. But I think they're just going to let the range mid fall as they're doing a bit of split push up top.
They're doing some ratting, but you now have to deal with the fact that mid's pushing in. And truthfully, creeps are there. They can take bottom. Primal split. Brute takes buildings pretty quickly himself. So it's really not even just about this Medusa. Like, yeah, you can disarm the Medusa, but this Brute's going to take buildings very fast. They've got the Primal Roar. They're trying to go after the Medusa with the BKB being popped here by this Beastmaster, though. Can they hold on? Lifestealer is going to die 90 seconds. No buyback. And they'll kill off the Beast. They'll kill off this Sky. They both have buyback, but they are down to Mega Creeps. Blakenir back to 4. Mystic Flare not doing enough. Buyback, Remnant in, hook shot as well. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this Medusa, and they'll finally get that kill. But it cost them Megas.
Aristocrat really wants to get away. If the Tiny gets out, okay, he's not going to. Finally gets caught. But now you don't have a Lifestealer, and no more barracks, no more buybacks. You need to do everything you can to at least, I don't know, kill a set of barracks yourself or force out a big buyback. Tiny out for 100, Medusa out for 80. But do you have the necessary tools to push out the waves and take the towers? I don't think so either.
You lose 40 seconds of not having the Lifestealer. You don't deal with Mega Creeps that well on this team. I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
Roshan timer is not favoring them either. It's going to be another 90 seconds, so both the Medusa and Tiny will be back alive. If they could have at least had like an early Rosh, might have given me a bit more hope But as of right now, Kazakhstan is playing with their backs against the wall.
And they've been playing with their backs against the wall. It has been
true.
Very tough for them to make anything happen. Which is a good showing for Uzbekistan. We did question how strong everybody was, right?
Yeah.
So it's good to see that we're kind of being told to shut up in the nicest way possible.
At the same time, I have to say, I'm quite... not sad. What's the word I'm looking for? I thought Uzbekistan might actually dominate the game way more convincingly, and that would have made me believe they can take down Kyrgyzstan in the last series of the day. But this has not been a walk in the park. Yes, they've had the upper hand for the most part, and they will probably win here, especially as they're setting up for an engagement. But they did not dominate Kazakhstan in the way that Kyrgyzstan did.
Yeah, they didn't dominate in that way, but I still think that they did really well in terms of winning their lanes and controlling the map. They're trying to get Roche, but they're about 5 seconds too early, which is going to allow the Dire to get up here. And that's an issue because they go after Seneko. This is the Enchantress, but they're not even going to kill him. They'll end up losing the Hoodwink, though. That's something. Stone Gaze Infest. It was onto the Medusa, who's low on mana with the BKB, trying to throw these Mystic Flares. They got the kill into the Skywrath Mage, but they still have the opportunity to kill this Medusa with no mana left.
Oh my goodness!
And they'll get that kill, and they don't have buyback, but the creeps are in on the base. They took the tier 4s. The throne is exposed. You need to be careful with how long you're going to sit here. You're just looking to stop TPs. Yeah, you're just looking to stop TPs, and they're going to win the game off that.
Unbelievable, Peacock!
Wow.
They were doing it, but they were doing it way too late. And that the Avalanche Tiny Aristocrat blinking himself forward to just stop the lifestealer. He had no rage. And that is gonna be it. Uzbekistan knocking Kazakhstan out completely. Their final dreams of making Chengdu this year have been shut down. And what a way to finish the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what you're trying to accomplish there. When you know you have mega creeps and you know the base is open, it was open for a long time too. You're being very aware of how you're slow rolling this fight. You're just like, all right, they're pushing in, they're not returning, they don't deal with mega creeps that well. You just keep this fight long, we'll be in a good spot. And they did, and a good spot ended up being, okay, they were, it's one of two things, right? They either go back, fix their base, and you get Roche for free, or they don't go back, they lose their base, and you win the game. So that's what they accomplished, and we can take a look at it again in these highlights. So we can get on into this and recap what you saw, or recap what we saw. And I mean, it all started in the laning phase, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw them do a nice attempt, right, from Kazakhstan of offsetting some of that, but it also is about the skill aspect. Laning phase, winning or losing, last hits and trading is very important. But this was the turnaround point where Kazakhstan got themselves back into the game. They kept on chasing, maybe overcommitting for this Ember Spirit, so they ended up losing 3 because of the very nice heads-up play. Hush came in, Roar, and then obviously the Infest Bomb on top of that. And that brought them back in for a little while. We see the gold deficit being reduced completely. And it was from that point onwards when the game was a back and forth. But Uzbekistan really never played from behind, did they?
No. They laned really well, and there was nothing really stopping them from that point. And there were a couple of hiccups, I would say.
Yeah, of course.
Beastmaster was still able to get that farm. There was this point of contact where it felt like Kazakhstan were being the initiators and making sure that they were, in doing so, taking the fights the way that they wanted to. And you see it here, getting the kill on the Medusa. But you get that kill on the Medusa, and then you give up way too much.
This speedy bushwhack again on top of the Remnant was very nice in the end, as we saw Ethereal here trying to juke left and right, but in the end was caught by the Atos. And Speedy, with considerably quieter performance here on the Hoodwink, didn't feel the need to go for the Maelstrom build first. I think he had Atos into 4-staff, so committing to that full support build, which we both expressed that we're not fans of. This Roshan fight up top was, again, another very good showcase of why Uzbekistan is just a bit better throughout the day, right? They started well, they got the kills they needed, but then they stuck around for way too long.
Yeah, these fights would go on a little bit too long. Like, this fight was solid, but then the Medusa starts to clean up here, and it's a good job here from the Hoodwink, too, to stay away from these wild axes, and then Lifestealer just trying to TP out, but still, it's not an easy time, not a fun one by any means. And it's tough, because these buildings do end up going for free as well.
Yeah. Oh, man. They could have done so much better. And honestly, BCOP, if this is a best of 3, maybe the things can turn around, right? Kazakhstan loses game 1 and says, guys, we played relatively well. We know what we need to change. Maybe we need to make some draft adaptations as well. We know that our Beastmaster was actually really potent, so maybe go back to that, but find a couple different pairings with him. The whole, Clockwork Skywrath pairing or Roar into Mystic Flare worked out 2 or 3 times in between minute 15 and 20, but as normal and as expected, Skywrath does fall off at some point, and we saw they didn't have anything else to replace it with that. As soon as the Skywrath became a non-factor, the BKBs came out, the silence was non-impactful either, so Kazakhstan has plenty to learn from this, what was a 43 minute game. And hopefully next year or in the future tournaments, they will do even better, right? If they were in a different region, and getting 3rd place is not too shabby.
Yeah, maybe come back stronger for the next one, but still, overall, it's definitely not the result you're looking for. You are a little bit annoyed with the way the game went, I think, because you did feel confident coming out of that draft. But if you're Uzbekistan, you're happy because I'm pretty certain both teams are confirmed. Both Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan are confirmed now for the finals. So we do have the match summary. We can throw that on your screen right now, and we can take a look at that and show us really a little bit of a smaller non-highlight breakdown. And it's Medusa 14-3-10, doing 63,000 damage.
That is incredible. And Escape had a pretty free game. Like, even when the skirmishes were happening, we saw Revolver, Hush, and Razorblade doing a lot of good job with their combinations. Medusa was always away in the Mighty Mines, hitting creeps, stacking for herself, killing the stacks, and keeping himself as the top network spot, which is what you should be doing as a Medusa, right? He trumpstered Hush, who had no first 12 minutes because he was so far behind, and then kept the advantage going for himself. And I think he makes a good case for the MVP. But what are your thoughts on it, Bcop? Would you like to give it to Escape, or do you have someone else in mind?
I think it's Escape for me. I think so. The Medusa played the lane well. I think there were no mistakes by this carry Medusa. Pressured the Beastmaster out of lane a bunch, got first blood. I think everything fell into place afterwards, and it worked out. So, well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think Escape will be the player to look out for, as Uzbekistan is going to actually be back on our stream for the next series, which is the equivalent of the grand final, right? We had that as they are the winners of this matchup, and of course, not just a matchup, but also guaranteeing a slot at Chengdu, which is what they came here to play for, of course. In the end, the matchup versus Kyrgyzstan will be for seeding, right? And I gotta ask you, Bcop, do you think at this point, do you mind if you lose to Kyrgyzstan, or are you gonna be starting the celebrations early?
I don't think you mind. We could definitely see an experimental draft from both teams, maybe try and theory craft what they think is good in this patch. I don't mind it at all, if you're just going to try and give it your best. So we'll have to see what they really want to get out of this, right? Like, do you want to be like, hey, we're the best in this region and go for it? Or do you want to try and play a Meepo, Bounty Hunter, Ancient Apparition, Viper game or something like that?
Oh my goodness. Well, Bcop, I'm gonna break the news. I'll take this one from you. I got the news that we will be having a fascinating, phenomenal, actually, interview with the Uzbekistan player, none other than the captain. We are joined by Suneko. Well, congratulations, Suneko, for your victory.
Thanks, guys. Hello. It was a pleasure to play. Funny game, right? I hope you had fun too.
Oh, of course, always. I feel like every time I watch you, Suneko, I do have fun with it, and it felt very one-sided. Is that how it felt in game the entire time?
It was like kind of easy game, but at some point it's start to like crashing. Because we start to feed and we overdived, if you remember, between tier 1, tier 2 and Beastmaster orders. From this point, it started to be a bit hard. But anyway, we were trying to come back. Just waiting. We were waiting for good smokes or just some good plays.
Right. Was there anything in their draft that really surprised you? I mean, the Beastmasters seeming to get really popular, but was the Skywrath a little bit of a surprise from you?
Skywrath, yeah. I think it's like the problem was like I didn't make a preparation against the enemies. Like I joined to Uzbekistan before for 20 minutes before, and I had another official before this national tournament. So I was thinking about our drafts, and I checked a little bit their drafts, and I wasn't surprised, but yeah, they just picked well. I think yeah, they picked good enough.
Yeah. So with a victory here, it sets you up to go to Chengdu. Have you ever been to China for Dota, and are you excited to go for this Iesf event?
Yes, I'm excited. I was in China like many times in like 4 or 5 different cities. So it's in Chengdu. I don't remember. Maybe I wasn't there. So I will check the city, and they're like amazing places to visit.
Obviously, you are playing. Yeah. Obviously, you are playing to represent your country, which is a completely different format to the one that you are used to. And how does that feel to play for Uzbekistan?
It's of course I'm proud to play for my country. I wasn't able to play like last year. It was in Bali because I had the TPC tournament, but I already was like messaging to my Uzbekistan friends, and we wanted to play, but it's like schedule problems wasn't resolved, and I couldn't play. Yeah. And this time, I hope we just show our best, because I know these players. I know how hard they want to win, and they will to win, and we will try to do our best.
Well, congratulations, Suneko, and good luck, as you have the equivalent of the grand final just coming up versus Kyrgyzstan. So good luck with that one.
Thanks. See ya.
See ya.
Well, Bcop,
very
Suneko,
interesting choice of words from him. Very calm from Suneko overall, and I feel like I realized maybe a little bit too late that I realized, yeah, he's probably been to China for some lands, but it's what can you do? I asked the question. I figured maybe there was some way that he hadn't been to China for a couple lands, but he's been around the block. I did say he started playing pretty in your face professionally since 2015. So
yeah, of course, and it's good to see that. He respected his opponents. It's ever so often when you are a player of his caliber with his experience, you come into these tournaments and you completely overlook your opponents. But he said yes, he didn't have time to prepare even more for that matchup, but he still went and looked at some of the drafts, and he thought they had really solid ideas. He said he liked the Skywrath, didn't necessarily feel like he was surprised by it, but he he gave props to Kazakhstan, which of course I think it's the big takeaway here, right? And if you're on the Kazakhstan side, or if you're a fan of the Kazakhstan national team, you should be proud of what they did and what they achieved. They managed to push one team that has a phenomenal pro player over 40 minutes, and then made the game at least very entertaining for us.
Yeah, I mean, again, he said they made a couple of mistakes, but it felt very one-sided. It felt like they knew what they wanted to do, and it does give me some hope coming into this next one up against Kyrgyzstan, because Kyrgyzstan, I think, by far and away the best team, especially if they do end up having Zayats and the others on the roster. But we'll have to see. I mean, it's going to be potentially a close one. It could be an experimental one with both these teams already confirmed for the finals, but we'll have to see after we take a short break. We're going to be gone for a little bit, but stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back. We're here. It's Iesf. What, you're joining us again? Yeah, you on the other side of the screen over there. But yeah, we are coming back for the final matchup of the Central Asian qualifiers, as we have already got 6 teams ready to go, and that includes the host nation of China. That's going to be at the Chengdu Asian Finals here for Iesf. But Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Australia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, they're all in. They're all good to go. They have made it. And we've got this one matchup ready for you. And it's on your screen. It's Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan winning and qualifying. And we had that quick little interview with Seneko, and it feels like he's in good spirits. I think he's ready for this Kyrgyzstan team.
I think he's ready to come in and, maybe pull up an upset, a little bit of an upset, right? We don't necessarily know what roster Kyrgyzstan will be fielding today. And the stakes are not as high as they were in the previous series, right? That was kind of contending for the final slot. This is more for seeding, but I think seeding is relatively important. I'm going to give you a little bit of a fun fact, Peacock. Kyrgyzstan last year, they did get 3rd place overall in the Iesf World Esports Championship Grand Finals, but it wasn't that easy for them to qualify because they made it to the LAN Asian qualifiers where they came in 5th. This year at the Asian qualifier, there's only 4 slots. So if they have a poor seeding, they lose an early game and they don't show up in the most important play day, what I assume will be a lower bracket, they could come out in the 5th place again and this time not make it to Riyadh in November. So we often overlook seeding matches, but I think there's a lot to consider in this one.
Yeah, for sure. I do think that their run in the Asian qualifiers last year was a little bit more difficult because I was there with Black and they were in a group with the Philippines and Mongolia, which the Philippines were a full stack last year. I would, in my opinion, say a better stack last year. And then Mongolia was IHC, who ends up, winning the entire IESF. So that group, in retrospect, especially, was a very strong group that they were going to get 3rd in. They maybe were skirting by with a 2nd, but that was just a tough lineup for them to try and get a victory from. And they came in 3rd in their group, and they ended up taking the 2-0 over Australia, which was enough. It might be tougher with the less slots coming into the next one, but I'm definitely interested to see it. It'll be a fun time with both these rosters. And
we've already seen some upsets as we take a look at the rosters. Like we got Kyrgyzstan with some of their players, and I'm going to come back to this because we don't necessarily know who they're going to field today. This is the official roster with Zayat and Kami, but yesterday both of the players were replaced, and I believe we had Sunset, which really did a great job of stepping into the shoes of Zayat. Like I said, by far the most impressive player I've seen in the Central Asian region this week. And I think Alim was replacing Kami, and they did a bit of a swapperoonie with roles. I think he played on the off lane, and then their normal off laner went safe lane, which Kami plays safe. Anyway, there was a lot of changes there. Kyrgyzstan still won. They're still qualified. So we're going to see what they're fielding today. But Uzbekistan, same roster. We just saw them play a minute ago. And, yes, Kyrgyzstan came in 3rd place overall, but there's been already a few upsets happening. And you know this better, because you casted Myanmar, the silver medalist with the identical 4 players that won last year in Yash, Romania, came in 3rd, and they're not even going to make it to Chengdu.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a disappointment there to not see Myanmar, but it was definitely a tough little qualifier for them with the Philippines, with Malaysia. It's not easy. It's not fun when there's only 2 slots. I'll tell you that much. It is really rough to have to deal with, and ultimately you come up a little bit short, but hopefully not too brokenhearted about it, because I think they played okay. I think that there's a lot more to play for them in terms of representing their country. There are going to be more chances. This isn't the last time this event's ever going to happen.
It's also quite challenging point. Like this week is a challenging point, BCOB, right? Because 736 came about what, 6 weeks ago, maybe 7 weeks. Let's say under 2 months ago, right? And you're getting accustomed to the patch. We had A and B. Okay, you're changing it. But then 736C came in, I think 5 days ago, 6 days. That is 3 days to prepare on a new meta where some of the big hitters really got nerfed, right? I have yet to see a Storm Spirit today. Well, I only casted the game. Did you have any Storm Spirits in the SCA region? No. Storm Spirit was an S tier pick just 5 days ago, but now teams are not really running it as much. Weaver, still really, really good. We had it banned last game, but still not as much of a priority even yesterday compared to what it was last week. So if that's what you've been practicing for, because you knew, oh yeah, we have Iesf qualifiers coming at the end of the month, let us run the patch, and then Valve drops it in because there's a break in the tier 1 competitive scene, you could get punished if you're maybe not as versatile, or maybe if you are more of a team than the other teams that are, like we heard Soneko came, oh yeah, I had an official game, I joined the boys 20 minutes ago. They might have an advantage over you because they don't have the strats that they practice with. They can just run what feels comfortable for them.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's definitely going back to comfort, but there's definitely opportunities where they can just kind of fall back on what they know. Well, it, to me, seems like this is going to be a draft where we see maybe where they're going to get some of that testing, that experimentation. It wouldn't be surprising. And Soneko talked about how he didn't exactly have time to prepare. He was playing officials. He's playing with a team called Team T right now at the same time, who are playing in the Western European qualifiers for Elite League. So he's getting some pretty decent looks in terms of what's working at the moment, which is interesting because his team is playing right now.
Is Soneko on the server, ladies and gentlemen? Let's find out. Maybe they're playing with a standing because they're already qualified. This would be a probability, and I think they are. I think they're playing with a standing.
No, Rainy
is Soneko. Rainy is Soneko,
yes.
Okay.
They're playing in a... Team T is playing with a stand-in in the Western European qualifiers. I believe they're playing with Kaori.
5 seconds.
I love that. I'll be honest, I love this. I mean, you saw the smile on his face when I asked him about how does he feel to represent his nation. His face fully brightened up. And this is just testament to how important playing for your national team is for someone like Soneko, who has achieved so many things in his career thus far. Yes, maybe he has yet to win the TI, but he has had those successes at the big tier 1 events. And right now he's at a point in his career where he realizes, you know what? I've done it with my club teams, quote unquote. Let me do it for my home country. And I can't fault that. I think this is exceptional to see. And similarly, well, actually, maybe not similarly, let's find out if Kyrgyzstan has the same luxury, if Zayats is on today or not.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. I don't think Kyrgyzstan have Zayats and
Kami.
And Kami, because I believe these in-game names are the same ones that were there yesterday.
Okay.
So, all the same, at least for so far. Okay.
The draft is underway, and we're not seeing it yet on stream, so I'm not going to spoil it for you. Okay, I'm spoiling it for you because it's right here. It's the SF, it's the Weaver. Okay, we're going back to 736B, and this is what we were just breaking down before we jumped in. The fact that some of these teams might have prepared with these heroes, and I'm glad to see them, bring out the big guns. Beastmaster first banned from Kyrgyzstan. They realized how strong this hero has been today, so they don't want to let it through. They want to fight with everything they got for that first place in this region.
Yeah, Elder Titan is definitely one that's up and coming for me. And then this Weaver has felt strong before. Had a couple of changes. I mean, Weaver, maybe not the same as it once was, but still annoying. The slow duration on Skitter Step gets changed. It gets lowered. The Geminate attack damage goes down from, being 5, 25, 40, 55, 70 to 0, 20, 35, 50, 65. So down 5 at all levels. and then the mana cost of Shikuchi goes up by 5. So it's not terrible nerfs. You're not getting the benefits of Geminate attack at level 0, that innate ability, and then it just, maybe you're not doing as much damage all the time, but you still feel pretty strong as Weaver, in my opinion.
I think he's still a great hero. I still, maybe again, not S plus tier as he was before, but A plus or S. I would still classify him as that. And I'm gonna say something controversial, Bcop, but let me know your thoughts on this. I think Hive Mind, his other facet, the one that lets the swarm steal XP, is not great, but I think it's pretty good. I am actually very keen to see who's going to be the first tier 1 player to get it in a competitive match. Maybe in the coming tournaments or maybe closer to TI if they think like the facet deserves a bit of a buff. Because I think it's no joke, especially if you're playing support Weaver, which is something that we every now and then see. It has a place in the meta. That's how I feel about that one.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, facets right now to me kind of feel like there's a good one, bad one.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that experience one isn't exactly bad, but it's not better than Skitterstep. Like, I would like to see somebody do it, but it's a very tough thing. I think facets being in the game make things kind of tough in terms of balancing, for sure. Like, I'm a little worried about facet balancing going on in the future, because you do kind of clearly have that for a lot of players or a lot of heroes, the good and bad. But then do you overtune the bad one and then, you nerf the good one, or do you try to balance them to make them more applicable in both ends, or do you change them?
Change them completely,
Yeah, it's tough. Like, patches are only going to take more time, and I know nobody wants to hear that because they love when patches come out, but they're only going to take more time because there's so many more aspects into the game that they need to check. It used to be you just had to change the skills, but then you had to change the talents, and you thought, oh, okay, but now you got to change the shards, and you've got to change the Ags because everybody got an Ags. I don't know if you remember, but Ags upgrades weren't a thing for everybody. Like, it wasn't in every hero had it, but now it's you gotta tune the Ags, you gotta tune the shard, you gotta tune the abilities, you gotta tune the facets, you gotta tune the
what about the innate? The innate?
Yeah, the innate abilities and just the stats in general.
Yeah, it's and the items. I mean, don't even get me started on Eternal Shroud, man.
Oh God, dude, it's rough out there, and I praise everybody who works on this game. Not when I'm losing a lot, but I praise everybody who works hard on this game, because they obviously know I don't mean it when I get 3 losses in a row and I'm like, I hate this game. But, I do appreciate how much work goes into this game, and I appreciate how much work goes into this game from the pros as well.
Absolutely.
They have to go over all those skills and all those facets and all those changes, and they have to find what works. And, that's why Seneko is one of those guys that was very sought after in the CIS region, was because he was a good captain. He was a very, very smart player, and he still is. So, he has drafts like this where you got Puck, Bat Rider, to pull him out of the Dream Coil and hold him there potentially to have the Weaver do damage, or, well, you've got Gyro in the safe lane, and this looks like it's more so a support Weaver, but who knows? It could be a support Gyro as well. Like, the flex is there.
It could be a support Bat.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume it's a support Bat, right? I think this is this a certain support Bat? I don't want to see that.
I would say I think it's the only thing that's certain is it's a support Bat.
I mean, Puck mid is also certain, right? We're not going to see an offlane Puck. But we got 2 certainties on the draft from Uzbekistan this far. As they will have to reveal what they are going to, complete their draft with in the next 24 seconds. And Kyrgyzstan has 2 full minutes. Excuse me. Io Gyro, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, here we go. Wait. So they don't really have, like...
It's a 5 Bat and then a 4 Weaver. And this Chrono kind of makes things tough, but you gotta get Gyro IO. That's your go-to target, and I think it's easy to just focus the 2 of them. The other 3 heroes, especially if this Weaver's a support, doesn't matter.
Could you run IO Weaver with Weaver carry? Is that a thing? Does Io keep up in the speed with the Shikuchi?
Not as easily, but I mean, it's still the same game plan, right? If you go Weaver IO or Gyro IO, it's Faceless Void, just Chronos. You have a Requiem on the side, and you've got a very early run at you kind of lineup from Kyrgyzstan. I think Natural Order is going to feel very strong. I think the Guardian, the Corrosive Haze is going to feel really good with Guardian Sprint. I could say that and save myself there. But there's a lot of minus armor. There's a good amount of Natural Order that's going to make this very difficult for this side of Uzbekistan. I don't know how safe they should truly feel. This is definitely problematic.
It's also the presence of the Dark Lord that's going to come in later on, because they have so many ways of reducing, everything from Uzbekistan, from armor to resistance at any capacity, that these heroes are going to melt, and they don't even have like a staple tanky offlaner, right? I believe they're going to head for this Batrider offlane as I'm taking Kyrgyzstan. I know last game I said Uzbekistan won the draft like 75%, 80%. I think Kyrgyzstan won this 95% to 5. This is a huge outdraft, if you ask me personally. They've got classic combo wombo if needed. If they don't, use their spells correctly, like you said, only the Natural Order and presence of the Dark Lord. The damage is going to come in from the right clicks up. From Sunset as well on the Hoodwink. Like I said yesterday, he completely impressed me on his heroes. So Uzbekistan, they have a tough mountain to climb, but maybe they're going to surprise us with this last pick IO and this Batraider core.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a possibility that they can, but I kind of don't know what this Weaver in the 5 position does. They actually bumped it down even further. So
it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. You could chill on reading my mind. It doesn't do anything. I agree.
I worry, but I do wonder if like Seneko has an idea, because
to me, it feels like if you're going Weaver in the 5, you're not going into that pseudo core, and you have to get like Urn, right? And get Vessel.
See, if he plays it as a 4 and he gets Vessel Ags at minute 26, right? That's good. But doing that off of position 5, well, you have an IO who's going to be buddy up with your mid laner. That means you have to join up with Batrider. And my biggest problem with Uzbekistan's draft, like I said, they don't really have lock. Like, what is it? Magic Missile and Lasso? Those are... Magic Missile is not reliable. And if you're playing versus a team like Kyrgyzstan, the Shadow Fiend Hoodwink are just going to kill it. And Lasso has a pretty long cooldown compared to, 2013. So... they're just going to run at you. This Shadow Fiend will jump on top of you. Slaughter will pair up with him. It's going to be a rough mid-game from Uzbekistan, and that is if they can survive the laning phase.
Yeah. The laning phase, I mean, it's not aggressive immediately from Kyrgyzstan, but it's aggressive at like level 4. It gets... exponentially more aggressive as well from level 3 to 6. Because once you've got Corrosive Haze, it's go time.
Do you think they're cooking with this lane? Because Speedy and Rasuka seems to know what they want to do. They forced the Faceless Void to go back to base with the right clicks coming in. I mean, is this a viable lane? I know throughout the history of Dota, because we've had both Batrider and IO constantly get nerfed because they've been always making their way back into the meta when the TI rolls around, and Uzbekistan has both of them, but I don't know how many times I've seen them paired up together.
I don't know if it's cooking. It might be a little overcooked. They had Faceless Void by himself, and I think that's where they really found that benefit. But what Elder Titan's idea is here is he's going to Astral Spirit, get some extra damage, and make sure he opens up the lane for this Faceless Void, because he just needs a couple of levels to really feel pretty set. If you're trying to get Sticky Napalm out, but you get hit with time dilation, you're not going to have a good time. But for right now, he just has Time Walk. So as the levels get there, I think the more sustained this Radiant side gets.
Did you see that punch? That was about 220 damage from Max coming in, and he didn't even send the Astral Step through the Twin Gate yet, which is what we see a lot of safe lane Elder Titans do, using it to get as many targets under as possible. And the damage is coming in from Batrider, forcing out the Time Walk early. Early. He was below half HP. What about mid? Puck, Shadow Fiend. I would say traditionally in the history, Shadow Fiend should have the slight upper hand, maybe even kill potential. But these days, I feel Puck holds up to himself. Maybe will fall slightly behind in last hits, but I don't think he should die unless he gets rotated on.
It's definitely can be skill based for sure.
Yeah.
You know, where it's not just naturally farmy. You get hit by a couple raises and all of a sudden life is a little bit difficult. If you get caught without an illusory orb, you're using a farm up, you know? Like for those first couple waves, sometimes we see Pucks just kind of use the illusory orb forward in the creeps. Ooh.
Oh my god.
God, Seneko. Just giving up first blood there. Gave up first blood, but again, it's another one of those situations where the core gets the better of it because they get solo experience outside.
Yeah, Soneko knew there was a sentry there because they deworded his own sentry that was blocking the camp. So in the end, maybe it was the trade, like you said, favoring the gyrocopter, and Soneko will now come back mid. He will refill the bottle of the puck, which is going to help his team even more. And this puck is keeping up in last hit with Shadowfiend, who's also going to use the raises in the jungle. So quite impressive thus far from none other than Isocrat, who changed it up completely from the Tiny of last game. Hopefully he's gonna, because, you know, I talked about his Tiny. He had a great laning phase, but then slowed down in the mid game because of the build. I want to see him actually converting this good laning phase potentially later on today. Well, today in this match.
Bot lane, just some damage, but top. It's kind of tough for Slardar.
Yeah, gyro.
Not
gyro
that easy of
Weaver.
a lane.
Double range is never fun when you're a melee core. And yes, Hoodwink is good at harassing, but Hoodwink is also one of the heroes that doesn't want to be in the face of the gyrocopter, right?
Boy, God.
Wow.
That is some quick damage.
The RNG really helped him because the third acorn shot, which bounced off of the tree, went for the carry target. Sorry, the hero target, which is normally not. It doesn't prioritize it. It's just a bit of luck there. But that was, like you said, a lot of damage. And think about it. This is a level 3 Hoodwink with no corrosive haze from the Slardar yet, of course.
Yeah, so that's the end goal, right? For the Slardar. It's not giving up anything in terms of dying. If you die once, it's okay. Mm-hmm. But if you can get yourself to the point where you get to level 6 and you have that corrosive haze, first of all, you're going to be able to see this Weaver. And second, you're going to kill him very quickly because you'll have Bushwhack, Acorn Shot, and Acorn Shot already does a bunch of damage.
He also went for the facet that you noticed allows the Acorn to bounce off tree. So he will not have the bonus extra range that the Scurry facet usually gives, but there's a bit of pressure bottom onto Max.
Yeah, Max is burning pretty low, but he'll be fine. 3 stacks of the sticky napalm. Not dead just yet. Doesn't really have anything in terms of regen. He actually has negative regen in terms of having a blood grenade. And Sunset's going to chase this gyro, wanting to at least bounce it off the tree and gets it.
My goodness.
Sunset is dominating this game, but the funny thing is, the farm's going well enough where those 3 kills, they're still down in net worth.
He's going to escape here, I think. Soneko can't get that.
He may not. Uh-oh. All they need is a bash out of this as well, and then they get this kill. They'll Shikuchi in turn, though. And now, trying to get this Lotus, the Slithering Crush is there, and they get the kill finally on a Soneko. And that puts this Slardar at level 5, who's going to walk all the way back to base, and truth, he might be the one who picks up the Wisdom Rune.
I think he kind of needs to. Although he has actually managed to catch up in last hits, he was very far behind the gyro, now only 3 behind him, surprisingly. getting back into that. But Seneko did so much in that fight, not just getting a kill back, but also stealing the Lotus before he dies. Massive victory as we have smoke. They want to go contest the Wisdom Rune together.
Top tower is under attack.
We've seen this a couple times from mids. They move over, they try to contest the Wisdom Rune, they get the kill onto the Wisdom Rune as well. They're going to need a TP to come out. And Dream Coil, 3 heroes here. This is a problem. 4 heroes now showing up, but they do have some help from this Shadow Fiend, and if they don't get the kill onto the Slardar, boy, it was going to feel pretty bad. But now, if you're this Puck, do you commit to just running away in that illusory orb? And the answer so far is no, and now you just die for it. So you've tried to take this Wisdom Rune, and you might lose all 4 heroes.
What
oh my
a
God,
disastrous play.
Kyrgyzstan. Bunch of ballers over there. All right.
And that's the problem. You don't have any stunts. Like, there was no stun flying in at that point. Level 6 on the Batrider hit it just now. He wasn't even going to rotate. A single point in Magic Missile, insignificant essentially. And the Slithering Crush, we saw the Bushwhack, and even the Acorn Shot, not stunning, but giving that extra slow that's needed to allow for the right clicks and the raises to connect. And Kyrgyzstan does what they do best. They continue to use their spells very nicely to, punish what was a very overzealous attempt from the Dire side.
Yeah, and that is, and it's not even boosting them that high up. I thought their net worth would be higher in doing something like that and having that lead.
Yeah.
But it does put SF at the top. That's what you really care for. And now you just need to get this Slardar, who's a couple creeps away from getting that level 6. And then I truly do think you're off to the races.
What is this Batrider build-up? Power treads on the Bat into Null Talisman. He has another Circlet, which I assume might be a Wraith Band. I don't... Okay.
Swarm. Call down, Slithering Crush, but they should be able to get this kill. They stop that Bushwhack from happening. They're going to look for another TP over, but SF will stop it. And instead, the chase is on from Sunset to try and get this kill into Seneko. As the Acorn Shot bounces. Oh, the sleep misses, but the Bushwhack lands, and there's still a kill despite the tether.
Sunset is playing some very beautiful Dota. I told you, he has been the most impressive support, if not the entire player of this qualifier for me, and he's going for more right now.
Oh, no. Oh, the sleep, but standing in the Rocket Barrage is a bit of a problem. Sharpshooter snaps it, but still they'll get the kill onto the gyro. That's what they wanted. They've got the raises. You don't have an illusory orb to go to. But now it's finally available again. Again, do you want to juke off of your own IO? You're just giving them up to die.
So we have support for Gyro and IO. The position 1 falling from the Dire side. Uzbekistan is really not managing to link up with each other the way they wanted to this early on. And now minute 10 rune, who's going to have the upper hand? It's going to be Aristocrat picking up the shield rune. A small victory for the Puck. But did you see that Hoodwink? Hoodwink is out leveling the Gyrocopter by a full level at minute 10.
Chrono bottom. Sharpshooter eaten by the IO. I am seeing that. And what I will tell you here, though, is that they get this IO kill, but if Void dies, this feels pretty awful. Bushwhack connects, though, and no aggressive time walk. It was on cooldown. The Acorn Shots and the right click starting to do some damage here from Sunset, who feels like the carry. I don't know how this has been an open lane here for the Faceless Void, but Void is super poor.
Okay, is gonna get some assist goal from that coil.
He needs to pop the wand. Oy. And Void's gonna die, staying at the bottom of the net worth in terms of cores. Sharpshooter misses. There's another kill, but they did also kill the gyro. So I want to say that this is going well for Kyrgyzstan, but their Void is poor. Very poor.
Wait a minute, his what? It's 3.5k net worth? What has he been hitting? Katie not having a game. I didn't I understood he might be low, but he's so far behind, not just behind the Batrider, but he's a position 4 Void. Does he at least have the time zone scaled up? Because I mean, I can see that happening. No, he's got a chrono. Okay.
Yeah, but this is rough, and he's going Mask of Madness. So, I mean, I don't know.
That's madness in itself. As I guess he's a walking chrono, right? He's just a setup for the Requiem and for the Earth Splitter at this point, and probably for the next 15 minutes, unless he can get a couple of kills in a team fight, right? He's not going to bring any right-click damage to the table. And also, Void, when he doesn't have the Chronosphere, it's quite hard for him to catch the Bat, the Puck, the Weaver, even the IO, right? And if you do go for the Gyrocopter, he should be protected by the aforementioned heroes.
Yeah, definitely. I like, it's so shocking that he's so far behind.
This Batrider IO lane really paid off, apparently.
But the IO wasn't even there for the majority of it, so it's just the Batrider that's been messing with him.
And the ET was doing a lot of good job at right-clicking Resuk to zone him out, so... I don't know, does he have something on the courier that got killed? Maybe it's his courier dead, that's why his network is so low. He denied like a javelin or something?
No, I mean, even on the courier, it would still show your net worth. And
that's what I'm saying.
I mean,
he denied his own javelin.
I would hope not. I don't.
It's really strange because he's got the last hits, right? Like he's. It's not like he didn't hit the creeps. He's okay. He has less last hits than the Batrider, but he's up there with the Slaughter in the department, but still 1,000 gold behind him. Very, very confusing look for him as we see the Gyro already getting paired up with the Wisp. Escape will use the Flak Cannon to farm his own triangle. And what is the timing that Kyrgyzstan is waiting for? Because it's obviously not the Void, right? And Zodiac is going for the Kaya Yasha first, not the Blink or the Yules. He really wants to have the bigger item out of the trio that he needs.
I mean... I'm trying to think what they're waiting for in terms of timings for both teams, because they're starting to act. What's crazy is it's 14-7. It's a 2,000 net worth lead for the Dire.
Yeah,
I mean, Gyro just farms like that. That's Gyro for you.
He's got a Crystallis building into the Aghanims. Puck has a coil. I mean, that is the timing for Uzbekistan. They want to get the blink on the Puck, right, and then use the coil.
Have Ags on Gyro.
Is it done already?
No. I'm saying you want Ags on Gyro and you want the point.
Yeah, but for Kyrgyzstan, your timing should have been the Slaughter Blink, which you have, but you're not using it, and the Yules on the Shadow Fiend, who you're also not building first. You're going to go Blink after Kaya Yasha. So they're taking a tower. Okay, they're not getting contested because, like we said, Uzbekistan needs a few more pieces. But it really feels like they are... not you're looking 14-7, right? For the Dota viewers that are looking at the score, they're gonna ask you, Wax and Big Up, what are you talking about? They're doubling the kills. Well, Dota's not always about the kills.
Yeah, but I think that somehow your Slardar and your Void, who, especially your Slardar, who I thought had an okay start, should have a little bit more gold.
Same.
But they're both struggling, and the only one who's gotten a good amount of farm is the one who cleaned up a bunch of those kills, which was that Shadow Fiend. Dream Coil, thinking about the Requiem, but the Waning Rift, they've got the Silence. Now they just want to get this kill. Chrono's going to be on the mark on a 2, but it's not going to matter. Zodiac still dies, but he gets 2 with that Death Requiem, which is fine, but you lose the Void. This isn't worth it for him. Void shows up, you lose 3, you get both supports, but you lose your cores.
There was no Blink on the Puck. There was no Aghanims on the Gyro. And they still took that fight and won it because there's nothing on the side of Kyrgyzstan. And losing 3, including your position 2 and 1, it's completely disastrous. Now, you're not going to have your big ultimates. And Uzbekistan's items are flying in now. The Puck has the Blink now. And the Gyro is about 1,000 gold away from his Aghanims after he completes this another Ancient stack. It's looking like it's slipping out of their hand. Despite what Dota Plus believes, it gives Kyrgyzstan a 64% chance, which is very odd.
Hoodwink trying to do a little bit too much there. Yeah, I believe the odds are maybe even better. They killed Sunset, and they're probably going to kill this Elder Titan if they're willing to go past this Shadow Fiend. But now Sardar finally shows up, and I think he was trying to blink. He threw a Slither Crush out there, and he walked into the Firefly, and now they've got a 3-man Dream Coil. Slither Crush is not going to be good enough, and they lose 3-4 heroes, now maybe a 5th. Why is the Void here?
Katie, what are you up to?
Well, what does Void accomplish by being here? Seneco's starting to talk.
Some things were just not meant to be. Okay, I mean, that maybe is an answer to our question, because the Faceless Void was definitely not meant to be there. Oh, goodness me. As predicted, right? You lost the fight without their big items. Now they have the items. You walk into them and you lose again because you have no ultimates. So, Bcop, let me repeat what I said before that engagement. No, Dota Plus was saying that Kyrgyzstan was up 64%.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Dota Plus. You need to figure your shit out.
I don't know what game they're watching, but definitely not this one where Escape now has the full ags, gonna start building towards the BKB. And I'm gonna be honest, BKB is obviously the serious build up, and that's the one he should get first. But I feel like he's so unkillable with Yayo by his side that I think a Satanic would be equally good if he gets the farm.
So Seneco, by the way, I was translating it in my phone.
Okay.
He said, "You will play?" ?
Oh, spicy. I like that.
I like it. I'm always here for the banter, as long as it's in good fun. I think that's fine.
I mean, he's probably heard us, right? Like, we keep on hyping up Kyrgyzstan. Me and Black did it yesterday. We've done it together today. We're like, oh, yeah, they're the best team, blah, 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 blah. And Soneko was like, oh, they're going to beat us. We're seed number 2. Okay, let us have them.
All right. He's going to try and leave. Do they know where he is? No.
Double Dyers can use 1 2 further to the east, 1 further to the west, doesn't connect with the Slardar, but it doesn't matter, you don't kill him because you're going for the bigger target, which is going to be the Aegis pre-minute 20. And I love this peacock. You do it pre-minute 20 where it's nighttime. That means the second Roshan will most probably also be up top, and that's going to grant you an Aegis and cheese. So Uzbekistan is playing this very, very calculated.
It's tight though because it's it's 8 minutes from this point, so you're going to be at 27, and then if it's plus 2.5 minutes, the timing can be tight on getting it top, but it's most likely going to be back up top. What is actually really good about this too is they take this Aegis, and if they time it right, they should be able to push top, take this tier 2 tower, move over to the Tormentor, take that, back up at 21 minutes, get that Wisdom Rune, and get everything out of the top side of the map at this point, which is a big timing for a lot of teams. But we'll see if they do that.
Look at Zodiac. He's getting a BKB. Not going for a full casting build. Yeah, it would be way too late. If he goes Yules first, then his BKB timing might not even happen because they might lose the game at that point. Even now, I feel like it's going to take himself at least another 4 minutes to have it.
Sardar's in trouble. This is a Shivas from the Batrider. I mean, it hit the Void, but Void, are you going to get anything out of this? You're still trying to kill a Weaver.
Where's the damage?
They can't even do it. Oh my God. They lose 4. Nobody, not anything dies on Uzbekistan. That is insane, dude. You went with that Chrono. You couldn't even kill the 5-position Weaver.
They used everything. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Requiem of Soul came in pitch perfect at the end of Chrono. I think the Earth Splitter didn't really do as much work as I assumed it would. And that might be also because Natural Order is only 2 points in it at this point. Then let's look at a recap for Bcop. Now, Chrono was good. The Slardar had a good bait. The Corrosive Hazel was on top of the Batrider. So going for the Weaver is maybe a bit of a mistake. And look at the turnaround here. The damage, too much. And that's what happened. The Earth Splitter came in late to try to stop the relocate, but if you use it on top of the Chrono, you might allow Katie to get at least 1 kill there.
Yeah, that's true. And you want to know what's the craziest part about this? Is that the Dire did get the tier 2 top. They still fought over bottom, and they came back before 21 minutes to get the Wisdom Rune and the Tormentor with the same timing.
That is the power
efficiency.
of the IO relocate.
No, they didn't even relocate. They moved through mid. They walked to the tier 2 and got it.
No, I mean they relocated out.
Yeah. To fight bottom. Yeah. You're right.
But
I got too excited.
Also, the Shiva's Guard. Okay, please, ladies and gentlemen, if you watch this game and you're coming in my pubs, do not run Batrider threads into Shiva's offlane. It's unbelievable. Threads Shiva's Guard. Pre-minute 21, it's incredible. He's now gonna go back for the Blink Dagger. Risuk is having the performance of a lifetime on a hero that hasn't been played on offlane like this in 10 years. I don't know.
Ooh. Oh boy. Oh boy. And back to the triangle now. Easy times.
This Puck is keeping up in the farm department with the gyro. That is incredible in itself. He has a bottle up rune, has a completed Yule Scepter, and is not that far off from having a full Parasma. It's looking worse and worse for Kyrgyzstan as 2 of their cores have been impactless. Despite now having an Orchid on the Slardar, who are you going to use it to kill? The Puck can dispel it, Io can save the gyro. Maybe the Weaver?
I don't know if the Weaver's doing anything. If in terms of, being more than just the Solar Crest guy at the moment and the Vision guy.
Yeah.
That's all you need him to be. He's tanky enough with that Solar Crest to survive of Chrono and full occupation of Faceless Void on his face.
He's got a gem as well. Okay, Bushwhack top on top of the Atos, getting the gyro below half HP, has the Aegis.
30 seconds on Aegis.
Doesn't really care. Has the Satanic. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Skip the BKB. You've got all the gold you need. Has Satanic. Satanic Axe Crystallis pre-minute 25 is absolute insanity. And I don't think there's a way for Kyrgyzstan to kill this Gyrocopter, Aegis or not.
So, surprisingly, Aegis expires. They didn't push the high ground with it in terms of getting it.
Radiant are scanning.
We'll see what the next Rosh ends up being.
I'm gonna be real. I'm just starting to think of what questions I'm gonna ask Saneko in the winner's interview.
If we get him again.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Like, this is incredible. Escape is playing considerably better than he was in that first series of the day. I think that's a safe argument to say, and he played that very well as well, right? Not to take anything away from it, but he's definitely shining on this gyro, and he's playing it better than yesterday. Speedy's doing a really solid job on the IO, and of course the Batrider, again, maybe not as flashy as other Batriders we saw normally, Blink, 4-staff travel boots, all that, but he is the rock of this team, right? He's the frontliner. He's playing a proper tanky, disruptive Batrider.
Yeah, he's being what he needs to be for the team. Survivable, has a lasso, has the blink now. Like, you look at the Void, he's almost getting his net worth doubled. He's the carry.
This is crazy. Oh, man. It's also a full mech and a Holy Locket for the IO. That's going to, obviously, Holy Locket is a great item for most heroes that give you heal, so it's extra burst of heal. Jumping in.
Yeah, killing off Zodiac. And as well as Max, there's no stopping in the moment.
Zodiac really wanted to get a BKB. He was 300 gold away from it, and now we'll have to hopefully get it before the next team fight.
If there is another team fight, just push through them.
They didn't even use Coil for that.
No?
Yeah. I don't know.
Middle tower is under attack.
Mid's getting pushed.
Okay, we got a Glimmer Cape on the Hoodwink, so he's not going to have the Maelstrom to, kill the creeps as fast as he normally would to cut the wave, but he's trying. He's behind Escape and Risuk trying to get those creep waves out, and we'll force them to just get back for a second as Katie is... What was Katie even doing there? I think they wanted to kill the Slardar and they found Katie in the process. That's what happened. The Slardar showed himself on lane.
Dire's bottom tower.
Man, they're getting tipped like crazy now. It's no Void, no Chrono for 30 seconds. Just push in. There's no reason to stop.
Katie got the Hyperstone. Okay, he wants to finish
Radiant's middle tower is under
the Mjolnir, but this Void just... He doesn't have a behavior. He doesn't have anything. He's got a Maelstrom Mob. Like, what is this?
Yeah, he doesn't really survive in these fights.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Escape
Who's gonna
on
go,
the gyrocopter of Escape, doubling the net worth of the Faceless Void, will claim the first tier 3, and now they're going for the Roshan. It's going to be a 90-second respawn timer, so they'll get it at minute, 28:30 if they're going to check it in time, as they have a smoke up. They're trying to do something now. They realize they can't allow to lose the Aegis again.
Seneco's not with him, but he's not their biggest damage dealer, and they popped BKB already. Chrono is not amazing, but they kill off the IO, but now they've got the Lasso. You time walked in, you time walked down to the low ground. Lasso already being used. Sunset taking some damage here. Seneco shows up and gives the vision. So they'll go for Sunset. They'll lose Max. That's 2 years dead on the side of the Radiant. Zodiac. 8. Time walk onto the low ground. They still want to chase. There's the blink over. Sunset will die. They've got the silence. And they will call GG as Seneco hits him with the BB. Man.
Instant disconnect from Kyrgyzstan. Sunset does seem to enjoy himself. He gives that a little bit of a laugh in the chat. As Uzbekistan, with an upset, Bkop to claim the first seed into the Chengdu qualifiers for Iesf. What an impressive performance, and really dominating. Played even better versus Kyrgyzstan than they have versus Kazakhstan. Truly impressive, and yeah, they will have the higher slot going into Chengdu, but that's not... If you're a Kyrgyzstan fan, don't be too sad. We know they had some stand-ins, and they still managed to qualify in second place. It's nothing to laugh at.
Yeah, and they, on the side of Uzbekistan, though, they had a perfect game. I mean, that was really insane. We can take a look at these highlights, because it thought it was going to be Kyrgyzstan who had a good amount of kills early, all coming the way of the Hoodwink. But at the end of the day, like, the gold was being made. I'm really wondering how Void has nothing. I'm still wondering.
Radiant's top tower.
I'm gonna try to take a look at the network chart, right? Like player network chart. So in minutes, you never get the game going, Bkop. Like from minute 4 onwards, he's always under the Batrider, and then at minute 8, his own Hoodwink started out farming him. It's incredible. That's not something we often see. And again, he had an ET as a partner on lane, and we saw Max was doing a lot of good job putting the pressure, right-clicking the bat, trying to get the IO further away. Something didn't really connect with Katie here. And yeah, Uzbekistan will be on the winner's side, and on the back of what was a complete domination of the Batrider on the offlane versus the Faceless Void.
Yeah, and it was just a great game overall from Uzbekistan. I think there was a lot of confidence coming in here, and definitely a lot of playful, I hope, trash talk in the alt chats. But Seneco, I wasn't sure what this team was going to do without that, crazy amount of lockdown. But once they had Lasso, they had Homing Missile, they had Dream Coil, they were fine. They got there eventually.
And they were so sustainable. I think that's probably my biggest takeaway, right? I mean, they had a lot more farm than the Radiant side, but they were so sustainable that even when we had the beautiful chain of ultimates, Chrono, Requiem, Split Earth, Bushwhack, the damage was still not sufficient to kill any single hero. Even that attempt onto the Weaver, the Solar Crest kept him alive long enough. Pop time lapse, and that was the end of it. You wasted 4 massive abilities to not even kill a position 5.
Yeah, really insane how big the turnarounds were. And we do have the match summary to show you up on the screen. So let's take a look at that here for you. And 1-1-13 for the Bat Rider, and then 0-5-13 for the IO. Like the supports played well with the Weaver as well. Yeah, I mean, it was great. It was a great off-lane support duo. Perfect.
It was more of an underwhelming performance from some of the players on Kyrgyzstan, right? And it wasn't Sunset, and I'm glad to say that because I backed Sunset up. I said it's going to play really well, and it kind of felt at points that the Hoodwink was the thing that was keeping Kyrgyzstan in the 10 to 15 minute mark in the game, because he was doing a lot of good setups with the bushwhacks. We saw some nice sharpshooters, and even in the laning phase, right? The way he used the acorn shot time and time again to bounce it off the trees was great from him. But sadly, like we said, Haiti didn't really get the game going on the Faceless Void, and Alim on the Slardar got the Blink Dagger and then continued to stay on lane, not smoking up to rotate. By the time the Orchid arrived for the Slardar, they were playing from so far behind that it was too late for the Slardar to burst any heroes.
Yeah, so playing from behind is never the greatest thing to do, and find yourself now, well, going to Asia, going to Chengdu, you're fine with it. You didn't win for Kyrgyzstan, you won for Uzbekistan, and I think, it's how the cookie crumbles in these matches that are, yes, somewhat seeding, but also somewhat fun for these two teams. So,
and that is going to be the next step for
good.
them. That is going to be the next step for them, Peacock, right? And it's going to be very important to what you do in Chengdu, not just because I assume Kyrgyzstan wants to replicate some of the success they had last year, bronze medal at the World Esports Championships, but getting quite a good placement in Chengdu itself is quite a bit of money, especially for some of these players that are, I assume, not playing a tier 1 full-time professional Dota. So if you get like at a top 3 at Chengdu itself and then replicate that at WEC, that's going to be probably the equivalent of a salary for a couple of years for some of these regions, right? We know SCA, for example, or South America, whenever their teams in orgs-wise make it and get good placements in international lands, the players often talk about how impactful it's going to be for their future career and for the next couple of seasons, because the money keeps them going.
Yeah, and it will ultimately be good for these teams to get to, if you've gotten to the main event in Riyadh at the end of the year, you've already got yourself some money. So hopefully we could see some of these teams succeed when they get to the Asian qualifiers that are in September. So that's going to be it for us for today. There's still 2 more days of Asian qualifiers coming your way as the week continues, or the weekend continues. So we'll see you tomorrow for another broadcast. Hope you have a good night.